Hello there, I'm Cyberchroma, and welcome. Okay, so I decided I'd open on this because I can. You all don't get to know what this is yet, it is something that I am making for not what we're actually doing, you'll see what that is. You'll see what that is later, eventually. It's a surprise, I guess. It's not really a surprise, I'll explain it later. Anyways, hello. So, we're back working on my Unicycle game, the Handyman with a Unicycle, with our main goal of today, I think, is going to be more stuff to do with winning levels, as we were kind of continuing off of what we were doing last time. Hold on, let me just... Yeah, I think I bumped my monitor at some point. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so we're continuing with what we were doing before, which was objectives things, and other things that kind of had to do with actually beating our levels. But first, cool thing that I think is neat, I guess. I'll get the background music started in just a second. But so, speaking of background music, actually exactly what I was just about to talk about, is that I have this playlist of random video game music from just a bunch of completely random, not completely random, but random games, mostly older games, just because games that I think have good background music that can serve as good background music and won't get me copyright struck or anything like that. And I've just been, as I remember games exist, I check out their OSTs and then add a bunch of them to this playlist that I have set up, and we just crossed 1,000. Funny that I managed to reach a perfect 1,000, not being like slightly over, slightly under, whatever. But yeah, I was trying to basically, not every song in here is an absolute 10 out of 10 song. Is more like getting enough variety to have, very little repeats, I guess, and stuff that's just like good enough, and also things that don't really have vocals, because rather instrumental stuff as background noise. So it's not overpowering my own voice or whatever. Yeah. So I'm going to continue to add to this as I discover more games or remember more games OSTs that I would like to add to here. A lot of this is also nostalgia of just games from my childhood or whatever, and it entertains me to be like, oh, I remember this level from this game. Oh, I remember this level from this other game. That's kind of where most of these come from. But anyway, I just thought that was funny. I think going forward, I was thinking of doing this. We'll see how much I actually follow through it is as I add more songs, I'm now going to start to actually trim some things out. There's some things that aren't great in here. There's some in here that I probably, upon hearing it over and over, I'm like, I'd rather take this one out or take that one out. So I might, try to keep it to 1,000, where I add more, and then I take out the lowest ones, I guess, whatever those end up being. So then over time, it becomes 1,000 of the best. I guess. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It's just background noise. Speaking of which, let's get that rolling with Egg Fleet from Sonic Heroes, because why not? As well, over here, because continuing to add to my Trello board of our, me planning stuff with this game. And, yeah, it is... mainly, I have more things centered on what we're going to be doing today, which has to do with... So first, I want to continue off of what we were doing last time. That's kind of behind my head. Let me switch me to the other side here. Last time, we did things with our actual win system. Also fixed a bug here and there, so that was cool. I meant to just change the description here. I changed it to say win objective. It was slightly more descriptive. Yeah, so basically we set up things to be able to actually win levels again. With different ways of how we can win levels, and I guess it's better shown by example rather than it just with words. So let's go into play mode and I can show what we kind of have going on. Now keep in mind that visually a lot of this is still to be improved. I did the tiniest bit of visualness with a font that we already have on our pause screen. So just keep in mind that ignore how this is visually. It's very subject to change, but just functionally how it works is the important part. So we have different objectives here. Now, some levels in our game will have just a single objective, and some will have two. This one, as an example, has 3. So basically, we'll have this list of objectives that we have to complete. Once they're all complete, ta-da, we win the level. So we have different types of objectives here that I can explain one at a time. So just looking at these in chunks in our test level, ignore what's happening over there. Just looking at the top objective, repair rides for blank amount of time. that's going to be the main type of objective that we're going to see in the game, I think, where we have rides, pretend these are circus rides like Ferris Wheels and egg scramblers or mini roller coasters, you know, all that kind of, like a food truck if I'm just going to anything that would appear at a carnival. Stuff that we have to repair. And they're breaking, they're getting damaged, and they have a health bar that represents them getting to the point where, like, it's broken beyond repair. Rides basically have the three states of, like, being in a neutral, like, they are repaired state, being in the process of breaking, and it's like the health bar is going down, and then a point of being completely broken, as I say, broken beyond repair, and that's a bad thing. So if a ride is in the middle of breaking, then you get close to it, there's a fixed text, which is actually too high. That's, our player used to be taller, so the fixed text was, like, right above their head, but I'm just realizing that upon changing the player's height, I didn't move down the fixed text, but whatever, it still functionally does what it's supposed to. So we get close, we can fix a ride, we interact with it, health bar goes up, boom, the ride is fixed, right? So that first objective, repair rides for a blank amount of time. I forget, is this actually works? No. Right, restarting the level through the pause screen is currently broken. I guess that's gonna be on our list of things to fix. Anyways, ignoring that. Ignore those over there, we'll get there. So repair rides for a time limit, you see how it's actual time going down. So the idea is that we have to keep repairing rides as long as the timer's there. It would be like 2 minutes or something. So 2 minutes of having to go around and fix these rides that are not going to be next to each other, they'd be further apart. They would also, right now, because this is a test level where I want to be able to test things without failing the level all the time, I have, like, these bars are going down way slower than they would actually be. The time limit there was way slower than it would actually be, you know, stuff like that, right? But ignoring that, pretending that things were happening faster, I fixed the ride. Once all the rides are fixed and the timer is out, it goes green, gets a check mark. Again, the visuals of that will change. But, yeah, so then that task is complete. Cool. I'm actually going to go and restart our level, which, if I do it this way, by exiting our level out to the hub world and then going back in like this actually resets it and it works, whereas pressing restart there currently does not work. The other type of objective is just a get to thing objective that we currently have, where this is just get to the spinning cube. This would be used for linear levels that we have, which I think would be very rare, but as an example, I think the tutorial level, the very first level of the game, will be get to the end of the level kind of thing, so that's what this objective would be used for. As well, okay, that failed before I could actually show it off. Okay, those ones I do have their timers a lot faster, at more of a normal amount, I guess. So this is when it says fix the blue rides, and then 0 out of 2 at the moment. So this is a variation of the other basically, I don't think you'd see both of these in a level at the same time, these two sets of rides, right? Unless it had a different context. I wouldn't call them rides, right? So, like, the actual what they are can change with the context of a level. As an example, I brought it many times, it could be you're in a submarine and there's, like, cracks and, like, water gushing through and you gotta repair all the cracks. Like, it's just repairing stuff, where the common use would be a circus ride because it's a circus-themed game. Anyways, so this current objective, fix all the blue rides. Rather than repair rides for blah, that's like, as the time limit goes on, rides keep breaking, where it's like, this one's breaking, now this one's breaking, over a period of time. This one is, as soon as the level starts, all of these start having their health bar go down, and you gotta get to all of them and repair all of them, in any order you like, but before any of them have their health bars go to 0. So I get to this one, I fix it, 1 out of 2. Get to this one, fix it, 2 out of 2. And now that objective is complete. So, cool. You may have also noticed that stuff was happening when I was explaining the others of objectives kind of failing, so I can quickly demonstrate that with some things that are actually happening behind my head. So I'm going to move myself temporarily. No, not that one. This, hold on. Where are you? This one. Temporarily, I have this where I'm, like, you can see both sides of the screen, just very briefly. So you can see the strikes that were there and the objectives at the same time. So how this is currently set up is I'll repair one of these. If I don't repair this in time, then I get a strike, which you'll see behind my head in 3, 2, 1. Bam. So if that ran out, right now we have a smoke effect that could look a lot better, but, you know, it functions for now. And we have the that X there. Cool. 3 strikes, you're out is the name of the game here. Now, not every objective can be failed. Like, the get to the end of the level, it's either you do it or you don't. It could be a get to the thing in this amount of time, then sure. These repairing rides, if any of these run out, then I'd get strikes for that for sure. Yeah, you'll also notice that even though I didn't repair the thing, the objective still completed. This is just a system I've come up with for now as a way to not make it so you can still pass levels. A strike does not mean that you failed. Like, I got a strike, but as long as I still complete the objectives, I can still win. So it said 2 out of 2. Because 1 ran out, I basically took it away from the total, which gave us a strike, but then it's like, yeah, 1 out of 1. If both of them ran out, I guess it would have been 0 out of 0, but actually, that didn't cause a division by 0 error, correct? I actually want to test that real quick. If they both break... Now, to be fair, this should be very rare, because I deal with this kind of system of fix this many of this many. There wouldn't be... there's not going to be, like, only 2. There would be, like, 10 or something. And if all 10 run out, then you're getting more than 3 strikes. So, yeah. So that's not as much of a concern. Do you go down to 0 to 0? You do. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. No errors, because I guess I did the calculations in a way where... Yeah, no, because I don't do any percentage calculations. I just say how many are needing to be fixed out of how many are there that can be fixed. So yeah, no division by zeros there. The numbers make sense. Okay, cool. Yes. So right now, when we beat all of them, this should be that, yay, we've beaten the level. Right now, nothing happens. In our old, like, pre-alpha demo thing of this, I'm also going to put me back to normal like that. In our, oh, Francesco, hello, hello, hi, hi. I'm just giving the recap of what we did last stream. You were here, so you know, but I'm just doing it anyway, because it also helps me remember what exactly I was doing last time and what things we're still sorting out. Like, for example, you may notice that when we go out of the hub world and into a level, the UI is still there. Both, I left halfway through, I believe. Fair enough. Well, yeah, we got cool things. Yeah. Then Rodders. Oh, yeah, oh, the internet outage. Was that last Friday that happened? I guess so. Yeah, something like that. The 15th? Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, no, I've had a busy, like, weekend and then, like, yesterday and today very busy. So it's like, was that last week or the week before? But no, yeah, that was, okay. Anyways, I think I was actually going to stream around then and then wasn't able to because of internet problems, but oh well. Anyways, so yeah, I'll give the very brief, have a look at cool things that are existing. 3 types of objectives. The classic main one that we've had throughout our old demo thing of just repair rides until time runs out, you get the thing. This one that's basically going to be used as a get to the end of level kind of objective for some linear levels that we'll have. Mainly the first level being a tutorial, it'll have this kind of thing. And then a third objective that's like a repair all of the things a single time and then you win kind of a deal. The idea would bet for that kind of thing would be like, you're in a submarine, it has like 10 leaks that are happening, you gotta go repair all the leaks and then you just win immediately before any of them have their health bars run out. Otherwise you die. Or, well, you get strikes, and if you get 3 strikes, then you die. Or more specifically, the carnival gets sued or whatever. Anyways, ignore the visuals of it because that's gonna be a work in progress. Like, yeah, I have better, like, I mean, roughly having the text there is kind of what I have in mind, but, you know, visually we will make it look better, but it's not our primary concern right now. So anyways, there is the recap. So what are we doing today? Well, a few things, but, oh, hold on, and you're set up with this. Yeah, close you, and yeah, okay. Sure, okay, so Trello stuff with my more planning and things. This is our current stream objectives. So at the end of last time, we made a few of these objective types. I want to make a few more, 2 more that I had in mind that we just didn't finish off last time. So a fix all the broken things, and then a get collectibles. So what's the difference between... I've been trying to... I know in my head the difference between this and this. It's slightly behind my head, sorry. Yeah, the single bulk break and fix all broken things. They're very similar, but they're distinct enough that I want to make both, and they're worthy of being two different bullet points here. And then also, but I'll get to it in a second. Get collectibles is simply just like, oh, here's 10 shiny things, go get them all, and then boom, you win. I wanted to have a thing where rather than going up to something and repairing it 10 times, having an objective that can just be you touch a thing, get to the next thing to touch, just because. It's variety. Like, it's a similar thing, but just varied enough for the sake of variety. It can make it more interesting to not do the exact same thing for every level, I guess. And then also I get to mix and match things. Anyway, so what are we going to start with? I'm thinking that maybe we start with the collectibles one. Yeah, this one will take some work, but hopefully shouldn't be that bad. Okay, I'm going to put that over here. And then, I guess if I'm going to actually give the whole itinerary first, then I want to start setting up the actual you win screen. Like, this is stuff to set up to win, to be able to beat our levels, but then upon actually beating the levels, I want to have whatever win screen happens out of that, which I've been thinking, and I think I might take a page out of, like, Sonic games with, like, how they do, the, like, victory screens, and have it be in a similar kind of manner. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, anyway, so then, so depending on how long all of this takes, we'll see. Then I want to start setting up the infrastructure to make cutscenes possible. Now, one, we're not making actual cutscenes yet. That's very far off. And two, I get that cutscene, like, in terms of what's most important for the game at the moment in terms of getting it functional. Yeah, gameplay's more important, whatever. But I'd like to start setting up some of the infrastructure to have cutscenes be able to be possible, because I think it will be easier to do it now, where if I wait until later to do that, it will be a lot harder to implement, I think. So, yeah, I have reasons for doing that. I just think that I don't want to wait. I don't want to put this too far off of setting up the stuff to be able to initiate a cutscene and then stop a cutscene, because, yeah, I just think that would be good to... Because I think it could be, as I just said, repeating myself, I think it'll just be harder to implement later when there's more stuff going. Mainly certain types of cutscenes. Like, I want to, for example, be able to have a cutscene that starts right when you start the level. I feel like something like that, trying to weave that around other level starting code, you know, like the code that initiates, like, objectives, like the health bar starting to go down and, like, the player getting control, all that stuff. That stuff's going to keep getting more complicated, so by having the cutscene stuff set up first, I think it would be good for the long haul. Okay, but we're not getting there just yet. First, we're doing a collectibles system of get the 10 things and then you win that objective. So, first thing is that I have to remember how I did a lot of this objectives thing. Like, the last time I looked at this code was last stream. That was last week, so I have to remember what I was doing and how I'm going to get this to work. So I had this objectives manager. Actually, hold on. Before I forget, one thing that, like, me going through this recap reminded me of that I just want to remember to do is fix pause menu restart level, and then fix pause menu back to hub. Yeah, just because I completely forgot that was broken. I need something to fix at some point anyways, so yeah. Anyways, where do I want to start with this? I mean, I could quickly whip up, I mean, in terms of the actual collectible, it doesn't need to be fancy. I mean, I could frankly use, like, the balloons, but nah, they're their own thing already. So let's just start with, I'm going to steal this cube, and I'm going to turn it into, just simple collectible, able. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Okay, box collider, sure. Let me make sure you are not the same prefab as the thing I just duplicated, because it is very much not. Okay, so prefabs. Level, simple collectible, blah. Original prefab. Cool. You're a bit big. What do you have under you? Oh yeah, I did the whole... you spin and hover, yeah, that... I will keep being like that. I guess I'll turn down your scale. No, actually 0.5 on all. Yeah. I'll give you a different color for right now. I don't know. I'll go with what color is not any of these, and the floor is yellow. I was gonna go with yellow because gold coins or something. I don't know. Cyan. I've used cyan. Whatever. It does not matter. It's just a color. We're gonna use green. Where's green? It's fine. Okay. So, also move you closer to the floor, I guess. Also, is your colliders your trigger colliders? You should be. Okay. So, simple collectible. I don't think this will have any code on it. Oh, it might need code in order to track stuff with the objectives. For now, I'm just going to... Actually, yeah, no, you're probably going to work very similar to this, aren't you? Interesting. Okay, let me just... interactables. I'm going to make an empty to... Oops. Where'd that just go? Oh. Create an empty. That's just going to be collectibles. That's just going to house all of the collectibles. Simple enough. I'll just copy a few. Right. I mean, okay. I do have to actually make sure that the colliders aren't preferably overlapping. Okay, hold on here. How about I stop getting ahead of myself and I actually just make one work and then duplicate? Otherwise, I'm going to have to keep redoing work anyways. Do it the smart way. Oh, why is your... Hold on. You aren't centered. I would like if you were. Why did I not center the other one? Oh, it doesn't matter. The other one mattered a lot less. The cube itself was kind of unnecessary. Or it was necessary for the test level, unnecessary in... actual practical use, I guess. Okay, so how close should the player get to be able to collide with, like, to collect this? That's probably close enough. I don't want to make sure that if it's hovering, actually it'll just be the model that's hovering, but yeah. Lastly, I'll make this hover and spin faster. Twice the speed, and you get random invert. That basically makes it so that, like, if I have a bunch of them, some of them will randomly turn the other direction. That can help them look different. I don't know, I'll swap these, I guess. Yeah. And random start, this will help the different collectibles stand out from each other. Okay. Or, sorry, help them look different. They hover not in sync. It helps them not be in sync. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. Simple collectible. Cool. Now, that was the easy part. Now, actually getting this to work will be the hard part. So, it's gripped. Okay, so I already do have a... Am I using the other three? Fix until time, get to location, single fix all. Oh, interesting. I didn't put one of these in yet for the other type of things being broken. But I don't know how... I don't know if that'll be necessary. I'll come back to that. Anyway, so, like, I don't know if this type of objective, was it? This one and the single bulk break and the fix all broken things might be similar enough that from a coding standpoint, they might be able to have the same objective type, but then in implementation, they'll be different. I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure that out. Anyways, okay, get collectibles. Let's start with that. Okay, so... I have this where each section has its own variables. Right now, it's ugly in the editor because they're all being shown at once. I'd like to write some custom editor code eventually so that, like, only for the type of objective it is, it'll only show the necessary variables for that. But that's just making the inspector pretty. It's not as important as just getting it to function in the first place. So, that being said, let's start with... So this is the stuff that's instantiating the objectives. The only part that should change... yeah, this initial stuff will be the same. The part that changes is having another case here for the objectives dot get collectibles. So now what's going to happen with this? Objectives, this array is... If I... what are you? You're the array of objective information. That's... Okay, yep. And then this is the reference to the text that got spawned. Yep. So that's the text that got spawned in. That's like at the left. So I have to now tell it what it is. This will. Actually, I'm just gonna do a thing real quick to single fix all that I kind of meant to do. You notice how when on the fly-in, how it like the text would appear as fix blue things, and then it would be empty. It was like fix all the blue rides, nothing, and the moment I land, it becomes a 2 out of 2. I'm gonna start by just like hard coding it to 0 to 0 or 0 to 1, I guess, or something. This won't actually matter in practice, but I'm just gonna do it for now. Actually, do you need a spacer? I think I have the space being filled in by that part. Yeah. And you're gonna collectible also is the same blah to blah, so whatever. It's just I will like this for now, but it's not actually that necessary eventually because I'm gonna have the text be off screen until you land with the cannon, and then it'll come into screen then. So by the time it comes into screen, it'll already be set up. But I'd still rather just even like when it's off screen, still being roughly what it's supposed to be. But anyways, okay. Okay, so now this stuff is different. Rather than this setup rides, this is going to be, for this is what, like, causes the rides to start breaking. So I don't need this. Instead, I'm going to do something with the collectibles parent. Something that I have not done yet. Probably, like, set up collectibles. Yeah, it'll probably be on the parent. I'll have, like, a collectibles manager that will set up I say set up the collectibles, what needs to be set up with them. So, like, on restarting a level, or on, like, when we enter the hub world and, like, go into the level, the collectibles need to be all set to be, like, that they are there. Like, if we've collected a collectible and it's disappeared, and then we restart the level, it needs to, like, come back to, you know, GameObject.setActiveTrue, you know? That whole thing. So, that'll be part of what that does. Any other visual things that need to happen, counting how many there are, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think there's enough setup to be done that it's worth having its own code to do that. Yeah, okay. So, this, right. Okay, yeah. So, also just, I guess that wouldn't happen right away. Yeah, setup, start breaking, okay. Yeah. I'm remembering, like, now what this code did. So, when we enter a level, there's 2 stages to it, right? There's, when we're in the hub world, we get in the cannon, and then get launched into the level, we land, and then the level starts. 2 phases of that are, this code runs when we get in the cannon. So this is like, we're still in the hub world, it's just the second we get in the cannon, starts some of the setup that's necessary with the level, right? Set up all these, like, initial variables kind of deal. And then the second that we land, once it's time for, like, now the level begins, then we have this code happen here. In theory, we could have both this code happen at the same time. I just like that I'm kind of splitting it in half, because it just helps performance, I guess. Less calculations happening in a single frame. Splitting it up into 2 halves is not a bad thing, right? Yeah, so start objectives. Then this is meant to be the more initializing to actually, like, start going. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll have to figure out more of, like, with the collectibles of, like, if they should appear, when they should, like, appear and start doing collectible things, but probably right when we launch it at the cannon, I think. That'll be something to more so fine-tune when we have real levels. I would say, like, the first time that we have a real collectibles mission thing, but yeah, something to come back to. So I'm thinking that, actually, I don't even know if I need, collectibles parent dot, I'm trying to think of, like, do I bother making a script for this collectibles parent that has its own code that's doing things? Or do I have that code be in here if it's simple enough? No, I think it'd be best to just make it anyway, because then I'm having less code be in one massive function. Either way, so we're going to do this dot, whatever function we're about to write, and then start coroutine, wait for all, again, function we're about to make, wait for all collect, if I can type, gotten. I don't know. Passing this objective. Clear objectives is going to be... will I turn them all off? I guess I would turn them all off. So this would be... Because doing this setup right now is also telling me like how many functions I'm going to need to make in the other place. So having it be consistent 3 for every objective makes sense. This is basically like, what should the collectibles do when we basically load into the level? What should the objectives do when it's time for the level to actually begin? Like when the player can now move, like the level has actually started. And then this is what to do when the level has ended, whether they've like exited the level or if they've beaten the level, right? These are the 3 phases of levels as far as the objectives manager is concerned. Or even if they fail the level, I guess I would also set this off. Basically level over for any reason. So this will be collectibles parent dot clear. Okay, so yeah, that something like that. Yeah, right now I do destroy these objectives, and I think that's fine because 1, it happens super rarely. 2, like, so there's a thing where sometimes you do object pooling, but in this case I don't want to do object pooling. You do object pooling when you're going to destroy something and then bring it back, like with a bunch of projectiles. You might like turn them off and then, you know, use them as the next shots. With these objectives, that gets muddied up a lot to the point where I would rather destroy that text, and then when we get into the next level, we'll bring the text back, just the way that our hub world stuff is. It would get a lot messier to have to keep track of objective stuff. It would actually make our load times ever so slightly longer, I think. Anyways. Okay, so countdown, that's... this is what keeps track of that timer with the 1 objective. This is what keeps track of that timer stuff, basically that objective being completed. This is the wait until we beat in the end of the level kind of thing, that objective. Where's... Oh, sorry, no, these are... Yeah, sorry, this is... both of those ride objectives use this code. Yep, makes sense. Hold on here. I'm just making sure that I have this right. Yeah, okay. And then this... I think this is the one I'm going to use as a template. So this is wait for whatever I called the thing, the code that doesn't exist yet. Oh, no, you should be fine as soon as I fix this. Yeah, you're like, oh, it exists twice. That's a problem. Repeat infinitely and basically listen for having been that be completed. However, it does need to set its text, where it's like the text is equal to... Oh, not there. Plus this. Okay, so I am gonna need... Wait, what? Why do I have... Oh, I killed these. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Okay, never mind. This confused me because they weren't formulated like this. Yeah, no, okay, that makes sense. I guess I'm gonna need a private variable for how many rides to be fixed and all that. I'm just looking for... because I'm trying to be consistent in my coding here. I'm trying to look for how I did it with the rides, keeping track of how many rides to be fixed. Oh. Oh, no, I have that with the collectibles. Okay, now that makes sense. Yeah, the collectibles parent thing, that can keep track of how many there are, how many are left. Sure. So I'm just going to, for right now, put in... like, you know, this is temporary. Variables are going to go here in a second. And then this will be a, like, dot, the collectives parent dot, all of them are collected kind of a thing. Something like that. This might change. The logic of this maybe could be more efficient. Like, I'll get back to that. Right now, I was just trying to mimic the other code. You know, call object, complete. Yeah, because it would be better. So this is updating every frame. It does not necessarily need to update every frame. It just needs to update every time we pick up a collectible. So might be a way I find of doing that. The problem is, like, the only way I can think of doing that is through circular dependency stuff, which, as I said, I'm not a fan of. It's not exactly clean code, but if it is more efficient, then maybe. Okay. So, like, if the choice is wait every frame test a Boolean or have code double code referencing each other, but if I do it that way, then I get to not have the every frame checking if a Boolean is true. I don't know if that's better or not. I guess it depends on performance, but whatever. Okay, let me set up this objective information here. Get to collectibles, so the text will be like, pick up all the green cubes. And then followed by a blank out of blank. This number not necessary, this number not necessary, so in theory these would be hidden, right? Rides a break parent, nothing. That none, like, and again, these would be hidden. Collectibles parent, that's going to be the thing that we're doing. I mean, right now I could drag in this, I could drag in this, but I think we're about to rewrite this, so instead of a transform, it's a reference to the script that we're going to put on here. So, let's start writing that code, shall we? That's in prefabs. Let me go to my scripts. I'm wondering that if the ride code... I'm probably going to take some stuff from it, or like the ride manager, but for now, yeah. Okay, so this is going to be collectibles manager. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm also going to need to write stuff for the player to interact with the collectibles. That should be easy. We have stuff up, like, we already have things set up for the player to interact with other things. So, yeah, getting an additional thing that is the collectible should be easy. Okay. So, what's also nice is, I'm trying to think if this... I'm pretty sure this is true. We don't care about what collectibles specifically are collected. We, other than turning them off, like when we collect a collectible, we turn it off. But other than that, we only care about, I guess if other animations happen. Okay, so we might care a little bit, but for the most part, we don't care about which one is collected. We just know overall what's our total, and then, yeah. Being able to reset all of them, I guess, but, yeah. Okay, collectibles manager, what are we doing here? So, let me have a look at my ride manager. No, hold on. Yeah, as a, something to loosely copy in some places. So, let's start with the functions that I've written that we're going to need. Void, like, setup, collectibles. And we're going to make that public. And then, because the other script's going to access it directly. And then start collectibles, and then clear collectibles. That's just kind of matching the naming of similar other thing, clear collectibles. So this is on loading the level. This is when it's time for player to start moving, basically. And this is when level is over. That's when, roughly when those are called. Okay, so first we need reference to all of the child objects of this code that are the collectibles. Now, I'm just thinking... So with the ride manager, it was an array of rides. And I'm basically thinking, like, do I need code called collectible and then have public array of that? Or can I get away with just having an array of transforms and then I get children or whatever? The answer to that is, like, is there any complicated logic that needs to happen on the collectible itself? That's going to come down to what happens when the collectible gets collected. That's going to be a player thing. So what I'm thinking is interact code is going to be roughly here, I think. And I can start doing some of this. I know that there's going to be... I'm going to do it through a tag where if we've entered the trigger of a collectible, right? then we're going to collect it, right? Wait, I just want to double check something. Did I not have... I thought it was in this code where I had the... Wait, what? Where I had the code that interacts with the "we won the level" thing. Where is that then? Hold on, let me remind myself of how I just did that. Because again, I'm trying to have some consistency, I guess. Get to this. Oh, is it this code that keeps track of it? Oh, it does. Yeah. And right now it's as simple as this, but now it's like if this thing touches the player, it sets has reached as true. And I did this in a way to be able to more efficiently call the objective manager, I think. So the question is, I could do it in the same way. The positive thing would be if I do it that way, it means that the player has less code on them, which can be a good thing, I guess. If we have a level with no collectibles at all, maybe it is nicer to have less stuff that's complicated with the player. As well, if I want to change the behavior of what happens when we collect collectibles, it'd be easier if that code is on the collectibles rather than on the player. If I want to change the logic of collectibles, going to the player code to do that might be messy, right? So maybe it's better to have that happen through a collectible. Especially because I don't think the player is, in this case, I don't think the player is going to have complicated interactions where, like, they're not going to, like, you know, physically grab it and all that. It's going to be like Mario picking up coin style where you touch it, it maybe does a particle effect, it disappears. Maybe the player could say a voice line or something, but even player voice lines, I feel like wouldn't necessarily go through the player. I feel like I'm going to have a dedicated, like, voice lines manager and subtitles manager that would call that. And if that's going to happen, then, again, I think having that code be on, like, the thing that's triggering that voice line, i.e. the collectible, would be cleaner. Okay, so I think I've talked myself into that, yes, I'm going to have each individual collectible have code on it called collectible. When we get around to doing fancier stuff, this can make sense for if we want the collectibles to have fancy particle effects. When you pick up the collectible, if it plays a sound effect, yeah, okay, I see rationale that right now the code is going to be pretty simple, but it will eventually be more complicated. So, collectible. Especially if we had different, like, types of collectibles somehow. I don't know what that would mean, but, you know, we'll see. I mean, the repairing the rides works similar to it. Oh, hello, Soul Vampire. Hi, how are you? Hi. I'm doing good. We are, making the game here. Actually, I can show you a bit of what we've got going on. Is my code erroring at the moment? I guess we're about to find out. In a minute, if I go into play mode. So what type of game are you developing? Well, I can show you. So, this is... Oh, hey, that text is appearing, right. Ignore some of the text for right now, but this is the Handyman with a unicycle. Basically, you are a guy on a unicycle, just got hired at a carnival. You are the repairman, having to go around and repair rides and fix things and other stuff like that. Except we're taking the craziness factor up as high as it can possibly go, where we have lots of, like, hazards that are circus-themed, like tight ropes, that kind of thing, speed boosts, hazards so you spin out on and take damage. We have, like, power-ups as balloons. We have cannons that you can get fired out of. Ignore that purple cube. We got other crazier hazards like electric floors, cannons, because it could be like a pirate-themed sort of level, right? Yeah, projectiles with some particle effects, some fancy things there. This test level I've got going on has a lot of, like, placeholder things and things that are more maybe polished looking like this. Like, for example, this human guy is a placeholder. He will not look like this in the end. Hopefully, he'll look more actual human-like. Got fire spewers, got moving platforms, a common thing in any 3D platformer. We got respawning, like that, which I think is pretty cool with a curtain-y animation thing. Very cool. If I work my way back over here. Also, I'm hoping for the game to have, like, story and stuff, so that's how far I'm going with this. Yeah, we did have a working test level before, but it's kind of been taken apart as I've been working on this, like, like test level for the sake of building more mechanics and that kind of thing. This started as a school project because I've been in university. Also, you can repair rides. Imagine these being like circus rides. You have different objectives that you complete. This started as a school project where I made a little working like a pre-alpha demo kind of thing. Also, we have a pause screen. And now I'm continuing to work on it on my own time because I like the idea and want to see it develop more. The game that I'm developing is an platformer action RPG that runs in a browser. Ooh, cool. Fancy. And getting to run in a browser, that is, yeah, very cool. So like through WebGL, I imagine, if you are maybe also using Unity. Yeah, very neat. That seems very cool. I've been dabbling a little bit in, like WebGL stuff just a little recently, and yeah, it's can be complicated. And also, you have to worry about, so you have to worry about, like, performance and file sizes and all that. Yeah, very cool. So also we have this cannon is special because it takes you out of the level and back to our hub world. So rather than having a traditional level select, this is a thing that I've developed that I think is pretty cool. So this is our level select. We currently have different buttons, where if I stand on this button, now this level leaves behind us, a little bit of loading there, and then new level is now down there. And if we get in this cannon, then voila, now we're in new level where when this is fully functional, imagine like actual level things going on. This scene is also quite dark because I was testing with nighttime stuff, but it effectively is just another level. And then we can cannon back to hub world, pretending we did actual level things, press this button, and away we go towards level that is down there. That, even though you can't see it, the level is actually like coming into view. Yeah, good to be kind of working on the visuals, the presentation of the transitioning between levels, but there's lots of graphical stuff that still is to be done. A lot of what I've been doing is a lot of getting the game to be functional and a lot of the subsystems that are needed to get things to happen. But yeah, very, very cool, I think. Yeah. If you search for Gods of Tal... you should find it. The keys are not very user-friendly as it's for my own testing. Fair enough. I can have a quick Google. I will copy and paste what you put in, so I'm hoping it's spelled right. So this is your thing, I guess? Gods of that work in progress. Oh, and it just runs in, you said it right in browser. Yep, it sure does. Very cool. I see you have a custom, thing here that isn't the normal Unity thing. Very cool. Whoa, okay, that's graphics. Whoa. Very cool. I'm already impressed. Looks like fun. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Your thing looks like fun as well. I'm already impressed. Yeah, you said that it's a work in progress. Fair enough. So is mine. Very much so. Yeah, I see you have things I can, take damage on. You have blinking just like I did, except different. Very cool. I imagine I can interact with doors somehow, possibly. Or maybe not. Yeah, but no, it looks very cool. Very complicated. Not complicated. Complicated in a good way, I mean. Like, it looks like you have a lot of features that make it feel very like a game. I like this. Like, I like how a lot of this looks. Yeah. Very, very cool. Very cool. Yeah. So this is my thing that I'm working on. I'm a lot better in 3D, so I've been doing a lot of 3D things. Yeah, so very, very cool. I also have a Trello board over here of a lot of stuff, plans for things that we're making, and a lot of things that aren't even on here that are currently only in my head. But yeah, well, yeah, slowly we're developing this, and soon we'll get to the point of making real, actual levels. I do have, over in my old demo, had this playground that was our test level for a while. I'm pretty sure this is currently broken, but it was a thing at one point. Our original hub world. This is a thing I was messing around with. I was doing some other graphical things I was just messing around with. And over here was, for the school project that I mentioned at the beginning, this is what I had as part of that. So this is is like a linear kind of mountainous area where I have voice dialogue that like introduces all the mechanics. It's a very like... It's a tutorial that describes things way more in depth than they probably should be, just for the sake of, because it was a school project, I wanted to really, like, show off everything that I coded. Yeah, more than you'd see in a real game, I guess. But yeah, so it has a lot of things going on. It's like these balloon power-ups and yeah, stuff like that. Anyways, but yeah, I believe a lot of this is not functioning anymore. Or it might be, but I'm on to new things at the moment. That is this. Yeah, so very cool. So what we're working on right now is our winning system, our be able to beat levels, and sort of. We're working on, if I go back into play mode, we're in the middle of setting up collectibles for the sake of, like, basically, different levels will have different ways of winning. Like, you're going to have these objectives that'll be different for every level. Although, some of them will have a lot of common themes, so it's not going to be completely different, but just for the sake of some variety in our levels. And also, I think a lot of the earlier levels will only have a single objective, but then later levels might have multiple. And, like, as here we have, like, 4. That would be, I imagine, like, that would be kind of, like, a lot later in the game where you have 4 objectives. But, yeah, so we have different objectives that, right now I've just been building all of these of just like as a side-by-side kind of thing. The most common type of objective would be this kind of thing, where you have different circus rides scattered around a map, and you have to run around and repair rides before any of them break, and if they break, then you've got to, if they break, then you get strikes. Behind my head, there's a strikes thing, and then 3 strikes, you're out. Kind of thing. If I do this, then bam, you can see the strikes over in that direction. Are you using game managers to interact with game objects? To a degree, it depends on the game object. These cannons don't. There's like a player interact script, and then a cannon script. That's how the player interacts with the normal cannons. This cannon is special because leaving the hub world or leaving a level back into the hub world communicates with a hub manager to set up that, like, we're now in hub world mode rather than in a level mode, basically. Kind of stuff like that. Yeah, with the objectives over there, that is with this objectives manager. So anything that contributes towards completing an objective communicates with that objectives manager. Yeah. So, yeah, I am using managers in some place. I don't have one big game manager because just to split things up better, I just have a few different managers that manage different chunks of the game. Like these rides, the system that controls the rides starting to break, it's the ride manager. But then each script controls, it has like, each individual ride has a ride script that controls its individual health bar and stuff like that. And its state of being fully fixed, in the middle of breaking, or like these ones completely broken beyond repair, so smoke coming out of it, that kind of stuff. So, yeah. If that answers your question. Yeah. Okay, so what we're doing right now is coding collectibles to exist and be an objective, where it's like, get the 10 things, and then that being an objective that can win a level. I think this will be a very rare objective. I don't know how many... Like, the most common thing will be the repairing the rides. I just wanted to have this be another possible thing to use for making levels. And I'm sure I'll come up with more other objectives. Like, I might have one level with some minor stealth mechanics, so then, like, getting caught will give you strikes, and, like, that will be an objective sort of thing. But I think I would wait on something like that until, like, the actual level that uses it. In my test area, I've been making a lot of generic things that I'm very confident will be in a lot of levels. Things that are more specific that I think I'd only use, like, once or twice, I might, like... I'm probably going to wait longer on that, but... are you using a messaging manager to communicate between objects by passing game messages between code? No. No, I know that is a way... of going about, that is a way of going about, what am I trying to say? I know that that's a way of going about object-oriented programming and of coding, of having this event manager that everything feeds through. I personally don't really do that. I guess I have that in a different kind of way. I just don't want one game object to be responsible for, like, everything. I'd rather different chunks of game objects be isolated doing their own thing, if that makes sense. In a way, what I kind of have is like a spiderweb system. No, not a spiderweb. Like where's my mouse? I have like a hierarchy system where I have like this thing, and hold on one sec. If I just make my thing that looks like a binary search tree. I kind of have it, it's like, this thing might communicate with this, that communicates with this, communicates with this. If this thing wants to talk to this thing, it'll go through here to get to here, kind of a deal. But I don't have, like, one thing that everything, you know, connects through, right? And I think I prefer this way of doing things. Yeah, because not to have everything dependent on one object, that if I make one minor change to this, it could have catastrophic effects across the entire game. I'd rather things be isolated, where changing this thing isn't going to necessarily destroy this whole system. That's just my way that I go about things. Yeah, I usually try to also, where I can, have a lot of these connections be one way, where it's just like, for example, think of an example. If I had, like, my rides manager and then a bunch of rides, the rides manager communicates with the rides, but the rides don't communicate with the ride manager. I try to have things be one way where I can. Recently, I actually, like, broke that a little bit, but in a way that just was like a sacrifice for the sake of performance, but whatever. Anyways, yeah, so that's my coding philosophy stuff in a nutshell, I guess. For C# Unity object-oriented programming, I guess. Okay, so what was I doing? Information that is stored on a collectible. Okay, I'm gonna have a boolean that's public that the collectibles manager is going to contact. That's like, is collected. Collected. And yes, I could just disable the script if it's collected, but I'd rather not, because I think I might want the script to still be doing stuff. For example, if you pick up a collectible and then I play like a particle effect or a sound effect or something like that, I just imagine that might be useful. We'll see. I'm kind of planning for future things that we'll see how much of that happens, but I guess, hold on here. What else? I was planning things a minute ago about what else was going in this script, and I've forgotten what that is. Right, the same thing I have going on with this thing, where as I was just rambling about before, I would rather have the collectible say, hey, we touched the player, do stuff about that, rather than the player touching the collectible. In terms of the collectible touching code, I'd rather that be on the collectible. With what I rambled about for like 5 minutes a little bit ago, for my use case, I think it will work better. Could you have collectible message manager, player message manager, canon message manager? This may allow objects to this may allow objects to initiate a game state event to interact between what every object that has some type of interaction. Hold on, I need to like read that again. Sorry. So you have collectible message manager, player message, like, yeah, have different scripts to actually do that messaging. In theory, I could, but I just don't think I really need to at the moment. With the way that I currently have, like, game objects interacting with each other, I don't think I really need to that necessarily. I could. I think in some ways I do kind of do that. They just don't have the word messenger in the name, if that makes sense. For example, like, this script effectively is kind of a messenger. By setting this boolean to true, it's communicating with the objectives manager in a way. But this isn't called get to location objective messenger or whatever. So in a way, I kind of have some of that. But yeah, this may allow objects to initiate a game state event to interact between what every object that has some kind of interaction. I guess it just, as I said, I don't necessarily want to, I got rid of my example. I don't want to have everything be routed through one central thing necessarily, because of how easy that might be to break. It's a way of going about it, sure. And if that's what you're doing with your stuff, cool. No problems with that. I'm not going to tell other people how to code. Just, this is what I've been doing, and it's been working for me. Yeah, but as I said, I think I'm kind of, like what you're suggesting, I'm kind of doing it in a way a little bit, possibly, but remember, as your code gets bigger, it may be simpler to set interaction, and as you separate it, hold on. Remember, as your code gets bigger, it may make it simpler to set interaction as you separate that from code, so as to not tie it to a particular object. But having let's see here, a ride manager that communicates with its child rides, like, that's fine to be. If it's not hard coded, it would be like if it was going through a ride message manager, it would just be hold on. Or if I'm understanding you right, if I have ride manager thing and then I have a bunch of little rides, I have them connected in an array that I access them for different reasons. If you're saying to have a different thing over here where I communicate with this, and then have this communicate with all the rides, I'm still sending the same message. The message isn't changing. So I would think that this is effectively the same, and this is almost going through a third object is more complicated than the simpler thing of communicating directly. Now, if the complication comes from code being super big, then that gets solved in the way that I'm using it by not having one massive script doing everything and splitting things up into a lot of scripts. For example, on my player, that's over here, I don't have one giant script that's like player manager or player move. I have player lean move, player interact, player stun, player balloon cart, player infinite fall respawn, and player like normal falling respawn. So I am splitting my code up a lot to try and let it be manageable. I guess me saying that I'm using managers probably sounds like I have one giant script doing everything for that task, but maybe like the manager isn't like, maybe I haven't named my scripts the best, because it is like the ride manager is the thing that's managing a bunch of rides, but I don't have all the ride code on that. I have a lot of code split up so that I am trying to make my scripts manageable and not super massive. But having a entire script dedicated to messaging, like in my case, you're suggesting a way to go about having code not be super massive. I have my own way that I guess I've got about having scripts be not super massive, where just the act of transferring information from one game object to another, I'm not putting that functionality specifically in its own script. To a degree, player interact, this is an entire script that's about how the player interacts with other objects. So, to a degree. So this is kind of like that. This is like player message, if anything, or kind of. So, in a way I've kind of done that, just not with that exact naming, I guess. Maybe. Possibly. Anyway, close this. Back to over here. Yes, but you can change any part without breaking smaller pieces. It may make message queues complicated. But if I have a messenger, if I change it, it'll break anyways. Or it depends on the change, right? I guess it depends on the change. But, like, let's see here. For example, of a message that I'm sending. Actually, hold on. Let me look for an example of. Oh, this is an individual ride here. On the ride manager, I decide that I want to break a ride. Hold on. Where am I? This. Yeah. Okay. So with an example, at this part, the ride manager is randomly telling rides to start breaking. When it picks a ride randomly and decides we're gonna start breaking this ride, I get that ride, and then I call a function called start breaking. If I were to do that through a third script, I would go like, I guess you're suggesting that I say, like, message manager dot send message to this ride, and send the message that is call the start breaking function. Already, that's more complication to this script, but then that the message manager would then be calling the script anyways. So then, if I want to change the message, I now have to change it in 2 places, or 3, or, like, I'd have to change it, like, what I'm saying to the message manager, and I'd have to change, like, how the message manager handles that message specifically, whereas, like, instead of, if I wanted to change this function, let's say I wanted to change the name of it to, like, start breaking 2, I have to change it in, like, here and here, I guess, in just those 2 places if I'm changing, the message. If I'm changing the functionality of how this gets called, that is still just a ride manager thing. I guess. But I don't know. I think in this specific case, having a message manager seems like it would complicate things more, not less. I think in this specific case, maybe like there are other cases where, like I'm sure there are other cases where it would be where it is useful. I'm not saying that's a bad idea. I'm just saying that for my specific, I guess, cases of how I'm building the infrastructure of my code, I don't think I require a message manager here specifically. Like in these kind of cases, which is a lot of my cases of how scripts connect, which is usually just calling functions on other bits of code. And maybe I'll test like a Boolean, a public Boolean. That's like most of how my scripts communicate. It's call function on that code or test a Boolean. That's usually meant to signify something like the level has ended. So I have like a level over Boolean or stuff like that. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so back to whatever I was doing. Is collected, setting that to true. Yeah, so this is the start of this. This is not all of what this needs to do. So I'm going to have this do whatever happens when we've collected a collectible. That might be playing a sound effect, starting a particle system or whatever. But for now, we're just going to disable the model that is the thing. I'm just trying to decide, do I do that? Hold on. Let me find that example. Interactables. Collectibles. If I want to disable the model that is the thing, do I disable the child or the parent, which is going to be easier to do, because I also have to be able to turn it back on later. We're not just destroying things here. If I turn off the parent one, then the code's not going to get to, or then the code will stop running when I have the collectible code on here. Is that a bad thing? Possibly if I need some ongoing event to happen after the object has stopped existing. So I'm probably going to just disable the child. I mean, I can even just disable the mesh renderer. I think for now I'm just going to disable the object, and that's something I'd maybe return to when I have actual cases of using this. Do I have an array? Because there could be multiple things. I'm just trying to do this in a way that it'll be easier to reactivate the collectible later. Trying to think of the best way to go with this at the moment. Let's just, like, gonna be easy enough for now. Fine, private, game object, mesh, I mean, I could, at this point, well, either I disable the mesh, so, okay. Either I disable the mesh renderer, the object is still there, or I disable the whole object. Which would I prefer? It doesn't really, I don't think that really matters. From a gameplay perspective, I guess it's slightly more efficient to disable the whole game object. So I guess that's what we'll do. Sure. I need to get this. Mesh dot, oh, well, I did, hold on. No, there's surely a better way I can go about this. For reasons that would take a while to explain, I have a thing set up. The less stuff I have in start, the better, with the things I have right now. Mainly with the hub world level transitions. It makes my life easier, or it'll make the load times way better with my not actually having loading screens, but instead having this hub world transition thing. It'll make that better and smoother to not have as little stuff in start and awake as possible, and basically when I want something to effectively happen in a start function, I'm sort of manually calling that after my loading has happened. And then sometimes I can delay it more than it needs to. Like when we're in the hub world and haven't started the level, I can basically delay calling certain start functions. Oh, not quite but close. If separate the hold on, not quite but close. If separate the data ties, your message queues are not connected. Hold on, wait. So if you separate the data ties, your message queues are not concerned with which object wants to interact. It only sends the message like collector.message coins player. So all coins can be collected by the player only. You could even set enemies to collect coins to steal them from the player. But as your codes, if it But as it is your code, if it works, don't break it. Fair enough. Like as I said, like I'm assuming that if you're bringing up the system, it's probably something that you're using in your game. All power to you. If it's working for you, great. Yeah, and maybe I might, I could use something like this for some other new systems that I develop with this. But for what I have at the moment is working the way that I want it to. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna leave it as is for now. But yeah, I appreciate the suggestions and all of that. Yeah, cool. Right. So what am I doing? I mean, I can just disable the. How about okay? For now, I'm actually just going to. I'm just gonna go game object.set active false. Wait, if I set active to false, if the parent has a reference, it'll still get the reference. Like, still get the boolean, right? I'm pretty sure I can. So, this is the easy thing that doesn't use start, especially while I haven't written some code that's going to make the level transition stuff smoother. Eventually, anyways. Whatever. So do this easy, collected, whatever. Collectibles manager. You are, as I said, preferably not gonna have a start. You might have an update that needs to actually keep count of collectibles collected. So void or no. First, let me get a reference to all the collectibles. It's gonna be private. Collectibles. And then on setup, which is equivalent to our start function, but being manually called elsewhere. Collectibles dot equals the get components and children. That makes it easy to get them if they are not just transforms. Because I don't want to accidentally get like children of children, whatever. Anyway, so just do that. Got that. Easy. Start. I'm gonna have to see. So I need to set up at some point, like, turn on all the collectibles. I don't know if conceptually, gameplay-wise, I want that to happen here or here. I'm not sure yet, but I will get there. Start coroutine. No, that's not at all what I want. I need to go through each collectible, and I'm gonna turn it on. For each, yeah. Do I care about I? Do I need the index for any reason? I don't think so. Collectible. In collectibles. Go through and right now my disabling is two things. It is turning off the game object and setting that is collected to true. I guess we put these in public functions. It'd let me less repeated code. Just trying to think of what to call the script. Reset, turn on, turn off, turn on collectible? I don't know. Like as initiate it, whatever, the name doesn't matter. So blah, and then I need the inverse of this. Turn off, which is, I could say collect collectible. I don't know. Whatever. So this is turning off is what happens when we collect it. These need to be inverted. And this one is effectively what happens on start, on restarting the level. Happens when we back out of a level, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, I can also in player interact. I started to type this code. It does not need to exist anymore. I'm almost thinking that I might do similar things for... No, the rides and the cannons have more complicated logic for when we can interact with them, so never mind. But for the collectible, yeah, if it's just on trigger enter, do this. I like having it on... having less on the player, just a little bit. Especially for things that wouldn't necessarily be in every level. Or not matter when we're in the hub. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so for each collectible in collectibles, collectible dot... what did I just call it? Is like something on, turn on collectible. Do that thing. Turn off is then... Yep. On setup, we get like how many there are. Yeah. You call it collectible visible and collectible disabled. Yeah, that would be better, probably. Disable. How about, to kind of match Unity's terminology, enable collectible and disable. Yeah, I don't know, sometimes I just struggle with, like, what to call, functions and variables, but, yeah, okay. Cool, this and enable. I also like to name functions, usually like an action, like we're enabling a collectible. Like, I don't know. Anyways, okay, so that's that. Update might need stuff later on. I'm gonna need to take from, oh, right, of course. I need to, so this is collectible, collectible for the resetting. I still need to, I need to keep track of how many there are. Well, how many there are is just the length of the list, but I need to keep tracks of somewhere how many we've collected. I don't care which ones we've collected. I only care the number. So we're this is gonna be a hidden inspector int because the I think that I'm gonna have the objective manager use this number directly. Public int collectibles collected. I mean, I could just call it collected. It's in the collectibles manager. Num collected. I don't know. Sure. Which is gonna in setup. I need to make sure that it gets reset to 0. Because this setup and this start can be called like multiple times without unloading and unloading the scene. That's why I have to keep at the reset things. My reset when I go into the pause menu and hit reset level, that's not going to be reloading the scene because it used to. It's more efficient if I can manually undo things. So part of that is doing this. Also, if we go back to our hub world and then immediately right back into a level, no loading happened there, so I need to just make sure that things get reset. So I'm writing code preemptively to be able to make sure things get reset cleanly, like setting all the things to 0. Which actually, I'll put this one here. Action enable collectible. I like what I currently have, the enable collectible and disable collectible. That, it works. Yeah. Okay, so also because then I might, like, with that name scheme, like, all of these would have action at the beginning, which isn't distinguishing enough, I guess. Anyways, okay, so now collected is 0, so now I want to go look at how I did in the ride manager. Where did I... This thing. Basically, how I use this variable is now how I need to use the other variable. I also have a handy boolean for, like, all of the collectibles are collected. I believe, yeah, or... Yeah, this makes it easier for other things to... Instead of other code having to do the division, this code gets to, like, of this many collectibles out of how many we've gotten out of how many there are. Let this code worry about that and just have a boolean that says all or nothing. Because as far as other code is concerned, that's all it really cares about. Sorry, that's not true. The text, the objective text actually does care about the specific number, so never mind. But wait, why do I... Hold on, let me double check. How is my objective manager using these two variables? This was code I wrote like a week ago. I need to double check how I used it. Over. I'm just trying to find my function. Cool. I'm just trying to find. If I control F, that'd just be faster. I'm just looking for where exactly how I'm using this boolean. Or am I? Because it has happened before where I've, like, made a boolean and then, like, gotten rid of it. Oh. Right. Okay. I see what I do. Wait. Or do I? Hold on. Yeah, right. So, there's, I see why I have it being two different variables. There's two types of rides. One type I care about the number. The other type I only care about all or nothing. If that makes sense. So that's why I have the two variables, because there's two, like, the rides can be like two types of rides. That's not the case with the collectibles. So with the collectibles, I think I'd still actually rather have both, because I'd rather not do the division here. I'd rather do the division in the other place. Actually, I don't even need to do division. I don't need to calculate a percentage. It's just, are these numbers equal? But anyways, you should get the Hobbit to comment your codes when you go back. You can have an idea of how it sees. Yeah, I know I should, but I don't. And I know that I should be more. Yeah, no, I have no defense for that. I should be more, but yeah. Okay, so I'm making a. I'm just copying these, but with collectibles instead of rides in the name. All collected is going to be the name, and this is cur. Oh well, no, sorry, it's just that. Yeah. So Boolean for all or nothing. This for how many we have so far. This is only necessary for the text to update itself. This is for the actual completion of the objective, I guess. And I'm also just comparing my ride manager because, like, I did this same kind of functionality already. I'm trying to be just a little consistent, I guess, with it. Oh, Lightning Stripes! Hello! Welcome! Chroma never fails to remember things, literally genius. I mean, if it was, like, a day ago when I wrote code, then sometimes I'll know immediately what I'm doing. But with some of this, I'm having to, like, remember the logic behind why I was doing certain things. But no, yeah, it's coming back to me. I'm also just kind of, as I said, trying to be a bit consistent, like, because I'm doing a system that's, like, similar to it's not the same, so I'm not, like, they're not sharing functions because they're not the same enough, but they're similar enough that I'm kind of doing it in the same way-ish. Repairing rides and keeping track of that number versus picking up collectibles and keeping track of that number. It's similar. And also, these rides, this has more functions to, like, do some other things with the rides that I don't need for the collectibles. Yes. Yeah, okay. Okay, so what am I trying to do? I'm just trying to see how hold on, I did this and this. Let me close some of these that I don't need open right now. You and you and you and you and you. I'll get back to the objectives manager in a minute. So on an individual ride, how do I keep track of... Hold on. Yeah, you have a reference to your parent, and then you get that in your own setup. I do have to... Oh, yeah, you do have your own start. That's what I'm trying to avoid with the collectible. Can I get away with this, with not having that? Possibly. I put notes on most of my code because I have bad memory. Yeah, with school projects I do. And there have been some cases where I've had some bits of code in some places, but... I do think, yeah, eventually I will go through and comment everything, at some point. But, yeah, that has not come to pass yet. Didn't I do that with, Oh, no, I guess I didn't with the player code, but, never mind. I was going to, and then with the school project thing, ran out of time with that, but... Anyways. Right, sorry, so what am I looking for? I keep, like, interrupting myself and forgetting what I'm looking for specifically. Okay, I don't have to go off of the ride manager. I can just do this. Because I'm also trying to not just do the task. I'm trying to do it in an efficient way. If I, like, one thing that would just work would be in update every frame I go through all the collectibles and do math that, like, to see how many are repaired. But I'd rather not have a for loop go through every frame. So the better solution would be to, yeah, the better solution is, the more efficient solution is to have this reference its parent. Like, can't think of maybe a better way, but this, you have a typo. Why are you not recognizing this? Did I misspell it? Oh. Yeah, an S. Fair enough. Ooh, I don't like that. Actually, no. Yeah, yes, I do. Never mind. It's fine. it's managing lots of collectibles. It's fine. You still doing school? No, actually, summer has hit for me, so I'm done. Yeah. But like this, I was mentioning that like so this project started as a school project, but then I finished it, and now I'm just continuing to work on it for fun as an actual game that I want to release someday, preferably. So yeah. Anyways, how's it already been an hour and a half into this? Jeez, I've just been talking so long and not building this that much. All right, let's so collectible manager. I need to get this reference, which means I do need this to have a setup function. Not this. Because like this is meant to be like every time I restart the level. This is gonna be like every time I like kind of load into the level effectively. So not start, but like setup collectible. Keep with my naming scheme. Collectible. That's not how that do. Okay. So this just do this. Get component in parent. Get component in parent. Collectible manager. Blah. Easy. Just trying to, find a decent way of doing that. I liked your tag game. That is, another thing that I did at one point that I kind of do want to return to at some point. I've just am juggling a lot of, other things that I'm doing because I also have a job now and all that. So I do kind of want to keep working on that at some point. My initial idea was that I was going to work on this game and that one at like the same time, but then I'd be making like no progress on either. So I've decided to just focus on this game for a bit, and then at some point I might jump over and then do that game for a bit. We'll see. That one doesn't even have a proper name yet. It was just called Extreme Tag or Ultra Tag or whatever adjective thing. But that game I think was going to be a good excuse for me to experiment with networking and like multiplayer and stuff. That's the main reason I wanted to return to that at some point. For everyone else, it was effectively a tag game, but extreme. No, basically a tag game that I was making, but I had some cool AI stuff. Not like self-learning AI, or like not like learning AI, but like the way you call video game AI with like NPCs and stuff. Having tag game where you're with artificial people. It's like me learning stuff with like custom pathfinding and was dabbling with that. Even though I know that Unity has its own pathfinding system, but just because I was using it to experiment with my own custom pathfinding stuff for the sake of learning more about that kind of stuff. Merge them, tag on unicycles. Ha! I did think it would be funny to have both games reference each other in some way, have some kind of like Easter egg that like referenced the other one. Somehow, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see how big of a reference it is. Yeah. Okay, so what am I doing? Lost my train of thought yet again. Okay, I was going to do... Right, well, I'm not having that for that. I was explaining before, like, how I could do that, but it would be more efficient not to. On setup collectibles, I need to for loop through and call the setup just to... Yeah. This is effectively start, which calls this thing start. I have reasons of why I'm not just calling start. It's important to, like, almost have a delayed start. Not the first frame, but, like, a few frames later kind of a deal. But, anyways. It's because of my dynamic loading with my hub world. That's the reason. But it will make the hub world stuff be better on performance to have this sort of delayed setup. Less happening on a single frame is the idea. So I found a concept artist for my game. Ooh, fun. Got some of the main character design already. Ooh, very cool. Very cool. Actually, I showed this off at the beginning stream, but for another like side thing that I won't give too much details yet, but you'll get details later. This is a thing that I made. Woo. Just from copying like reference things and stuff like that. Made this myself. You'll eventually have a body. Doesn't have a name yet either, but that's not for the unicycle thing. It's for something else entirely. I'll explain more of that another time, I think. Anyways, I mean, it was mostly, actually, most of that was just playing around with blendering, but also might be using it for something. Lucky Charms the game. Oh yeah, literally. I used the Lucky Charms guy as a reference for that pretty heavily. So yeah, but just different enough to not get sued. No. Anyway. Okay, what am I doing? I just got that thing. This has a reference to this. Now I can, on enable collectible, you're gonna go like this dot like increase collectibles. Increase how many we have. Public void increase collect or got collectible collect. I don't like collected collectible as what I'm calling this. Just too samey of the two words. So yeah, increase collectible count that's very descriptive of what's happening. So first we're taking num collected plus plus. And then run the test of have we now gotten all of them. If num collected is equal to collectibles.length. Oh, wait. I need hold on. Let me double check for hold on here. I just need to double check. Yeah, I do make you public, but hidden inspector. Okay. Just things that I'm going to need to do in the objective manager. Certain things need to be like that. I only actually need the length, so I could like have a separate variable that I just record the length into, but bah. Then all collected. Do I disable the code? Let me double check of the equivalent thing I do here. I just set you to true and that's it. Cool. Increase blah blah blah. At the moment I don't need a decrease. It never goes down. It only gets reset to 0. So I presumably like if I have a case later on where somehow you can lose collectibles that you've collected, that would be interesting. If like it's like get these 10 things, but then if you take damage from a hazard, you drop one and have to pick it up again or something. That's an interesting idea. Keep that in my back pocket. But for now, not going to worry about that at the moment. So all collected equals true. And I also now need to reset this variable properly. It's going to be here. Yeah, okay. This, you do not need an update. So then I have over here. Now I can uncomment the things I was setting up here, because now some of these functions actually exist. And now we should be almost done with this. Setup. You do not have a setup function? I thought I made a setup function. You're a public. Oh, right, of course, because you're still a transform. Where are you? This guy needs to be collectibles manager. Okay. This, and as I said, this is going to get fancier in terms of how it is in the inspector later on. Just one step at a time. Okay, this thing, now you should have your setup function. Cool. Yep. See, and also it gets to be consistent. Set up rides, set up collectibles. This thing doesn't need to be set up, so it doesn't have one, but yep. So similar naming, things get to be similar. Then, whoa, no. Get back here. Start collectibles, which like matches like start. Well, start breaking, start. It's start. It's a basically start kind of thing. Well, it's not start like Unity start. It's like, well, kind of is. It's like level starting. I guess I would say almost like this is kind of like awake. This is kind of like start, I guess, in a way. Yeah. Okay. So then wait for this thing. Yes. Blah blah blah. Down to here now. I have to fill in these numbers. All collected is gonna be what that is. Cool. But now I just need to fill in these numbers for the text, which is going to be to have the line be better. I'm gonna copy this kind of way I went about this the first time to just have like no. Never mind. Sorry, no, I take that back. Because I actually did calculations in here. It's just going to be... I'm not ready... Yeah, I'm just going to do that. It's fine. This is dot collectibles parent dot collectibles dot length out of that other number that I made. Which is... I forget the name of it, but if I... it's like num collected. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to store those in ints. It's fine. They are ints. Blah out of blah. All collected. Objective complete. The objective complete code should be the same. Let's test this out. This should work. I was able to copy some things, and from the other objective completing code I already have written, there's certain things that I didn't need to write twice because I wrote it good the first time. So collectibles. Oh, I have to drag and drop code. Or collectibles manager, you have that. You don't have any public things. Yeah, fair enough. Simple collectible, you get individual collectible. You, are supposed to be hidden. Oops. In fact, do you even need to be public? I don't think you do. Yeah. Wait. I actually don't even know if I need you in the first place now. I guess the only reason I would need this is so that we don't collect it twice, but if we set it to be false... I had it on... the is repaired on the ride. I don't even have it on the ride. Oh. Huh. Okay. I think I actually can... Yeah, I trying to make sure. I think I can get rid of this. I definitely can for now. The question is, like, with code I'll be adding later, would I need it? Oh, I also put this in the wrong place. Haha. Good thing I caught that now. Because this is actually collecting our collectible. This is, like, reset when level starts. Which, yeah. Well, no, the name's still like disable collectible. We touch the collectible, we disable it. Yeah, okay. Yep. Okay, so now let's hope that all this works at once, please. It should. When I was making the other things, I was testing it more rigorously, but I'm leveraging off a lot of code that I already know works, so it hopefully should. So we have one collectible. It says 0 out of 1. That's a good sign. I touch it. Still says 0 out of 1. Okay, maybe it isn't working completely. It didn't error, which is almost more concerning. That didn't work. So I guess I start with the simple thing. Did the code run? That's usually my good starting point. Because sometimes the answer will be no. Like it should have, but like I'm pretty confident that it did run. But that's where I'll start, because if it didn't, then that should be an easy fix in theory. Okay, that ran. Good. I thought it did, but I have lost many hours to incorrectly assuming that code is running when it's actually not, so... this should have been 1 out of 1. I guess next I'll print... Wait, you are waiting for the all collected thing, right? Let me double check. Actually, I'm just gonna... No, like, I feel like if this function is running... Oh, okay, no, here's the thing. It didn't even... This text didn't even change, so that's interesting. Okay, I think there's just something with either some function not getting called or just something not running, I think is the problem. Like, I'm sure it's something simple, it's just... Yeah, as I said, I prefer if there was an error because that'd be easier to track down. Okay, that ran. Yep. And yeah, I could attempt some debugging tools, whatever, but this is... Okay, so actually that ran. So actually, no, it would have been more useful to... Let me print out this specifically. Let's print out both. Just quickly go like... Because it might be that they're not equal for some reason. It should be 1 out of 1, but it's not. Unless it, somehow it's negative 1 out of 1, or it's somehow bumped up to 2 out of 1 for some reason. Let's see. 0. Oh, what? Interesting. Collectibles.length is 0. I set you up, didn't I? Did this function not get called? That's my theories. That I never called this somewhere. Set up collectibles. Oh, I didn't even, this was supposed to get uncommented, but, that I didn't even get to the point of testing that part. Yeah, you're here. Unless you got, like, unset somewhere? Yeah, get components and children collectible. You should be... Or, okay, let me just jump straight to... printing this length. Yeah, I'll keep that one there for right now. This is just an on start thing. In a minute. So I'm expecting to see a 1. Please. Okay. So you are a 1. But then when I click this, what? How are you going back down to a 0? Interesting. You're the same thing. What's changing you? Okay, I thought it would be something simple, like something was commented out or not getting called, but no, it turns out this being a little bit more confusing than I thought. On start, I'm setting that to 0, that. This is an airing, which means, like, it makes me assume that the... Well, no, actually, if this was empty, then this just wouldn't run, I think. So here, let me do next test, is that by the time it's here, does that print? That would prove that, at least at that point, it still has values. Soon I'll probably make that variable public and see what it's doing in the inspector. That'll be my next test. Yeah. I'm just knocking out, like, simple things where I'm like, I'm sure this is running, but I'll check it anyways. Okay, next thing, let's just make you full public so I can see what you're doing. Did I, like, I'm thinking maybe I've, like, mistyped something somewhere. Or... No, the objectives manager reads in the length here, but it doesn't change it. It just reads it. Okay, well... As I said, this has got to be something simple. Not a problem I expected to have. If it just... It's not that it didn't work correctly, it's just, like, not changing. Did I not... Yeah, on start you're 0. Makes sense. Oh, I need you to not be maximized. Recent Unity, like, current version of Unity has done a weird thing where you can't change from not full screen to full screen mid-game, and I don't know why, but they did. So, on start, behind my head. Move me to the other side. Oh, I didn't hit start. Okay, sure. This should have a value of a single collectible, which... Doesn't? What? Well, if it doesn't, then how are you outputting a 1? Excuse me? Wait, what? Oh, also, so wait, this is supposed to be... Oh, okay, this is supposed to be get components. Maybe that's, wait. Oh, sorry, no, wrong way. No. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. No. This is get components and children. Sorry, that's what I thought I was changing there. Excuse me? Yeah, get all the things that... How are you printing a 1 and then suddenly you're, like, cleared? Unless... No, like, see, if I had other... If the clear code went and, like, this equals null, then maybe I'd understand that, like, this code is being called unnecessarily or something. Luke the Great, hi, hello, how's it going? Going good, we are making cool game things, except right now I'm having a very bizarre bug. like, frankly. I'm gonna test another thing, just to maybe have anything of solving the problem. I'm gonna enter the level from the cannon rather than from starting in the level and see if that has any change. Wait, you printed a 0 now. Wait. Oh! Get components in children only works on active game objects? I know that find object of type and game object.find doesn't work on inactive objects, but I thought get component did. Interesting. Okay. I know transform.findChild. I know that works with things that are inactive. Didn't know that get components in children failed. Okay, so that's the issue. Fair enough. That I guess makes sense. So yeah, I'm gonna try to study 3 subjects about cybersecurity in one day. Woot woot. Fun. Very fun. Best of luck with that. I'm gonna keep going meanwhile. Sure, yeah. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, okay, so I've determined the cause of the bug. I know I have to find a good fix. Okay, I think I'm fine to make this hidden again. So 2 things. Either I get the collectibles thing in a different way. I don't want to have to be a public thing I drag and drop. I would like it to get it automatically in code. Either I get this differently, or I don't deactivate the game object. Which would be better. Not sure, actually. I mean, this is fine if I... So, the only reason I disable the game object is so that we can't interact with a collectible twice. Of course, that could be fixed by just disabling the code or having a boolean. That would work. And I also wanted to turn off the meshes stuff. And I could do that by just turning off the child game object. But, like... If a collectible is kind of out of the level, like, if we've gotten a oh, Unity is always right. Yeah. And they haven't been recently, if you've seen the news. But, yeah, no, I don't know. Okay, so, like, yeah. I have solutions to my problem. I'm trying to find what would be the best solution. What's going to be the most elegant way of doing this? I would, in theory, like to disable the game object. If I don't need to keep the game object on, disabling the game object is technically ever so slightly better for performance. Oh, well, you mean buying the other company? Yeah, that, and then laying off a bunch of employees and canceling another project, a bunch of things like that. Yeah. Oh, well, not much I can do about it. I don't plan on jumping engine anytime soon because I like C# way too much compared to other programming languages like C++. Yeah. Okay, so... Just trying to think of... Well, does this have any overrides, I wonder? You do. Included active. Oh, yeah. All right. If it's that easy... There's our elegance right there. Huzzah. I've never, in my 8 years of using Unity, I have never put additional, like, inputs into a get components function. Ever. And I've gotten plenty of components, but it's always usually just get component blah. And I guess it's not really needed if it's on the same object, it's because I was doing getting children. Fair enough. Interesting. Learn something new. And it's still not working, though. Aw. What? Wait, does that mean that the problem is wait, I'm supposed to set this to true, right? That was include inactive. True means that it will include inactive. Oh. No. I thought I had this. Hold on. Let me... So the problem could be something else, maybe? Do I even... Wait, actually... I don't set them as inactive when the level starts. So wait, like, never mind, that couldn't have been the problem, because actually, that was, like, I guess potentially another problem, but... No, wait a minute. Yeah. Them being... So I guess I disable the collectible after we pick it up, but before we picked it up, like, the collectible still exists. And once it has the reference, if I turn off the game object, it still has the reference. It doesn't lose the reference when you turn off the game object. It'll lose it if you destroy it. But at this moment in time, I have not turned it off, so... Weird. So the problem's something else. Of why is this array not doing what it should be doing? Let me try something. If I do this, hitting the pause into this, it's going to kind of pause on the first frame. I'm curious if there's any, like, first frame this has values. No. Fair enough. A bit fishy, but I got to really find out about the company. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration. I have heard that, too. I have heard that that thing was kind of exaggerated. Yeah, I was looking into it a bit, and yeah. So, I'm aware of that, but, yeah. More so, I think a lot of people are upset with the whole, them laying off a bunch of employees and canceling that project of Unity making a game in their own engine. To be honest, I didn't hear about that until hearing of them canceling it, but, I think upon hearing about it, I was kind of like, you know, like, that would have been a cool thing to see happen, I guess. But yeah, a bit fishy. They did design a freeware that people did use for shady things, but they did stop that project years ago because of that about microtransactions. Also, the CEO literally said developers, also the interview thing. I heard the interview thing as well, and he also tried to like backpedal on it to varying degree of success. I don't know. So yeah, although even the interview I've heard was maybe a bit taken out of context or whatever. So. I didn't actually watch, I haven't seen the interview, but, I've heard things for it and against it. Anyways, might be didn't look a lot into it. That's, I heard that it was like, I don't know to the degree if it was taken out of context, whatever. Bleh. Anyways, I feel like in any context, like, that sentence shouldn't be said, but whatever. Not defending the guy, just, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, the project thing of Unity was people are gonna be making a game in their own game engine, and the main people were happy about that was because by them making a game in their own game engine, that could help Unity like discover more potential issues with their game engine and like fix stuff. It seemed like it would be a thing that would help make the game engine better as a result of it. So, but they canceled that. So, oops. Yeah. Maybe at the end, we are users, nothing more. And also nothing less. Hee. Yep. I have dabbled in Unreal Engine for like an afternoon, but nothing crazy. I do think it'd be interesting to learn like other game engines and learn more and all that, but right now I got a million projects going on. I also actually recently got a Raspberry Pi, so got one of these now. I was gonna experiment with doing stuff with that. Haven't yet, because as I said, I've been, yeah. I have like, you know, this game that I'm working on, and like I have a job and like a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, so, right now though, yeah, I'm trying to figure out, yeah, okay, this bug. Why is it happening? I don't know. So wait, this printed out a 1, yeah? So, it almost would seem like something else is like, I don't know, clearing the data or something. Here, let me just do a thing. If I go, yeah, that works. Just, I already kind of did this. I want to do it again to kind of, what was that? Like, these, right now what's currently happening is this is printing 1 and then this is printing 0 for some reason, when it should be the other way around. Let's go at work time, yeah. We're 2 hours into something that really wasn't supposed to take that long. I have on my Trello board a bunch of stuff that we're going to be doing. I thought these wouldn't take that long, and we'd mostly focus on this, and then maybe get to this stuff, but Yeah, collectibles are being, trickier. Wait! You are both ones. Excuse me? That's what's supposed to happen, but, like, why is it... That's not what I expected to happen. And that also does prove that both these functions are being called, and in the right order. That confuses me. So... Why am I not seeing it? Like, this is that array. I should be seeing a single entry, because that's what I filled it in code. Why am I not seeing it? Because then, like, what? Void update. Let me just print this in update every frame out of curiosity now. Like, what's going on with this? And I think we've determined that it wasn't the me disabling the like me disabling the turning the collectibles off after we pick them up. I think it's the problem isn't that because we haven't gotten there yet. Haven't gotten to the point where that's even happening in the code. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Wait. Hold on, let me double check the order of this. I was gonna say, like, that's fair that, this ran before this, with the way that things are working, because I'm also not using update, but how did this print a 0, which then got followed up by that printing a 1, when they're supposed to be printing the same data? They also move back to this side. I'm just getting extra confused. What's going on here? This is just in update. In the same code. I'm so confused. What's going on? And, like, this should be the same as, like, I have this. It's basically the same thing. It's an array of some code that's a hidden in inspector public thing. And then I'm getting it in the exact same way. I mean, yeah, I use a normal for loop instead of a for each loop. That shouldn't make a difference. Is there something weird? Like, what? What's going on here? Why? like, what's clearing the data? Here, I'm gonna try a thing. Real quick. This shouldn't work. If it does, I will be flabbergasted. That's gonna error because you were trying to use that. But something I have had some issues with in the past, to do with inspector values overriding code values. At least double check that that's not what's happening. I just made that whole array private. No, I thought I got rid of your reference. What? How? What's going on here? You... I don't have to initialize this, right? Like, if I don't initialize it, it has length 0. Isn't that how that's supposed to work? Like, with a list, I'd have to go, like, equals new list of type collectibles, but with an array in C#, I don't go new collectible. I don't have to do that, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe I do, but, if that's what's causing that. Here. I mean, I said, I don't need the update to actually be there. Although, I'm just gonna test out a thing for just a second. Because also, so I don't need the array to be public. I only need another script to know its length, and I could pass that as just an int. No, you're still weird. Wait, how are you erroring? No. Okay, so I thought that maybe this was erroring because it, like... I thought that maybe that this was erroring because, like, this was running before it got the references or something. But one, no, that actually wasn't the case. And two, this is erroring because maybe this is null, something's not set up. But I'm setting it up here. I'm assigning the values. And then a while later I'm doing this. So why is, after this runs, why are you just deciding to not be a collectible anymore? I'm gonna try something else for a sec. Put that back to how it was. I can bring this back too, I guess. Like, if I'm looking for what's different between, thing A where I did this exact same logic and thing B, the difference is, the difference is just that I used a normal for loop instead of a for each loop, among other things. Like, if that... I don't think this is the problem, but at this point, I'm just trying things even if I don't think they're the problem. Yeah, I didn't... Okay, so still we're being met with a bunch of zeros. So I didn't think so. It was just something to try. I've never been this confused with arrays. It's just an array. It's just an array of some code. What's the problem? Oh, didn't mean to pin that. Like, is it something with the class itself that is doing funky things? I don't understand you. Like, what's the problem with you, bruh? I know, I am... Like, of all the problems I was expecting to have today with this code, this was not one of them. And it feels like it should be such a simple... Like, as I said before, it's like, probably just a typo somewhere. The problem isn't just that this is happening. I'm extra confused by the fact that I've done the same... effectively the same thing over here, and it's working fine. So why... With this ride manager that has an array of rides... uses get components in children to get them in what is effectively like my awake function, and then tests stuff with them later on, and that all works fine. I even have the same ride was fixed as the equivalent to the other one's ride was busted, and oh, I guess I don't actually reference the array here, huh? But no way it'd be 0 there. Poke it with a stick? That's what I'm trying to do. Try to just try random things and hope that something will randomly get fixed for one reason or another. This true thing that's here is a thing for like if the things are disabled. Or like on a level restart, some collectibles might be disabled and then need to be reset. Or when I leave a level and go back into it, there's no deloading of scenes for that, because you can still see the level off in the distance. Okay, so this wasn't the problem, but it was something that was different, so I thought it was just worth a try. So, what do I even do if this... Why are you... Okay. Let me try something for the sake of trying another thing. Let me just bring in a good old normal start function and put this in here. Like, this is being called by some other code's start function at the moment. But if I just put this in start, will you have any chance of behaving differently for any reason? Again, at this point, I'm just trying things, even if I don't think they're going to work. Because they might. There's a chance that they could. And then What do you mean? What are you talking about? What do you mean you're working now? Are you going to work fully? Nope, still not fully, but, this is outputting a bunch of 1s now. That didn't update, but... There was no difference! This is being called by some other code start function. It's the same. Use a bigger stick? Yeah, let me double check my own words, I guess. This is being called by... Okay, it's being called by something else is awake function. Would that make a difference? No, like... Does get components in children work any differently in an awake function? You're awake, you call the hub manager thing, you set up level things, then calls the objective stuff that calls the setup collectibles stuff. That's all, like, correct order of events. And you print a 1, that's what you're supposed to do, but, like... And this one is basically equivalent of its own start function. It's equivalent of the hub spawn, basically it's start... Basically it's start function, close enough. 3, 2, 1. Oh, that was it. Yeah, that's what I'm wanting to have happen. I'm hoping it happens soon. This is already confusing. It's weird that this has a 1. Here, if I comment out this code... Wait, I have some... oh, warning. Oh, that's fine. That's not a problem. That's other things. But... So... Is it possible that I'm, like, misunderstanding something about the inner workings of how get components in children works? Actually, technically, for my own testing purposes right now, I don't need that part that says true. It's not necessary. It's necessary for level restarts, kind of, sort of, in a way, but not for what's causing this problem. And you're a bunch of zeros. I guess I'm gonna quickly just do a quick Google on this function and maybe quickly read if there's anything about how this works. Yeah, returns all game objects of type that in the game object or any of its children using depth for search. Any additional notes? Yeah. Nothing I'm seeing here that is anything beyond how I thought this code worked. Weird. So, I do have a potential solution, maybe. It's dumb that I have to do this. But... Actually, I saying that, I was about to maybe have to change my mind mid-sentence. As far as this function's concerned, the only reason I need the length is I need the int, that is how many collectibles there are. If, as soon as I get them, I just store that int, and then reference that later on, like, yeah, that works, but I'd rather not, like... I'd like to know what the problem is. Like, that's sidestepping the solution, which, I mean, yeah, we could do, but just is unnecessary and shouldn't need to be done in the first place. So, I wonder if I'm looking for other common denominators, this is being called in something else's awake function rather than the start, but that should be fine in theory. This is being called out of a coroutine. I don't know if there's some weird, funky coroutine stuff doing anything. Yeah. So here's what I'm gonna try. This code is code that's effectively editor-only code. Not really, but it kind of is. When I want to go into play mode in a level, that is special code that needs to run for that to happen. The usual series of events would be that the player starts in the hub world and goes into a level from the hub world, right? So I'm gonna just quickly, for a moment, try this version of events. Nope, still getting all these zeros. Actually, no. Zeros right now are fine. Hold on, no, zeros right now are okay because we haven't. As soon as I enter the cannon, I should see the A1, and then the second I hit the ground, I should see the B1. And then C will do whatever it's doing. Okay, I got the A1. Still getting C0. That's, you know, already, like, not what should be happening. So, like, what I don't know at the moment is this an array problem? Or is this a coroutine thing? Or is this some weird other third thing? Like, what is the source of this issue? And at this point, I'm just curious, like, I just want to know what's causing the problem more than I want to sidestep it. So, like, I'm going to try for a moment. Let's see if I can not break everything, but, or maybe I'll just make a new array. Have an array of something that's not my own custom code. An array of game objects. Blog. Okay. And I'm gonna just do some messing around with this. Because I'm just curious, is this going to change anything? Like, this would at least maybe decide, is this because of my custom code, the collectible script, or would this happen outside of that? Burning its length. So get this. I guess get all the game objects in children, sure. Because then I also next I'd isolate, like, is the problem get components in children versus just normal get components? Whittling down what the problem could be. And then here, I guess I'll put like D for continuing the how I've been doing this letter thing, I guess. Any other part that's necessary for this? I mean, I could have a for loop, but the for loop didn't seem to be the problem. I commented it out before. So now we get to see, does the same thing happen? And then go from there. If it doesn't, oh, error. Okay, I didn't set up my own example correctly, I guess. Where... Wait, 19? This? Oh, you don't like this? Why don't you like this? What's your problem? What? Wait. What? Did you not just work a second ago with the other one? And there's no difference? Oh, are you because... Hold on, I'm gonna test a thing. Un momento. Doing this, 1 second. Over here. I'm testing a thing that... No, what? I'm testing a thing with my things over here. You're disabled right now? Sure. I'm sure I did that for a reason. I'm not going to mess with that right now. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh. Collectible appearance is a type mismatch. I thought I fixed that. No. No way this has to do with the problem. Hold on. Let me mess with things over here. Please tell me this is the solution. But I dragged and dropped that there. But I did that before. It was a type mismatch, and I fixed it before. I see things that aren't English. Requires that the requested game object derived from mono behavior. What? Oh, sorry. Get components, I guess, shouldn't be game object. Fair enough. That's okay. That's fine. I meant to go, I guess, transform. Sure. It didn't like... Yeah, fair enough. A game object isn't a component. That's fair. That isn't the thing I was testing for. Okay. That is... Yep, 1 second. In a minute. In a minute. Okay. And very soon. Very soon. Okay. So you have 3. Yeah, you had 3 things. So now you're working properly. Why? Let me put this back to this. I guess I should actually... I'm gonna, print them both side by side. Because... So, if this is working, then this does actually mean... oh, I guess I need other letters. I don't know, M. That's gonna be the collectible, like... I could have this be more descriptive, but whatever. I'm just trying to, like... In the very short term of right now, I know what these things mean. And then, just kind of going... I already have B. I was going right on my keyboard there. I don't care about the letters. I just need to... I haven't gotten that far anyways. Whatever. Coder's Life. It's not working. Why? It's working. Why? I know! Okay, let's speak Spanish then. Yeah. I'm in Canada, so I do French, not Spanish. Okay, so let me try this again. Just printing out sets of things. Okay, so it's working now because it was the type mismatch thing. But I fixed that before. I guess I didn't. I thought that I did. That was because I changed what type the variable was. But I thought I had accounted for that already. I just want to confirm. But why didn't it error, though? It should have errored. When this problem first happened, I said that it, like, oh, it would have been easier to solve if there was an error. Like, oh, I don't know where the code's going wrong because there's no error. The problem was an inspector thing that should have caused an error. It should have thrown an error. It shouldn't have just done nothing. It should have said, like, a type mismatch should be equivalent to it being null. Okay, here, actually, keep the collectible one. So I didn't even finish what I was testing with the blah thing before I encountered this. Put that in there. I still don't know fully that it's working, but, like, it was printing ones. It's printing C as or M or whatever number is supposed to be ones right now. Hold on, I'm gonna put these back to wherever they just were. C was that one, A was this one, B was this one. Just so it's consistent with how I had it a moment ago. I'm going to, in a second, I want to recreate the type mismatch thing, just so that I know that that's exactly what it was. And I guess that's something to keep, yeah, it's being ones now. Why didn't you error then? Like... Am I crazy to think that like, should have thrown an error? Or at least a warning? Like, I get not wanting to throw errors in that, like, oh, not having the game crash is a good thing, but, like, give me something that can help me know that that's a problem. Okay, so this started as a thing of type transform. Unfortunately, doing that means that things are going to break, so I just need to, for... momentariness, comment out everything. Oh, yeah, comment out everything. Just to get this to not... I just need the code to compile. I don't even need to run the code. I just need it to compile. How long did that take to solve? It was like half an hour or something. Ugh. Okay, cool. You're that. Fun. If I now... Wait, no, before I go any further. Now I drag and drop this. Right? Save the code. Sure. Oh. Fun. Whatever that is. Cool. that was something with my minimap, even though I deleted my minimap code ages ago. So let me back that up to here. I didn't, I actually did mean to bring that back. Okay. Cool. Now, down here, it'll be all, like, type mismatch, which, again, I thought I fixed that. I thought I corrected that, but I guess I didn't. The video proof is there over whether or not I did or didn't. And then it's ones and zeros. So specifically, it's like code in no. It's like I don't even know. It's almost like so the difference wasn't coroutines, it wasn't for loops, it was anything. The difference between these and this is that these are other scripts, specifically I think the objectives manager in both cases, using this type mismatch variable, drag and drop reference, whatever, to try and run code. That's effectively like a start function, like an awake and a start. And then this code is running on the object itself. And that's the difference of why these numbers mismatched. But what? Type mismatch. This is clearly a problem. Either be null or be like, warning, there's a type mismatch. But no, nothing. Fine. We have a solution. I should just be happy with that. Okay, where is... I have to drag and drop the thing one last time. Okay, I'm glad that I did stick it through. Like I said, like, there were potential things we could have done to sidestep the problem and whatever. To, like, implement it differently in a way that I thought then that problem wouldn't happen. Actually, it still might have, but... Anyways, I'm glad that we figured it out. It was something dumb, and I'd rather have maybe not have had to go through that, but... Oh, well. Okay, so let's actually test this. So the number is 1. That was like a problem within a problem. The overall problem was, I touch this, the 4th line of text over there should turn green. Just like the one above, that 4th line should do that. And also say 1 out of 1. Please happen. Yes! That's what should have happened the first time. And it would have happened the first time if I had just dragged and dropped that thing. We lost like 20 minutes or 30 minutes or however long it was because of that. Yay! Ah, okay. But we did it! Yeah! Woo! And I guess I learned things. I say I learned, like, I was hoping it's like, oh, I was gonna learn stuff about how coroutines or how start things work or whatever. But no, it was just, I learned that, don't have type mismatches. Or specifically, it happened not because the type mismatch was because I made that variable down there, and then I changed the type of it, even though it was still using the same game object. It was such a very specific thing that caused the problem. Like, a very narrow, specific sequence of events that led us to that problem. But okay. Well, you got 10 XP points, congrats. Oh yeah. Yeah, your coder level has increased. Woo. Awesome. Great. Okay. Alright, so cool. And then that completed. Awesome. Jeez. Alright, okay, we did it. Woo. Now, I should be able to... Here's the awesome thing with how I've set up some code. I should be able to just duplicate these, and I don't have to set up anything on other game objects. This should just be, like, out of 5. Huzzah. It knows to fill in those numbers. These hover at different rates, like, they're slightly offset, and every time I restart the game, they'd kind of be different offsets. The rotating is not as... It could be better for being more random, but, you know, it's good enough for now. Woo! Okay, it's fine. Yeah, so then down there, the D there, you got, like, 2 out of 5. I guess it's also actually the text up there. 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5. Booyah! Awesome. That's smart. Yeah, it's nice to automate, like, one nice thing with automating things with code, so then it's easier to make levels and all that. Like, this line of other objective types, yeah, has a lot of other nice automation stuff going on. So, yeah. But I clear all these objectives. Woo! You win, printed you win down there. Eventually we're going to do stuff with that. We had a windscreen ages ago, but I've dismantled it, or it kind of stopped working, and it was with the old demo of, like, the concept demo of what this was, where now I think the windscreen will be different, so, like, when we get to around implementing the new windscreen, which ideally was going to be in this stream, yeah, we'll probably going to make a new windscreen. Or, I don't know, I'll see how much I can leverage from the old one, but, did that, yeah. Let me get rid of the print statements, not that one. Wow. Like, sometimes when I solve a bug, I'm all like, yeah, I did it, woo. This time, I'm just defeated. It's like, yeah, okay. But yeah, we did it. Woo. I'm gonna take a quick break and get some water, some H2O, and then, what are we doing next? So, collectibles, work. Actually, let me just quickly do this. So, collectibles, objective complete. Huzzah. We're going to make one more type of objective that is fix all broken things that I'll explain when I get back. But the blue things, it's going to be very similar to that, just like a different implementation of that. Maybe do a similar trick to... Maybe do a similar trick to check how many objectives there are in total and activate it. So right now we have like 4 objectives. One, I think you can kind of... Oh, you can visually look and count 4, hopefully. But, in most real levels, I plan to have, like, especially early half of the game, I expect to have 1 objective, or maybe 2. Maybe eventually there might be 3, kind of a deal. I don't plan for a level to have, like, 10 objectives, necessarily. We'll see. We'll see kind of, like, there's a difference between me saying conceptually what I think will happen and what will happen when I actually build levels. But the point of the objective system is to allow different levels to, like, I can have single objectives, but each level has a slightly different single objective. That doesn't have to be super spelled out to the player every time. If I want a level where the objectives get to the end, and then a level where you're repairing rides, and a level where you just get these collectibles, having the objectives thing, even when there's just one, it works nice for that. To easily communicate to the player what their goal for the level is. That ideally would also be accompanied by some cutscene-esque people talking and subtitles to make it make sense within the game's story and whatnot. But yeah, but then sometimes we'll have like multiple objectives, and we'll see how crazy that gets. I'm considering maybe also having bonus objectives. We'll see. But yeah, that'll be something to consider later. I could have the actual objective things at the top be like, yeah, like 1 out of 4. I could do that. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I still have to figure out more of what the UI is actually going to look like. Right now, what we have is a bit temporary. Like, I'm probably going to have a different font that's a bit more, like, legible. But, and then the actual checkbox, I'm going to actually do some photoshopping and make a better checkbox. But, thank you. Did I totally missed a message. Yes. Would it be easy to place would it be easy to place a teleport and make it disabled and half transparent till all those are done? You mean, so like when I get all the collectibles, have something happen in the level, like activating a teleport. I could do that. So currently the idea was that you'd go into a level and you'd have all of your objectives. You can do them in any order, which, as I said, might be like 1 or 2. And then you do, once you're done with the objectives, then you beat the level. I didn't think I was going to have objectives get introduced partway through the levels. Although I had the idea that, like, there'd be one level, or like I do it very rarely, so it's not too common. So it gets to be a surprise where you go into a level, you have your objectives, but then something happens like halfway through the level, like sudden cutscene where something happens, and then your objective, like one of them goes away and gets replaced by something else. Like, let's say it's like a get to the end kind of a deal, or repair the rides, whatever. But then there's like one part of the level, like halfway through, there's like a big bridge, and then you're crossing the bridge, and suddenly the bridge snaps, and you fall into a lower area, and then that objective gets like changed. Now it's just like get out of whatever area you've fallen into, or something. Something like that I thought could be cool as like a one-time to be special kind of occasion. But I'll have to see. I'll have to see if I want to have. I do want things to potentially change mid-level, but I don't know if I would tie that to objectives specifically. Or I should be more specific. I don't know if I had to tie that to those objectives. Those are meant to be like, these are what you need to do to beat the level. I could have other minor objectives mid-level. Like, here's a lever, or here's some levers. You flip the levers and you see stuff happen. Like, oh, I need to get across this like gap. If I go to this section of the level, pull a lever, now there's a platform there. I totally would be up for doing stuff like that. I just don't know if I'd tie something like that to the objectives thing. The objectives thing is more meant to be what to do to win, rather than a mid-level thing. But we'll see. Again, actually for like building levels, yeah, we'll see what I decide to actually do. As I said, I also might have like bonus objectives, maybe. I was deciding that to what degree I want, like, that'd be more for like 100%ingness. If some levels had like a bonus objective that if you did that too, then you get something out of that. But that also makes the actual level creation process a lot harder. But it would be cool and would add to replayability. I do like the idea of doing stuff to make the levels have replayability would be cool. Like the potential of like a score system or something. I don't know. Well, I don't know if I'd do a score system. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think I really... I don't know. I have like some ideas for like things like that. I'm not fully settled on any ideas. There's a few that I'm kind of like more likely that I think I'm going to do. Like a lot of the ride repairing stuff and the objectives thing as I currently have it set up. But it could work as a guide. The first levels to suggest the player how to advance in the map. Later add more playtime to the maps. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. As I said, though, one thing I planned is that a lot of the levels will be very... not open. I don't know if open's the right word, but like... Oh, Francesco. Oh, 97.7. Oh, no. My demise is slowly incoming. A lot of the levels are going to be you're in like an environment where you're having to go to like around in the same environment to repair rides or to stop all this chaos from whatever's going on of things breaking and all that. There'll be a few levels that are more linear, or might be some levels where it's like sandbox kind of section, linear section, like area to repair ride, like that kind of thing. I don't know. That's something I'm still sorting out, but the main idea, at least when like I had my sort of concept demo thingy, was that you're in an environment, there's a bunch of rides around the map, you have to be riding around to all these different rides to repair them before they all break and stuff, but then hazards like everywhere. The main moment-to-moment gameplay is about like dodging hazards, but then the rides are like an excuse to like go here, now go here, now go here, have fun multitasking, and strategizing, like, you know, best path to take kind of deal. And potentially having, like, shortcuts and other things to interact with or repair that aren't rides. Like, if we have the cannons, right, that can launch you around. If we had, like, a cannon that you don't have to fix it to beat the level, but if you repair this cannon, it'll now launch you to the other side of the level as, like, a shortcut. Certain optional repairing things like that to make traversal faster, I thought could be interesting to play around with. That might be stuff we end up doing soon-ish. We'll see. We'll see. Got a lot on my agenda of, things that we're working on. But anyways, I'm going to get water real quick, and I'll be right back in like 2 seconds. Be back in a moment. Wah. right, I'm back. What are we doing now? I want to do this other win objective, which I think with the last one we kind of do for now. Making some of these common objectives. Oh, got already a restart map button. So, funny thing, we did not anymore. If I go into this real quick. We had a restart level. It still says restart day. Actually, I have to change that. Originally, the levels were going to be like days. I kind of dropped that. Because I want to be able to have levels like, here's a level in the middle of the day, here's a level at sunset, here's a level at night. I don't want to, like, tie it to days necessarily. Before I had reason for doing that stat, but not anymore. So I'm going to kind of ditch that terminology. Anyways, but that button worked at one point, where... Actually, okay. Let me show a thing. When I fall off, see these curtains? Those were in the restart thing. It would curtains close, it would reload the scene, and then open. But my level stuff is no longer tied to reloading scenes, or not. I want to redo level reloading, where rather than reloading the whole scene, I actually manually reset what needs to be reset, because that's way better. Assuming it's done right, it's way better on performance than reloading the whole scene, especially when you have a massive scene. All, like, good modern games wouldn't reload an entire scene. They would just reset what needs to be reset, which means, like, put the player back on, like, a checkpoint or the spawn of the level or whatever. Reset enemies and, like, hazards and stuff like that. Or, like, level logic, like my objective system. However, I do have this. If I leave the level, ignore that the objectives thing just kind of stops existing. Ignore that. This is the hub world. And then if I touch this, I get launched into the level. If you treat that like resetting, which it kind of is, then yeah, okay, so specifically the objectives, they reset like whenever I do that. The hazards over there don't. They're just going full time all the time. So I have some things resetting, the important things that are the objectives. So basically what I need to do, I think, I haven't done this yet, but I think all I'll need to do, the code that runs when I'm taking those cannons, I just need that reset button to run that code. So it should be easy-ish to set up. I just gotta actually do it, but got a bunch of things on my plate. Also, this return to hub button, I need to fix that as well, because, actually, I'm curious. Is this gonna do what I think it's gonna do? It's gonna, Nope. Did not like whatever it was trying to do there. Before, like, in our old test level thing, that would load our scene, load the hub world scene, but, it did not like whatever, it's currently trying to do. Anyways, so we'll get those up and running eventually. Have more important things at the moment. Well, ish. Anyways, so, what are we doing now? Got those collectibles, sure. So now we're making a third type of ride. I say ride, that was fast. Oh, the launching? Yeah, I have the cannon stuff being really fast. It's cool. And the idea is also that UI would, like, go off screen and then on screen. When you're in the hub world, that UI is not there. And what I want to happen is the second you land with a big thud, then the UI comes on screen with that thud, at the same time. So, yeah. So seeing the text kind of clear and then pop in again, that won't happen. Or that'll happen when it's off screen. So, that it doesn't matter. Anyways. So... last objective type we're going to make for right now is, let me put this over here. Last objective type we're making for now is a third type of ride that I don't know how, in trying to explain it, or try to have it in as few words as possible. But basically, are three types of rides, or anything to repair. I'd like the common thing is that it'll be circus rides. But it could be like repairing, as a common example I'm going to keep using is that you're in a submarine and there's like cracks and you got to get to the walls and repair the cracks. It's repairing stuff. Anything that you go up to and interact with. In the context of the level, it could be a lot of different things, model-wise. But functionally, it's the same purpose. And the most common thing is it's going to be a circus ride. So I'm going to keep calling it a type of ride. So the three types of rides. The most common one is, ignore the colors don't matter, they were just for the sake of my test level, is for like 2 minutes, you're going to have like a bunch of rides in the environment, and it'll be like, this one's breaking. Now this one's breaking. Now that one over there is breaking. Now these two are breaking at the same time. Now that one breaking over there. And basically you have to keep running around and fix rides as they start to break. And when they're breaking, they have a health bar that's depleting. If they deplete all the way, then they become like broken beyond repair, and that's a bad thing, and you get a strike for that. 3 strikes, you fail the level. So basically, start this health bar depleting. Start that health bar depleting. That's kind of the gist of that. For a time limit. Once the time limit is up, that type of rides, new rides don't start to break. You gotta finish repairing the ones that were already draining, but basically when the timer is up, then you're kind of done this type of ride. And as I said, I think this will be the most common task in the game, with the way that I kind of want it to be. Other type of ride, this one, it's similar to this. Instead of a time limit, it's just as soon as the level starts, all of these start breaking. All of them start the health bar go down sequence. So there could be like 10 of them around the environment. As soon as the level starts, they all start going down. So then you gotta quickly get to all of them in any order and repair all of them. And then once they're fixed forever. They're done. So that's that type of objective. Oh, I want to see it already. The repairman inside a submarine remind me of a really old game I did really love. Ooh, cool. Fun. Yeah. I keep using that. I have a few examples that I keep using when I'm trying to describe certain mechanics. I have a lot planned in my head and written on like my phone and some things I've been planning with Trello, or some things I've already gone into long rambles with on stream. Anyways though, so yeah. So this is keep fixing for a timer. As soon as things start, they all start depleting. You fix them all once, and then they're good. They're done. Third type is kind of like this, but it's rather than things going down, it's just a bunch of things that sort of start at health 0. You get to them, you fix them back up to health of 100%, and then they're done. It's similar, but it's different, because this is one that you can fail, because you're having to race against the clock to fix them all before they deplete. This third type is you just have to get to them and repair them, and that's it. There's no failing. It's just do it as fast as you can, because video game. And I think like that type would be more common in earlier levels, because it's basically like this version, but without a time limit, which makes it easier. Yeah, and especially if I mix that with other types of things, with other types of objectives, then we get some mix and matching going on there. Even like the collectibles, if I wanted, I could have a variation of like get the collectibles in a time limit, and then stuff like that to have variation in difficulty and all that. Although I don't necessarily want all the difficulty to come out of pure time limits. If I want to have more difficulty, I'd rather it be more so towards like more so from hazard difficulty. More trickier hazards to go around and all that. But anyways, so hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, we're about to make it, and then make more sense when we can visually see the difference. So I don't know how much, like, as I said, it's so similar to this type of hazard. I don't know how much additional coding I'm going to need to do for it. Let's find out. So first, let's just make them. Oh, I also, I don't think it might be confusing in-game to have, like, oh, there's these 2 types of hazards at once. I think, like, in-game, I wouldn't have, like, 2 types of carnival rides that have different rules for how they break at the same time. It would be, like, a level where there's this going on and a level where there's this going on. Or this would be something that's not a ride. I'm going to use the submarine example again. Carnival going on inside a submarine. So you have the normal time limit fixie rides thing, as well fix these 10 leaks that are around before, like, the submarine explodes. Right? So I would do stuff in context that makes it make sense and hopefully not confusing. And a lot of these objectives, you're going to see them throughout the game. You would get used to what kind of objectives you're going to see, and, introducing more over time, blah, blah, blah. I think I can pull it off in a way that's not confusing. If the way I'm explaining it is confusing, I'm hoping, and I'd like to think that hopefully I can, pull it off in-game in a way that makes sense. Anyways. Okay, so, so single, break all, ride manager. So single, the terminology for the game objects of these is strange, but whatever. So this single break all, which is as soon as the gameplay starts, they start breaking and you gotta fix them. This is single fix-all. It's a bunch of things that have health bar 0, but they're not broken beyond repair. There's just health bar 0, and then you get them to full. Yeah, only repair. So I actually did set up an enum already. Whoops. I set up an enum called only repair for the 3 types of rides that there can be. Continual random break, single bulk break, or only repair. Like, the rides can only be repaired, and that's it. I don't know if I've actually set up the code for this. I think I just made the enum. These variables here are only used for the random thing. I'm gonna do some fancy editor stuff where if you have this, these variables show up. If you have this, the variables are hidden, but that requires work to do. I will do that eventually. Okay, so now these 2 rides. Wait, hold on here. Yeah. Just I'd like them to be at a nice number. Hold on here. You're gonna get like 80. I don't want you to be too close to the power up. I have no reason to like squish things close together. It's just a long strip of game mechanics. I also don't want them to be too close, because if you're like in between both of them and then you could technically be interacting with both of them at the same time, that can sometimes do weird behavior that I'd rather I mean, I have code that like make sure that doesn't break, I think, but in a real gameplay scenario, you're not going to have rides this close together. They're meant to be separated on the other side of the map, like that kind of thing. So in this test, they're side by side. In real level stuff, they ideally wouldn't be. Actually, well, that's a bit too far, but 95, something like that. Whatever. I'm also on these ones. I'm gonna make their decrease speed even smaller because I just want to. In my testing, I don't want them to actually break. For right now. Is that what this was? I'm just copying these ones. So these ones should have a decrease speed of 0 because they don't break. Repair speed of 0.4, sure. Start damage was a boolean I set up. I don't remember if I've actually programmed the logic with that boolean. We're gonna find out. Okay, so then I've got to set up. Where is the on the? Where are you? The objective manager. Where art thou? You're around here somewhere. Why am I not seeing it? Hello? Oh, you're here. You're just buried. Okay. Let's gonna go like, yeah, it's fine. Okay. Objective manager. New objective. One thing that I'm thinking of as well, to make this easy for me as a developer, to be building the levels and changing the objectives and all that, I can put, like, single fix all. Right, so these 2 types of things can have the same objective. The difference is how I set up the actual rides in the ride manager. I'm just thinking, do I want to do it that way? Or if I want to, while I'm designing a level, change these rides from being one type to another, do I want to basically only do it here, or do I want to do it like, yeah, do I might want to make it so that I just change it here and then it automatically changes in the other places or whatever? I don't know. I'll have to figure out, like, there's a degree of like saying that and like actually implementing it, and how much control I want over individual rides. Like, for example, I can control each individual ride's decrease speed and repair speed. Maybe I want some rides to decrease faster. Maybe I want some to repair faster or slower for some reason. So I guess for now, yeah, I'll keep that stuff, those variables, on the rides themselves, just to have more individual control over it, unless I decide to change that for any reason. Anyways, okay. So this, the ride manager you use is this one. Those variables don't matter. This is going to be... Okay, fix the... I guess I'll give it a different color. What color are these gonna be? Of my colors here, these are going to be something along the lines of... I'm gonna be decisive with colors. I don't know. Orange. Go opposite. I don't like orange as a color that much. Red, but red makes it look like a hazard. White, I don't know. You blend it with the sky too much. Purple, you're gonna go be purple. Hold on. I guess, but then I'll change this. You orange. So never mind. I'm going to go like cyan. So they're similar for the sake of saying that they're similar. Whatever. In actual level stuff, it'd be easier to like decide colors of things because it'll be like, this is a Ferris wheel or whatever. Let me put me to that side of the screen again before I forget and go into coding when I'll be blocking half the code with my face. Okay, so I think that's all I need to set up there. I don't know if the code is set up to handle it, but we're gonna find out. Only repair is that these numbers don't matter, and these are set to this start damage that is supposed to. I don't think this is gonna work. I'm sure there's something I haven't set up right because I don't remember. I've set up those public variables. I don't remember how much I've set things up in code. See, yeah, like it says 2 out of 2. That's not good. They start being full. Yeah. So the idea is that these should start with an empty circle. That's what this should visually look like. And it should start saying 0 to 0. Okay. So ride, start damaged. I think the 2 out of 2 is because it was being in the repair state. As I said, I made this variable. I don't think I'm doing anything with it. So right now I put you like 0.25 because I don't know if I have the code in place to like it's supposed to when it hits 0 stuff happens that causes strikes. I need to have these rides be special where they're at 0 even though they don't cause strikes. So let's get that to happen. So start braking. Yeah, this makes the damage circle start existing. This, normally I have the health be at 1. I don't know if that's necessary, but sure, whatever. I'm not deleting code here because I'm sure I'll break something I don't mean to. Repair trigger. This is the trigger that allows the player to repair the thing. And it is in the braking state. The braking state is the state for the player to be able to repair it, so that's what I want. So that part's correct. Setup ride is like start, awake, whatever. Wait a minute. Oh, hold on. No, this is fine. No, all good. Kurt, so I'm gonna start just getting this to work. It's starting at 0.25. Once that is working, then I'll get it to start at 0. Because the difference between any number that's not 1 and 0, that might be some complications. So let's just get it to work at like a low health that isn't 0 specifically. Am I using this Boolean anywhere else? Wait, so why was it? Okay, so why was it starting with 0.25 health? I think I know why. Because the ride manager, it calls it and does stuff with that. Ride manager type is only repair. I need to do more with this, I think. I set the Boolean automatically. Sure. It's a public thing. You don't need to be public, do you? Oh, no, you're not public. Wait, start damaged and only repair are different. Right. Those are different things. Start damaged is a different thing if I want a ride to... Okay, I see, this is not how this is meant to be used. Actually, I don't know. So, this was, if I had this as a general thing before. If I, for some reason, wanted a ride to start at, like, 50% health, you repair it, and then it goes on as normal. It's not necessary. I had this as serving a different function in my demo. I'm gonna get rid of it. It's not needed. Yes, which means I'm getting rid of this. Yeah, that shouldn't be doing that. So then, only repair is being set up by the ride manager. Yep. Wait, let me double check. Was that variable being used elsewhere that's going to be causing red lines of errors? No. Okay. So you set this up Cool. You call the setup ride, which does all this. That is good. Cur health being 1, let's say that's fine for now, because the setup will set it up more properly, I guess. So, start braking. I guess here's where I'll change my logic. All rides fixed is false. Yes, current rides busted, none of them. And then based on the type, I do different things. Yeah, okay, so this is where things need to change. Only repair. So if it's only repair, then the current number of rides that are considered, like, to be fixed is all of them. Go through all of them, start their braking process. That's... Actually... that might actually... I might be able to have that be the same if then on the... Let's see here. If in the start braking function... I'm just thinking how best I want to do this. If I have this part have, like... If this part tests the enum for what type of ride it is and what start braking means to it. I'd rather... Actually, no. I'd rather, Just thinking of how I want to do this. Yeah, I do think I want this. No, and I have a good reason for it, because I'm gonna put this in a different thing. Brake for only repair. Because this will be better on performance. Because if I, in here, have if statements that test if it's an only repair ride or not, then... Oh, wait, no, actually the player might be called... I was about to say that, like, the other types of rides don't care about that. So I was going to say it always testing it would be slightly worse on performance if it's unnecessary. However, before I go too far in this, I actually think I need to check something on the player. When this compiles, so I can go look at my player code. I want to double check my player repairing code for how it... Because I think actually the player repairing code might... If you start repairing something and then stop halfway, I think it calls the start braking function. So I just need to double check that. Because I need to make sure that if the player is repairing the ride part way and then they stop, I need to make sure that it, like... for normal rides, it'll start going back down again. But for this only repair ride, it'll stay at whatever it was. So let me just find that code real quick. Where is scripts? Scripts, level. Not level, it's under player. It's like player repair or something. What did I call you? Or are you player interact? I think it's just generically under the player interact code. Yeah, it's for the ride stuff. Okay, so how is this used? When you're close enough to a ride, it makes the fixed text come up. And then skipping to here, it unsets up things. Oh, I use continue braking. Right, that is a different function. Fair enough. Continue. Yeah, so I don't call start braking. That's mainly what I was looking for. Okay, cool. So I'm free to have these be different. Some of them will be the same, but not all of it. But it's better on performance to have the other versions of rides not care about the only repair specific stuff, I guess. Do I need all of this? Actually, I do. Hold on. I might be able to, like, combine the common things into one function, but... brake for only repair doesn't need this if statement. It doesn't care for the if statement. So, that's a difference. In fact, start braking doesn't necessarily... Oh, no, it needs the if statement. So, brake for only repair... does what now? So, cur health equals... For now, as I said, I'm going to put it at, like, a... close to 0, but not quite 0, because putting it at exactly 0 might cause me some slight issues that I'll cross that bridge in a sec. So swap for braking model. So set the health. What else needs to happen? I need to set up something for... Or wait, or do I? Wait. Hold on, actually... I need to set up something so that it doesn't decrease. The decrease speed is 0. Okay, so actually, you know what I think it'll be? Is just that,
Right now, this is just the one additional line, but I think when I set it to be full 0, I think there's going to be more I'm going to need to put in there. So right now, they're almost the same. I think it'll change more. I'll get back to that. Okay, the repairing is the same, including the fixing. Okay, so this part's the same. Continue breaking. It puts this in the breaking state. Really? Wait a minute. Okay, so what needs to... Oh, okay, what calls test for busted? Because actually, it's just that needs... Oh, it's an update. Oh. And not only repair... Oh, I already have that? Oh. Okay, maybe this is not as different as I thought. Okay, oops. Really? I thought that more would be different, so maybe I'm actually wrong, and I could just, as I did in the other place, call start breaking and then just manually set the health. Is this a public thing? No. Fine. I will just do that. And you know what? I'm gonna... No, because it wasn't working before. I'm gonna keep it at not fully 0 just yet, and get there. Call start breaking, but then also call break for only repair. Actually, I'll do one better here. Break for only repair, but the beginning of break for only repair call start breaking. That's maybe looks slightly better from the ride manager perspective. Yeah, do it that way. Same functionality, but a little bit different. Okay, let's see if this works. So I'll go into play mode. These should start with a health bar of 20, like a quarter, and then it shouldn't be going down. Nope, it's still full. Okay, what's setting you to 1? This sets it to 1, but then it should get immediately set to not 1. So this shouldn't matter. What's setting you to 1? Setup ride sets it to 1, but like that's also not necessary. Or like it. This is happening after, I think. What's is there something else I was supposed to change? You're set to the only repair type. This Boolean presumably got set. I guess I will... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you know what? Internally, it might have a cur health of 25%, but the circle might not be getting updated. Because I think, yeah, yes, okay. Hold on, here. I'm not updating the circle, that's the problem. Okay, so doing that efficiently, I can do that in else, but I don't need to update this. If the circle's at 25%, I don't need to update it if we're not fixing it. So I don't need to be like, else, call decrease health. When it's breaking, call it every frame, because it's doojing. Damage circle.update UI cur health. Okay, that's the missing step. So this function actually gets to do a little bit more. You know, technically, this should kind of maybe be calling it... Nah. The update takes care of it. It's fine. Okay. So now it maybe should work. So it was basically just a graphical thing, and I think in the background the code was at 25%. Yeah. Hey, there it goes. So now let me just see if I can repair these and like have that work. So I should hit 1, 2, perfect. If I start and stop part way, it should just stop that. Okay. Perfect. Okay, that's cool. That's working. So now what I actually want these to be, I want them to start at 0. I don't know if I want to... I could have them have some public variable to allow a starting value. I don't know. We'll see. I just don't know if there's really a situation where I'd ever want to not have it just be empty. Because, yeah, I don't know. I'll think about it. Or I think that might be a thing where I kind of wait for real game implementation. It should be easy to do. So yeah. Ta-da, fix that thing. And, also, like, whatever the health bar is on, the model itself should have some visual stuff going on to indicate it being broken or fixed or whatever. Okay, cool. We fixed the blue rides. Awesome. And then we can get the collectibles. Got those. We can fix these things. So again, the difference between this and that is that these are decreasing and those aren't. That's the difference. But I thought it was enough of a difference that it was worth having both. Mainly because one is a little bit easier than the other. So as I said, for earlier levels in the game, having the type that doesn't decrease maybe is it could be better. Or have like you know, it mixed with other objectives. Like the difference between this one on its own versus this one mixed with the collectibles, and the collectibles didn't reset. Oh yes, because I had I had to put back in that true part. This thing. Yes. I took that out when I was debugging, when the collectibles were just being all kinds of funky. So that was a whole different thing to fix. And that took, I think, way less time than the other thing. Ooh, I thought the, wait. I thought the progression thing was about delivering something to it. No. Was that it and I lost a few seconds? At the moment, there's nothing about delivering anything. These are having to basically go up and interact is the current thing. We could have objectives that have to do with pick up thing A and deliver it to thing B. We actually kind of had that as a bonus thing for a while. Actually, it's still way down there in our test level. But yeah, these are like rides that you're like banging with a hammer and repairing. That's the idea of this at the moment. I did toy around with the idea, some people in chat, like other streams mentioned it, of having like little mini games for repairing the rides. I'm currently thinking no, because I want the gameplay to be focused on the traversal more than the actual the ride repairing. Even the like how long it takes to actually repair a ride, I might make very like not that long. But we'll see. One thing I do have, this was a form of collectible a while ago, where you have a broken balloon cart, and then there's this thing where you pick up this thing, it's now on your back, and you bring it to this, and you can repair it, and then, yeah, this was a thing. This was going to be used for how our power-ups are, where we have these balloon power-ups that do different things. If you repair the golden balloon cart, then power-ups last twice as long, was the idea for the rest of the level. Although, again, that's something that we had as of our old test level. I don't know where necessarily these, or like as our old demo, we had this stuff. I don't know where power-ups and all that are gonna fit into our current idea for the game, but something I'm still thinking about. Still a little uncertain of, yeah, how I'm gonna go about that. More advanced repairs will need some modules, blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, having some things that, yeah, are more complicated to repair, I think would be cool. But being more complicated, not by a complicated minigame, but by things you do in the environment, yeah, that could be cool. Could be very neat. But yeah, having that be more down to moving around, like having to flick levers and that does stuff. Or other things of which I have ideas. I have plenty of ideas. Yeah. Oh, also I didn't change the text. This still says blue. Yeah. Da-da-da. Let me go just, yeah, get that text on there. What's this? Sign rides. So I guess, actually, if I want to, like, make sure that the actual text here is different, fix the blue rides before they break. Repair rides before they break for that time. I think, so right now I have to have this be super generic because it's a generic test level. In actual levels, I think I could be more specific and then thus maybe have less words. Maybe, for actual things. Like, stop the submarine from sinking. And then you see the like, things of water that are, like, pushing out that you gotta repair. Or just, like, fix the leaks. Like, yeah, hopefully right now in the test level, I'm gonna be more specific, like more generic, and then have to have a more generic explanation. Yeah, like we'll see. Like, we'll see if also right now the text is all like one line. We'll see if I want to like multi-line it. However, getting these things to generate with a multi-line system will be difficult to actually position them correctly. So we'll see. Something I can toy around with. Even as I said, I might be changing the font. Maybe the text size will be smaller. Like, I don't want the objectives to be covering too much of the screen. However, as I've also said, this is currently a level with 5 objectives, which I said is not the norm. The norm is to have like 1 or 2, I think. That's the idea at the moment. So I don't think in real levels, hopefully, these objectives will not be taking up as much of this of the screen as it currently looks. And even then, like, just take that. I could tone down the font size and play around with the font if I really is a problem where I need it more legible. I also have. Okay, so right now when you pause the game, this doesn't fade. I might make it kind of fade just like the environment does, but unless I want that you can clearly see the objectives when you pause the game to like read them or something. But anyways, that's stuff to like come back to. Blah blah blah. We have that last win objective complete. Huzzah! Yeah. So with that, we now have what I actually meant to be spending most of the stream on, I thought, the win level screen. So, you may have noticed that when we complete all the objectives, nothing happens. Well, that's because we have to actually implement such things to have them happen. I'm also actually just going to move these more this way. But still, I'd rather them be like that. Okay. So yeah, I guess next thing to do is have stuff happen again. Oh hey, it's my face as an emote. Wow. Okay, yeah. So I did have, actually, you know, I can bring it up real quick. It would be hard to get my windscreen functional here, but I do have the old demo of this up and running on itch.io. Idea for free. Something that does change at a really far spot. You need to look through a spyglass to check the position. Actually looking through a thing at something in the distance. That'd be neat. That does sound interesting. I need the levels to be really big for that to like happen. I would like big levels, but that comes to me as a game developer actually being able to physically make massive levels. Let me just bring up some real quick. Over here. Un momento. Over here. This guy. I am downloading my own demo of this. I'm sure if I digged around I could quickly find it, but it'd be faster to just open it. I want to show what the winning and failing looked like here, which I could try to make functional in what we currently have, but it is currently broken. So, oh, whoops, I did not mean to do that. I made a zip file of a zip file. I clicked the wrong buttons. 1 second. Un momento. Extract, please. In a moment. And day now. Please. Okay. This blah game won't be loud, but volume incoming. Hopefully it won't be loud. We're about to find out. So that's really quiet for you guys. You guys can barely hear it. Better than it being quiet. Mouse. Okay. Oh yeah. Interesting. This is how things were at this point in time. Yeah, so actually, yeah, I do remember that I made the movement snappier since from then to now. I also, right now the character is 3.5 meters tall, which was kind of, I could meet this, but nah. Right now the character is 3.5 meters tall, so I had to scale correct, which made me have to redo some of the movement stuff. But anyways, the thing I was going to point out is that I have a cheat button that if I press the plus key, it brings up the windscreen, which looks like this. Yeah. Why did I remember this being yellow? It's not. Yeah, so this is what this looks like. Let me, hold on. Let me just, like, stop the dialogue here. If I go to my test level, woo. So this is what this looks like. Which does the job. It looks nice and all that. And then you can restart the day. It's supposed to restart the level. Very nice. And restart the day. Actually, this is running quite well. So we have the fail level or the fail screen that's just this, and then restart the level, and then go back to the hub, and then we have this that was. I kept track of these stats because I felt like it of how many strikes you have left, because that meant things. Oh, I didn't mean to leave. And then the status of the balloon cart, because that was going to be my form of a collectible that would like unlock things in the hub world. Of like, not only did you beat the level, but you also found the time to find the hidden balloon thing that's right here, and then also get it to this thing, and then fix this thing. Wow. And then now, any new collectibles that you get last twice as long. You can have one power-up of each type active at a given time. It's interesting seeing going back to like how the game was at this time. Eventually, we'll get back to it being even cooler than this. It's just, for now, with more the level mechanics that I've been making, it's kind of easier to organize just laying it all in a line. When I was building this, I was also kind of testing gameplay stuff. Eventually, we'll make another test level like this. But even then, I'd say that this doesn't fully represent what I have in my head for what the game will be. Mainly, this is too open. I say that it's going to be a bit sandboxy with, like, riding around to repair rides. But this is far too open. My, like, rule of thumb is almost that, like, between any two rides, you have to deal with at least one hazard, right? Like, I can widely just go around a lot of this, but when I say I want it to be, well, there to be lots of hazards, lots of stuff you're having to deal with, or hazard or obstacle, I guess, if I count, like, going across a tightrope as an obstacle, it should be, like, dense enough with hazards that between any two rides, there is ideally more, but at least one obstacle you're having to deal with. So not this sporadic, or not this sparse with stuff. Anyways, though, but I came here to show off with. Oh, right, I can press both the buttons. Yeah, that's not what's supposed to be what that looks like. Okay, it worked, kind of. Anyway, right, these are my cheat buttons to like if I do wait long enough to win the level or get enough strikes that I fail the level, it'll bring up those screens properly, but I have cheat buttons that just manually bring them up. That code is still there, I think? Maybe? I don't know. However, with the change in plans, I gotta change this, the win screen. It could look visually the same if I wanted to. However, continue, right now this goes back to the hub world by just changing scenes. I want to change this system now to have the whole cannon thing that I have set up, where the hub world is out there and you go and fly to it, right? So what my idea was, let me pull up a thing. Something I'm going to use as inspiration, because I think it would be cool. It'd be cool if it goes right. Let me just search up, I will say what I'm looking when I bring it up. This will probably be good. Good enough anyway. I just need to find. Hold on. I just want to find a certain example of a game. Is it gonna work? Yeah, this will work. Okay. No. Pause you. Oops. I'm fine to quit this. So y'all have heard of Sonic Unleashed? Or most Sonic games have this, but the way that this does winning levels, I just found a random like speedrunner thing, but yeah, this kind of screen I think might be kind of what I want to do. Specifically this, of rather than just overlay with information, having the character get to do some kind of celebratory like, yeah, I did it, wow, and then having level stuff on the side, if that's just like number of strikes, like that like balloon cart thing, you know, whatever I decide is necessary to show, and then like continue or restart or whatever. Doing the UI like this way I think could be interesting, because then also I have like, you know, thing of visual interest and then actual text stuff to the side. I think this could be just looking more interesting than a you win coming up. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet for failing. Could do a similar thing, or that could just be a quick like screen to like restart. That's like doesn't need to be that fancy. It could almost look like in some games when you get a game over, how it goes all black and then like game over. It could be something very brief like that if I wanted to. I don't know. I'll figure that out later. But for the winning, Yeah, something like that. For a fail screen, though, it shouldn't so a win screen here might have some big celebratory animation. A fail screen should be very brief. It should be very quick to actually restart, right? Yeah. The other thing here is that, so when you do this, in this game, or in most Sonic games, after this screen, it goes to loading screen that goes back out into menus or cutscenes or whatever. In my case, I want to go from gameplay to this screen to back to gameplay, because the levels have a state where you've some games some games mock you a bit, like a mascot laughing at you. Yes, so actually I could very much do that, because the idea is your boss, I guess, the person who hired you, the owner of the carnival. So it's Peter Avion. Okay, gotta be him mocking you or him firing you. It's like, if you fail the level, it's like you get fired. Or, sorry, no, it's not that you get fired, it's that the entire carnival gets shut down for, being unsafe because rides broken. Or, rides, breaking and all that stuff. So it's actually, it wouldn't be Peter mocking you, unless he's like, you got us fired, you idiot. I don't know. It would be whatever there's gonna be antagonists and bosses, so it might be them. But yeah, I could do something like that. That would be interesting. Yeah, so as I said, yeah, keep that in our back pocket. We'll see. Those are good ideas. But yeah, so the idea is, as well, let me just to go into play mode. I still have to kind of fine tune how exactly I want this process to happen, but. So there's this cannon that allows you to leave and go back to the hub world. First of all, I want a cannon to be able to be a regular in the level thing that can just launch you from one part of the level to another. So this special cannon that is a exiting the level thing should be very obvious that it's special and leaving the level kind of thing. As well, this one specifically might want to have some kind of "Are you sure?" prompt. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. But then the idea is you fix the rides, you do the objectives, I might, I could bring back my auto win code in order to, when I want to be testing this win screen, I'm going to want to do something that I can do fast. As soon as you're done the last objective, you win, whatever text comes up. Objective stuff goes off to the side, whatever. I don't know if I want a score system. That does seem interesting, having replayability of, trying to get a high score or whatever. I mean, I don't know what in the level would give you points, unless I have little coin equivalents or ring equivalents, and, time, but I don't know. It's something I have to think of. It would be, a big commitment to implement such a system, so, but it could be worth it, maybe. Yeah. Anyways, so the idea is, you win, whatever, followed by you get control again, and then you have to go back to the cannon, and the cannon now brings you back. The idea would be that levels are designed in a way that where you finish the level is basically right where the cannon is, so it's not like you're having to backtrack across the entire level to get the cannon, in theory, ideally. So it's not between having beat the level and getting to this exit, go back to the hub world, is meant to be a pretty seamless short thing, I think. Just, in fact, I mean, I could, if I really wanted to, have the level win screen cut to player in canon, but I don't know, I kind of want the player to be able to, look around at the level they just beat when in, in a safe environment, they're not racing against the clock kind of a mode. If I have NPCs and stuff, could be some NPCs to talk to. If I want a cutscene to happen, have that happen. But yeah, I don't know. I was thinking of having that kind of scenario happen. Anyways, but then when you're done, you get in cannon, woo, get launched back. Now you're in general hub world mode, whatever. If you get back in the cannon, the level's supposed to reset. Getting in this cannon is supposed to be a level initiating thing. Are the cannons save points? I think it would be difficult because of the time thing. So saving happens for every level, just I'm gonna, I guess, keep using Sonic games. When you beat a level, it saves. I'm thinking that I guess it could be every time you go back to the hub world, there's an autosave or something, or right when you beat the level, save that level was completed, something like that. So around the time that we're in the cannons is, I guess, save points, but not at that exact moment in time, right? So
roughly yes, but not exactly yes. Okay. Although I'm still fine-tuning exactly the sequence of events. The main thing that I want to happen is I really like the idea of my game not cutting away and it not having loading screens. I really like the idea of it all being like one continuous shot, like one continuous way of player moving and camera moving that gets you in and out of levels. I once toyed around. I was also toying around with the idea of instead of a cannon, you would like fall into the level. It's like, oh, the level's down there. Here I go. But with that, it gets very messy to control exactly where the player lands. Like if the player could theoretically land anywhere. Also, what happens if they fall off the hub when they didn't mean to go fall into a level. So the cannon worked as a nice like I can control exactly where the level's meant to begin. While still being kind of like you're falling into the hub world. And then I needed a way to get back. Could make this also instead of a cannon, it could be like a spring or like something sci-fi that launches you. Not a teleport, because I don't want to like teleport you there. I like you flying through the air at high speeds. But yeah, fine-tuning the sort of sequence of events. It could also be a thing. So one thing I could be fine with doing is I don't necessarily need the character to be able to, or the player to be able to leave the level mid-level. So this cannon, oh, there's an eye. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, you know what? I just got an interesting idea that could make this process a lot better. And also fix some other things that were going to maybe be problems. So you know Mario game, I guess actually it could work with Sonic games having goal rings, but you know Mario games having stars and you collect the star and then you go back to the hub world. So what if I change the device that is the cannon, or let's just say it's a cannon for a moment. While you're mid-level, this cannon doesn't exist, let's say. So there is no way to back out other than menu back to hub, right? When you're in the level, you're going around and repairing rides. Once you've done the last objective, then cannon shows up, and that's like your beat the level kind of thing. Okay, maybe in that case it probably wouldn't be a cannon. Something that's the equivalent of a goal ring or a star. You do all the objectives. Once the last objective is done, then I'm going to say a goal ring shows up. You go close to that, you touch it, you interact with it, whatever. Level win. And then now you go back. That would streamline that process better, and it would also give me better control over where exactly the level ends, which is something that could have maybe been a concern. I mean, for the most part, it's fine where the level ends, like whenever you repaired the last thing, but having finer control over that could actually be a good thing. Interesting, because as I don't really need this cannon, like I don't really need to exit the level early. I just kind of, it was there as my means of getting out of the level somehow. Interesting. So, okay. Yeah, that's something I can toy around with. And then so it could do the same thing of something that launches you in an arc. It just doesn't have to be a cannon specifically. Because, I don't know, a cannon being your end level thing, doesn't, unless it looks really cool. I don't know. I feel like I could do something fancier, like, or something that looks crazier or more, I don't know. Something that is capable of making you go vertically up, but, maybe it could be like a platform. Oh. Okay, here's an idea. So you know you have like this screen of like, you know, this or whatever. Imagine it's like some platform that somehow looks special and you like by the time you've done one level, you know what it is. This platform thing drops in when you've done all the objectives. You're standing on the platform in this kind of screen, you get the things. When you hit OK, continue, then suddenly you get launched. Like, in this screen, imagine like with Sonic, suddenly thing moves up, he's getting launched, and then the camera, like, then goes to catch up with him. So you go right from here to going back to the hub world via being launched. That could be interesting. Perhaps. And you make the actual number of inputs between, like, beating level and back to hub world would be better. So two things, lol. I understand that the time limits are always like it needs to be done fast more than it's getting late, or it needs to be done fast more than it's getting late night. But what I'm always worried about is reset all the objects around and make sure the player doesn't get stuck because of a bug. Sorry, could you explain that again? I'm not entirely following. Are you talking about Sonic Unleashed, or are you talking about something with my game? You're talking about night stuff, like this stuff with night things. I understand that like time limits are always like it needs to be done fast. So I don't know. Other than the specific thing of this health bar is depleting, get to it on yours. Yeah. Health bar is depleting thing. Fix it before it hits 0. I think that will be for the most part my extent of time limits. I don't think I would have too much of like up there over the left. You may see repair it before they break time limit. That's almost like a good time limit. That's like a survive for that much time rather than do the task in that much time. But I don't know. We'll see how much I have. Like, oh, I mean, about the old clock. Oh yeah. I got the clock is gone. Actually, I think the object and stuff is still around somewhere. I did decide to ditch the clock because so originally the idea was like, oh, you were trying to last until closing time for like, and it still kind of is that, but just the UI of the clock was kind of messy and unintuitive. And also, I didn't want, like, I might want a level that takes place at nighttime, and I didn't want to be limited because of the clock for any reason. Also, originally, I was thinking that, like, certain events would happen at certain hours on the clock and then kind of ditch that idea. Still might have events that happen mid-level, but, like, I don't think I'd tie that to a clock specifically. Then that time lister, so... Okay, so there's two different things that you're trying to say before. So it's like that time limits are always like it needs to be done fast more than it's getting late. Yeah. So I think though that like other than it's like trying to like the idea with the things depleting isn't necessarily time limit. It's more like multitasking and strategying of like, all these things are depleting. I gotta go like here and here and here. I see the misunderstanding. Yeah, with the clock thing, yeah, it was a bit confusing. And also I think by not limiting myself to a clock, I can be more creative with what I'm doing, like having, like with level wise, if I want a level that takes place at nighttime or in an underwater submarine or whatever. Yada, yada. Then also, the levels don't have to be all tied to a time limit. Inherently, if I could have a level like the tutorial level will probably be this, where it is here's tutorial information and like as you're going through a thing, and then just get to the end of the level. Oh, I was worried about that clock and jumping back. Oh, you thought the clock was still a thing. Yeah, the objectives replaces the clock, but it's not a save point, so it's okay. Yeah, fair enough. And even then, the clock was initially going to be a thing just in the level, and like when clock was up, level is done. You go back to the hub world. There is no clock in the hub world. Do you know the game Overcooked or Overcooked 2? You know how that level system is just waiting, trying to survive until a timer runs out? Sort of. Well, it's get up as many points as you can until like a timer runs out. That was what my clock was. It was a level thing to signify when you were done the level. It meant nothing for like hub world or level select things. It was a glorified timer until level was done. But I've since overhauled that and replaced it with that. Because another thing I didn't like with... Oh, yeah, exactly. Another thing that I didn't like about the clock is that it forced... Which is a thing that, like, this is it's not really a problem. It's a problem. It's not that much of a problem, but it's something that I didn't really want with my game. That Overcooked 2 has this thing, is that every level is the exact same length. No matter how good you are at the game, assuming you don't fail the level, no matter how good you are at the game, the level is the exact same length of, like 3 minutes or 3 minutes and 30 seconds, no matter what. Which is fine. There's not necessarily a problem with that, but I think it can make the game a little bit less, I think a game can feel like maybe it has more replay value, or like even speedrun value. If you're better at the game, you can beat the level faster, to a small degree anyway. Like, so by not tying the level ending to a fixed timer, that was another thing I kind of wanted to toy around with. Now some of these objectives, like that first one, repair rides for this amount of time, is kind of a timer, but it's not. With the other stuff involved, it's not completely a timer. And even that timer is, once that time is up, you still got to repair the last few rides that are broken, and then the objective is complete. So it has a little bit of variance of time. But anyways, not that I have to design a game to be speedrunnable, but it helps a little bit, I guess. More so on the replay value side of things, I guess. Anyways. But, so back to whatever I was, so, goal ring equivalent. So, I do plan for the, like, setting of the game to be a little sci-fi. Not super futuristic sci-fi. I'd say it's, like, present day, but then, like, 20 years in the future so I can have moving platforms and fire things and, giant sky hub world thing. That's kind of the idea. So it's like present day plus video game things is almost what I'd call it. Maybe like, you know, slightly sci-fi, but not full. We'll see how I plan to change things. So in terms of thing that could be whatever takes you back to the hub world, I can mess around with what exactly that'll be. But I like the idea of it being something that's not here yet, or maybe it could be like underground and then it like comes up something. Or yeah, because that could be interesting if you could see beforehand, here's the platform where the end of the level will be. Once you've cleared the objectives, that's where it's going to be. Almost similar to in Super Mario 64, the red coin missions, you could see like a blue star where once you get all the red coins, that's where the star appears. Could do something similar to that. I don't know how necessary that is, but it could be just interesting. Actually, well, yeah, it could be interesting to have like a little square platform that's maybe has some symbol on it, like the logo or whatever. Once you've cleared the last objective, it like the floor like kind of like opens up and then something comes out. You stand on that thing and then you've beaten the level. Maybe it could be. Oh, maybe it could be like a giant spring. You know, like not like a Sonic spring necessarily, but like, you know, pinball tables. Like that kind of spring. I mean, it's similar, but that kind of spring that you like stand on, like whoosh. That could be interesting if it's like a hole in the ground that like opens up, and then there's a thing there. Because again, you can't jump in this game, so it can't be something you jump onto, but it's something that you roll onto, and then it compresses, does whatever victory screen, and then launches you. Could maybe be a thing. Although actually, if it compresses, it would have to go kind of into the ground. I need you to kind of be on ground level to be able to zoom in on the player at a nice camera angle. So okay, either way, I could toy around with what specifically the device is. This also helps actually solve my problem of having, because this was a cannon, distinguishing this from like other cannons, because it was going to be a thing that just in a level you could have a cannon that just launches you to somewhere else in the level as just a general gameplay thing. And currently it's not, you can't like aim the cannons. I could make a type of cannon you could aim maybe, but I don't know, we'll see. I can have the cannon aimed at a target, but the target is like moving back and forth. That is a thing that the code supports, is that it could be like a moving back and forth target that the cannon will aim at. So you gotta launch the cannon at the right time to hit the, like, go where you want to go, maybe. But actually, if I do that, I'd have to set up like, so right now it's I interact with this. It aims, waits a few seconds, and then fires. If you're trying to aim at something, you'd want to like that to be a two-step process of you press a button to get in, and then you press a button to actually fire, like when it's aimed. But I don't know. We'll see. Is things to mess around with. A lot of tweaks that we can make to make this slightly better and all that. Yeah. So then, I would be fine with if I hit back to hub, it just curtains closed, did whatever loading, and then you're back in the hub world. Because so doing this is meant to be like you beat the level, you're going back to the hub to go to the next level as far as the story is concerned. Back to hub is meant to be like going back in time before you went in the level sort of deal. So that actually would make it easier to reset the level, which is actually, that solves another problem. Wow, this is solving this, like, one change in idea is solving a lot of like minor issues that I was having conceptually with how this was going to do things. Like, for example, if I want to reset the things in the level, if something happens, like I use an example of like, if there's a giant tree that like falls over halfway through the level, when you reset the level, that would get reset. If I use this restart day, it has this curtain. I can reset everything I want behind that curtain. That's not a problem. But if I have a giant tree falling over and I do this, some things clear out then, but then I'm up here and then I go back to the level. At what point would that tree refresh was my problem. It's like wherever it resets, like I'm gonna see it potentially, and I don't want to see the tree suddenly go like whoop. I mean, if it like was cool and it like moved back up, then sure. Soft reset, hard reset, if I'm right. Yeah. But what I'm saying, so that was the problem that we now have a solution for. Potentially. Actually, so okay, so as I said, when I restart day, curtain closed, reset whatever I need, totally fine. Yeah, it's like a soft reset of whatever. Back to hub, curtains closed, go back to the hub world, reset the state of the level. The one potential issue, I guess, that I have to figure out is what happens if we beat the level? We do the thing we talked about of basically gold ring equivalent of like, ta-da, we did the thing. And then we get launched out of that. And then boom, now we have kind of control of the player again. We're back up here. If the player wants to retry the level, they would, in theory, have to get in the cannon. So, actually, okay, the other question is, before I've even touched the cannon, if I'm looking back down at the level, which might actually be closer than it currently is, I was playing around with like how far away the hub world is. I want you to be able to kind of see a cool overshot of the level when you're in the hub world. That's part of the point of it being in the sky. And then even when you're in the level, you can look up and be like, hey, there's the hub world over there. So I play around with like how far apart they are, but like, if I just, hold on, let me just reset up my example to explain what I'm thinking aloud here and also asking for potential advice if you have any. So if we've beaten the level, I'm going to use the tree example. At some point in the level, a giant tree fell over and blocked the path or whatever. And I look over and it's like, yep, there's a knocked over tree, all right. And then I beat the level and it's like, da-da, we beat the thing. Camera is forced in a certain direction. It's like I, currently can't move the camera because of that windscreen. When I press like, okay, continue, we get launched. At this point in time, would I see that thing reset? Would I, during that windscreen, reset level things? In theory, no, because I'd like the level to be like, yeah, it's completed. It's in that same completed state, looking at it from here. And then if we, like, press a button, we go to another level, sure. So what I maybe could do is, if... All I need to reset the level is, like, a moment where... is a moment where the camera, I know that the player is not looking at the level in any way, and then I can reset level things. So what I maybe could set up is, because right now they could interact with the cannon, this should reset the level. And presumably with wherever the cannon's actually placed, I want to assume that that level cannon can see the level. Okay, so here's what I'll do. Actually, here's what I think I'll do. If I've beaten the level, I get in the cannon, woo! Yeah, sure, I'm here. I can see completed version of the level. If I go to get in this cannon again, it'll bring up a prompt of replay level. Yes, no, maybe. Actually, it should probably do that regardless, frankly. This going into the level cannon should probably bring up a, do you want to play the level? Camera blocked while flying and reset there. Yeah, I could do that. I kind of like being able to turn the camera. I guess I could do that, though. Like, if I really wanted to, yeah, I could control... I don't know. I kind of like having the camera control there, but it's not necessary. But I don't know. I kind of like being able to look at whatever I want as I'm flying around. Well, the intended thing is to look where the player is going, and that would be, in theory, the most common thing the player would do. I like being able to like look around at other stuff going on. So okay, I might think about it more later, but. I think for now what I'll set up is when I'm in the level, or when I've arrived in a level like this, when I interact with this cannon, which, okay, the actual item that this is could change, but just the launching thing of some variety, this should probably bring up a prompt, just so that I don't accidentally interact with it. It should probably bring up some prompt that's like, enter the level, yes, no. On yes, you get in cannon, and then you launch in, and then that's all good. On a reset, and I launched after beating the level. If I interact with it again, it should bring up a replay level. Like, it'll be different. The first time says play level. The second one will say replay. If you hit yes, do curtain closed thing. I think basically on replays, I'm fine to have the curtain closed to mask things because it's like a going back in time situation. I don't need it for the first time. Okay, I have an idea in my head, so I don't know if I'm explaining myself good, but in my head, this idea makes sense in a way that's hopefully not confusing and will be intuitive enough or whatever. Because I do like the idea of after completing a level, being able to look back at it and be like, yep, the level is in the state that I've completed. I don't want to... If I beat a level and I go back up here, I want to look back at it. I don't want to see the level reset. I would like to see the level in the state that we just left it. And I'm going to use the giant tree as an example. Like, right now... we don't see a difference, but thinking ahead to graphical, amazing levels, I'm going to use the example of if we have a giant tree that fell over. I want to see giant tree falling over still until I initiate replay the level, and then it can reset. Okay, so that's my sequence of events. Yes. Okay, so to go back, yeah. But then also, these buttons, woo, reset things. I can also no, yeah, anyways, okay. I thought of another idea that might also be good, but we'll see. So I do think one thing I forgot to mention is that in the U1 screen, I think there'll be a button there to restart the level immediately. So if you beat the level and for some reason want to play it again immediately, you don't have to go back to the hub world and then back into the level. There'll be something on the U-win screen to just replay the level immediately. And that's easy, just, again, curtain, whoosh, whoosh. It'll either be continue or restart level would be your options. And if you fail a level, I need a fail screen of some kind. That will be followed by either a restart day or a back out of the level and go back to the hub kind of situation. So one other idea that I could do to not have to do a restart thing with that cannon is, as I said, there's buttons here of how you transfer between the levels. I plan to eventually make it so that rather than you press the button and it just goes, I want to have more information to do with the level. Like I want you to press on the button, it pulls back, like you lose player control for it to bring up a menu to show like name of the level, maybe like a screenshot of it, and like if I did something with a score, I would show like here's the last, here's your highest score. Maybe something that indicates have you beaten this level yet? Maybe like level info of some kind, as well as a press A to go into the level. Then you get control back and the level starts moving. We have this transition that will ideally not have that jitter in the middle eventually, and then you're here now. What I could do is that when you've beaten a level and you come back to the hub world, we could soar away from the level in a way that now we're just above generic clouds. No, I don't actually. I say that, but I'm like, I mean, not. And you'd have to step on the button again to go back into it, but no, that's kind of extra steps I'd rather not have. Never mind, I'm backing up that idea before I've even said it. Nice. Yeah, but anyway, so I'm backing up to first idea because that idea works better, has less problems. Anyways, okay, so it's good to just plan everything before now doing the thing we're actually going to do, which is just the windscreen, because this help us reduce future problems, I guess, and it's just making sure. Here's the idea I want. Is it going to work in end game of what we're planning here? And I think currently I have an idea that is yes enough. Might need some tweaks here and there, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, so we're going to convert this cannon into a... I like the idea. I think it's funny. I like the idea of instead of being a cannon, being like a launching platform that springs up. So for now, I guess we're going to... So it's still going to launch you in an arc. So effectively, it's still... cannon almost in the same kind of way. It just, instead of a cannon, it's gonna be like a spring. So, but I just like the idea of that better, because when you're in the cannon, you can't see the player. I like the idea of from the windscreen, you can see the player and then you see them get launched more clearly, I guess. So the question is, where do I start? I also let me while I'm thinking, I have one other thing that I was thinking of doing. I'd have to see, but if another idea I had for going into a level was instead of a cannon that launches you into the level, have like a square piece of floor with a lever or something. You interact with the lever, the floor opens below you, and then now you're falling, and you'd fall into the level like that. My problem with that though is that would mean that this square piece of floor would have to be right above the player spawn point. But I don't know if I necessarily want that, because I think I want more control over where the hub is in compared to the level. So, okay, saying that idea out loud, I immediately bailing on that too. So never mind, we're going back to, for now it'll be cannon up there, launchy platform up here. The actual, again, the device of launching, we can change that, potentially. But for now, I'm fine with, yeah, what I just said. Okay, so, where do I start with this? Okay. So there's many things that I've just said. I want to start with the U-win screen. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to start with the U-win screen by hard coding that
because I basically, ideally right now, I don't want to break the canon yet, if we're going to do stuff that isn't exactly the canon. Oh, not this bug again. No. This is a thing with this version of Unity that only happens because of a very specific design choice I've made that I think is very rare. Most people wouldn't do a certain thing that I've done. Like 99% of people, which is a certain thing I've done with my game. But this fixes itself. I just go back into the game and then back out. Basically, it just deleted or something errored with the scene camera. And I see it coming when I have this long load thing. I kind of know what causes it and how to avoid it. And I'm just waiting for a version of Unity where that problem be fixed. Or more specifically, so 2022.1, I'm not backing down to a lower version because there's another thing specifically in 2022.1 up that I am doing with this, and I want to keep that functionality. So if I go to an older version, I lose a thing that I want. If I go to a newer version, 2022.2, that's still an alpha, which makes it very unstable. But I know that this problem is fixed in that version, so I just have to wait for that to be stable, and then I'll be good to go. So just riding out that time. Anyways, okay, so what was I doing? Okay, so what I'm going to do for right now is... Actually, here's a better idea to not break this. I'm going to build basically our new cannon beside this cannon, so this cannon will still work. It'll still be functional for now. Once I'm done with, like, Canon 2.0, then I'll delete this. Just so that, for my testing's sake, I still have a version that kind of works for now. Or that's what I'm going to try to do at the moment. So, we said that the end of the level now is going to be like a platform that you stand on. For now, we'll say that that's kind of what it is. So, I'm just going to start by making a cube. That's big. That's the collider I'm changing there. Yeah, okay. So a platform that you stand on. Now again, the slight problem with this is that Unicycle guy cannot jump. So I think it would be like, when I model this, it would be like a little platform with ramps on all sides. Actually, I mean, I kind of have to maybe make that now if I want the player to actually be able to get on it. Okay, I do that really quick. This is a really quick thing to make. I start with a cube. I'm gonna move it up to say like this is ground of whatever surface that we're in. Because another thing I actually want to keep, I want to handle is if I'm gonna have that thing that opens up, it would be annoying and hard to have to like wherever I place this have to like dig into the terrain and make sure that all is nice. It would be nice if this is a thing that is able to exist on top of whatever ground that it's on. So if it opens up to have something underneath, that being part of just what's still above the ground would make it way easier to place this level end thingy. Okay, so this 10, no, 5, and then just take this. It doesn't need to be much of a slope. Yeah, just something like this. 2. I want to be pretty thin, but hold on here. S 1.1. We'll try that for now. That may be, I don't know too much, but I'll mess around with it. You mean something like a bunker opening? I think so. Maybe. Or like we have this. Imagine for a second. Hold on. Basically, like, when the player stands on it, it goes to have something underneath. That's what I mean. Or, not when the player stands on it. This would be like, it's just a thing that's sitting here. When the level is beaten, it opens up, and now you can stand on, like, the button that's inside of it. That the button is actually a spring. You shortly discover after hitting OK. The button goes whoosh. That's my current idea. So, but then, you know, also this looking visually a lot better, ideally. So actually, okay, there's two ways I do this. Either this thing is here when you're in the level, and then once you beat the level, it opens, or it's not here, and then when you beat the level, it, like, drops from the sky, lands somewhere to be like, ta-da, there's the thing now. Which version would I prefer? I think I like it being here already, because I like the idea of you knowing where, like, if you recognize this object, you'll know where the end of the level is before you've beaten it. So, sounds good, the landing thing. Okay, it could... So here's the other thing that I've kind of been like pushing to the side for a while, is that the actual circus stuff has to get into the level somehow. The story thing is that the little sky hub world, the flying one does not show where it's landing and you can see it from anywhere. The flying one does not, or the flying one does show where it's landing. And the flying one, the flying cannon, the flying hub world cannon. Oh, the little line, that's still gonna be there. Yeah, but having a line with no object in it, I don't know if I necessarily want, but yeah, I'm leaning towards the idea of having the thing be here already when you're in the level, and then you would like, or it could drop as soon as you start the level or something like that. But I mean, yeah, drop in. Oh no, that thing falling from the sky. What's falling from the sky? The player right now is the only thing that falls from the sky at the moment. Or we're discussing this thing falling from the sky, yes. But so where I was going with what I was saying is that or is there something else falling from the sky? Yes. Sorry, I've asked a lot of questions in a short time span. I don't know what that yes is referring to. I don't know which question. This thing falling. Yeah, this thing falling would be cool. So here's where I was going with this. I'm going to back up to this for right now. Let me I got ads? Okay, I'll wait like 2 seconds. I will... Oh, I'll model this in the meantime. I don't even know what I call this. End level base. End level base. I do need... I guess if I'm going to model the spring part of it right now, I'll just make that just a cylinder. And it could either be like just small enough to be where the player is, or it could be like really big, like very oversized. I think we'll sort of, for now, make it like almost oversized, and we'll kind of see later, you know, what suits it better. The color scheme of this thing should be the colors of the Circus brand, which are like circus colors of either red and white or red and yellow. I'm kind of leaning more towards red and yellow because I like it just having more color to it, but we'll see. Or like red and white is like is the most common color scheme with like carnivals and circuses and all that. But Peter Avion's yesteryear universal shifting carnival, its color scheme branding stuff, I'm thinking of having it be red and yellow, which is another circus color but not as common. All right, Luzka, you're back. Cool. I was just modeling this. I was good. Yeah, now you're back. I'll get the rest of my explanation. But first, I'll read what you're saying. Yeah, end level thing. It does fall from the sky. When you complete the level, the player could try to head there. You can show it as well with a mark on the floor during the game. Oh, yeah, having a different mark could be another idea. You can use a flare to make it really easy to see at night levels. That could also be, yeah, good to do. But what I was going to say with other things falling from the sky, just that the hub world is meant to be like the construction crew, transportation thing, service, whatever, that gets this traveling carnival from point A to point B, which would mean all the rides and stuff. So what could be interesting, this would be hard to set up, but it would be really cool looking if done well, would be that when you show up at a level, it would have other environmental things going on, maybe hazards, whatever, but it would be devoid of actual rides, because the rides are in the hub world. So this is when you're still in the hub world. You see the level from a distance, it has no rides on it. But then when you interact with the thing that says, I'm ready to go into the level, maybe there's like a bunch of huge cannons or something that shoot like all of the rides kind of into the level, and then they land in their respective places, including the level end thingy that would be closed, maybe. So as you fly into the level, you see all this other stuff flying into the level in front of you that's like, da-da-da-da-da, and then you land as the last thing, and then level starts. That would also be a really cool intro level sequence thing. Setting that up would be really hard to do that on a level-by-level basis. Okay, then the flip side of that, in theory, is that when you're done a level, all the stuff should get somehow picked up and brought back to the ship. Maybe it pulls out like a giant vacuum thing that somehow only the circus things get, like, picked up. Or it could be, like, magnets. Like, we can play around with sci-fi stuff. That would be that would be interesting. It'd be very, maybe a bit far-fetched of an idea. But in that case, I would have this be one of the things that, like, the end level plate thing. We need a name. We need a better name for whatever it actually is, but we'll sort that out later. But yeah, I do like that idea of. Or, so it can either be a bunch of tiny cannons, or bigger than you, but still small cannons that is firing a bunch of things, or somehow under the hub world is, like, one massive cannon that, like, comes out and shoots, like, all the circus rides as one big ball clump thing that somehow flies and lands and somehow disperses. It could either be that or each of the things going separately. So, which is cooler, I guess? Giant ball of miscellaneous circus supplies that somehow, actually this would be harder to do, have it split up right before it hits the ground. Or it could, like, if I wanted to, I could be lazier with it and have it, like, ball of miscellaneous circus stuff that hits the ground, explosion so, like, big that it, like, blinds you for a second, screen goes white for a second, and then everything is placed in its proper spots. I could do it that way if I, like, that could be, like, the backup if I can't get individual placing to work right. Or I have a bunch of little cannons, and then you get to see all these things like all flying through the air, and then you get shot last, all flying through the air with you. They all land in where they need to land, and then you land last. I like that idea. I think I quite like that idea of, like, a bunch of things flying through the air and you're one of them. That's in, like, somehow, like, they just land and they're just ready to go. Like, also, that doesn't make sense, but it's totally fine for game purposes. It's like, here's a Ferris wheel, whoosh. Yep, okay, it's operational, ready to, for people to ride it now. Yeah. It also, provides more explanation to, when they're firing these rides out of cannons every day, makes sense why they're breaking all the time. But then, yeah, at the end of the level, they need, I guess, pick up all the stuff as they leave. So doing that either somehow they get launched back up, or they all, like, sprout wings, not wings, they sprout little, like, propellers and they all fly back up. Or a giant magnet could also work. Actually, a magnet would almost be easier for the hub world to generically fly over the level, pick up all the things, and then fly off. That would be cool. Because also, another thing is that this hub world, right now it's just a random platform with some fans on the front because temporary. The idea is that it's not going to be just a giant plane. It's going to be a bunch of giant planes flying together, like a flock of birds. But, like, different looking planes I thought would be cool. So it's like this air fleet of different types of aerial vehicles that in the hub world you have to, like, platform between to get to the different level entrances. Because that's another thing, these level entrances, rather than being in a line, they'd be kind of scattered a bit. And they wouldn't be hidden like you have to find them. Something would point them out easily enough. But more interesting than a line, they'd be kind of just about. And also, you unlock levels, like, chunk by chunk. So, yeah, I'd make that system work. Yeah, so, right there's, like, a mixture of ideas I've already had and mixing that with now things I've just thought of. Yeah, I do quite like the idea of if we could pull it off, things getting shot into the level with you. Now, where that maybe breaks apart is what happens with an interior level. My solution for the player would be that you just land at the entrance of a building or whatever, and then you go into it. For all the circus rides, I'm sure somehow I could make it make sense. Like, they also, like, they fly, but they don't necessarily fly in an arc. They are somehow able to, like, whoosh through the door or whatever. Or somehow, like, the roof of the building just, like, curls up, all the rides go inside, and then it curls down. This is why I say, like, make the theme a little bit more sci-fi, because I could get away with stuff like that if I do. If there's a level where it's, like, a submarine, like, the little, like, opening at the top of the submarine, I just need everything to, like, land in there. That would look really epic. It would. Yeah, so I think for different level environments, I think there's ways to get around whatever I need to happen. And I'm sure I could, like, fake it well enough. Because, like, the rides flying over and landing where they need to land, in theory, that's completely visual, right? Like, I think that would, I don't even know if I'd do that with rigid body stuff. I'd probably, because it would be way better on performance, do it with, like, direct transfer manipulation stuff with the same way I do with a cannon. But I might do a thing where it's like, I launch everything first, and then I launch the player with some delay. So because the rides are further in the distance, I could, I don't know, fake details easier if I need to. I think that's a thing that we'll see when we get there, how that affects, like,
how bad it is on performance and blah blah blah. But if we could do it, that would be really cool. Okay, so on that though, that this level ending thing will be one of the things that flies out as well, which means, or I would like it to be a part of all of it. So that means that this would also, so this would land when the level begins, and then it only opens up when you beat the level. So I think we're gonna go with that strategy. Yeah. There's also a thing where when you first start the game, like the carnival is small, and as you do levels, the carnival grows bigger and bigger, which is also why the hub world gets to expand and have more planes, and then also there's more circus rides to be in the level. So that's another thing that works on a gameplay standpoint and a story standpoint. It's just as the game goes on, the carnival you're working at gets bigger, so it gets to have more stuff. And even like the places that they host the carnival, like it has an impact on that. I was thinking like the first level was gonna be like in a junkyard, but then eventually like I don't know, it'd be hosted in more like fancy places or something. Like I had an idea of like one level could be like some rich guy's mansion that like hub world like a train, maybe add carts to it. So I want the hub world to be a in the air kind of a thing. Imagine it like a sky train thing. Like it looks like a train, but somehow it's just flying. Or it has like tracks that are through technology are being generated in front of it and like disappearing behind it. I can mess around with all that kind of stuff. But I would like the hub world to be all aerial. Even if all the things don't look aerial, I would like it to be all in the sky. Because that'll make it, like that's just how I have, it'll make the level transition stuff easier. To just be, you soar through the clouds and then now you're in new level. It'll be easier to do in the sky than like on the ground with like trucks and stuff. Originally when I was playing this idea, I thought it would just be like a bunch of trucks, but then I was like, oh, what happens if this level is meant to be across the ocean or blah, blah, blah. And just making it in the sky just kind of makes that conceptually a lot easier. It also just like the actual planes themselves can be like moving up and down next to each other, and I guess more motion can happen. And even like, it's going through clouds, like it can be like, oh, now there's like all stormy and rainy and like still a lot of stuff I can do. And you can still see the terrain below you in theory. Whether it be mountains or water or whatever. Also, again, slightly futuristic, so we can do whatever we want. We can have like the as an example, the last level of the last like few levels of Shovel Knight. It's like the sky's all green and it's raining. Like the colors don't have to necessarily be real. But we'll see. Hey, one could be a storm over the hub and you need to repair it. Funny thing, I had an idea to potentially have the last level of the game somehow be like a boss that takes place in the hub world and do stuff with that. I just don't know if I, as a level designer, as a poor level designer, I just don't know if I could pull that off, because it would make designing the actual hub world a lot harder. It's already gonna be hard enough as it is, I think, but it'll make designing it even harder because I have to design a hub world to both work as the hub world and this one particular level, which in theory I could do, but it might, worsen the impact of that particular level, but it might be possible. I had one idea that like with the final level, something would happen and like your ships would get taken down and would actually like crash. And then the last level would be like having to do with you being in the rubble of all that, the hub world stuff. So then it's both like, it is sections of the hub world, but then also sections of whatever environment you crashed in. Could be like parts of a mountain or like a volcano or stuff like that. That would open up my options. As ideas I've been toying around with. No idea if that's going to actually be in the game. Amazing. Yeah, yeah. I have ideas. We'll see how they actually end up being in the actual game. So we'll see. Like, if I come up with an even better, crazier final level, then that'll happen too. I do want the game to have boss fights, in like with the mechanics that we have here, where somehow beating a boss might have to do with like you repair this thing, it like somehow does something that hurts a boss, or maybe you're trying to like there's someone else that's trying, like someone that's running around breaking rides, and you gotta fix the rides that they're breaking, stuff like that. Somehow turning the game mechanics that we have and like hazards and like all that into bosses, I thought would be cool. And I always like I want to make cool boss fights. Just as a game programmer, I want to make cool boss fights. I think that would be really cool to make, and thus I wanted to do it. Yeah, so we'll see. I don't plan on giving the player necessarily an attack or like a gun or anything. I have some ideas for some like alternatives of that sort of nature, but I would like the player themselves, if you're like doing damage to a boss, that would be from doing stuff in the environment, or like the whole repairing thing, somehow you do stuff with that to damage the boss. Like, for example, let's say, I literally just thought of this now, we have this electric floor thing, right? What if there's a lever in somewhere in the level that like turns on the electric floor, like turns it on and off, and you have to somehow get the boss to chase you so that he's on the electric floor, and then you flip the lever, the electric thing turns on, he gets like electrified, and that does some damage to him. Like, I literally just thought of that now, and like that would be, you know, an interesting way to damage the boss, to like use the environment and stuff like that. Yeah, we'll see. But like what I actually end up doing, but stuff like that could be very cool. Amazing. Yep. Yeah. Anyways, enough yapping. I want to start, I guess, making this actual system. So we have this little base thing, and I'm gonna shelve that under and blah and blah. We're gonna make this. I would make it yellow, but the environment that we currently have is yellow, so we're gonna make it a red. Well, I don't want it to look like a hazard. With my default colors, red is hazard, so maybe not. You're going to be a pure white for now. I'm like, circus colors are red and white. I don't want it to be red necessarily. The actual, this is placeholder colors. Actual color might be like a striped design, or... I was thinking that like the logo of the carnival is just going to be Peter's face. Like Peter Avion, the head businessman of the carnival, is just going to be him like, yeah. Something like that is just going to be like the logo, and then like the name underneath, like... So it's Peter Avion's Yesteryear Universally Shifting Carnival. So it acronyms to the Pay Us Carnival. Yeah, so it's going to be like those letters as an acronym, and then maybe like his face in like a circle with like red and yellow. Something along those lines is my idea. I was thinking it'd be something in a circle. Maybe it won't be his face, but like, or something with the letters or something. I just thought that he'd be like full of himself. It's like, yeah, it's my business. It gets to be my face plastered on everything. So it's like a funny thing, but also a thing that says stuff about his character, I guess. Anyways, so spring. Make this spring. I'm fine to make this. I'll make this yellow. I could change the color of the other thing. In my head, I'm thinking like a Sonic Spring. Well, actually, like classic 2D Sonic Spring. Some of them are yellow. Some of like there's also, it's common for them to be red and white with like a star pattern. But anyways, okay. So that's underneath there. Oh, hold on here. For now, I'm just calling it end level base thing. End level. Well, or this is the base, and then the underneath thing is the spring. Hold on, where does this actually need to go? You're gonna go under or models, but like I thought I had folder. I don't have enough models to have folders. We're gonna go this level, like level things. I don't know, whatever. I thought I had. I might be thinking of another project, but I thought I had more intricate folders, but I probably think of another project. I jump between some of the things I'm working on quite a bit. So this is end level base, because right now it's just like a base that you'd stand on and then would do stuff. Yeah, okay. It's like, am I forgetting anything? Hopefully not. Okay, so okay. Where are you? Wait, no, I did have, yeah, complete levels, hazards. Yeah, where did I just save you then? Oh, I just saved this in a completely different project. Oh, that would make sense. I was like, yeah, I thought I had more in here. Yeah, of course I did. That was like, yeah, a different project I was working on. I'll delete it out of that later. It's not a hazard, level assets. Yes. I've started to like pick up the naming scheme of not having spaces, and I'm gonna stick with that and slowly convert everything like that. I don't know, it's just kind of what I've, as a programmer, grown more fond of, and it saves a few kilobytes on the file sizes, maybe. Yeah. Anyways, actually, when it gets compiled, I don't know if that's actually true. But anyways, where is the thing I just made? This guy, use my
Where is the model defaults? Go. And then, bam, it's that thing. Whew, that's massive. I'm going to shrink that. Actually, hold on. Wait. Nope, I wanted this splash screen. So, yeah, I can either shrink it in Unity or shrink it in Blender, or shrink it in Unity or shrink it in Blender, and I would rather shrink it in Blender. I'm also going to apply some transforms real quick. Yeah, just rotation scale, and then rotation scale. You're going to be a size 5 meters all around. Oh, that literally looks like a keyboard key. Not what I'm going for. Oh, yeah, because you're also, like, twice as tall as I thought you were. Yeah, as I said, I'll play around with, like, the steepness of this. I don't want this to, like, take up too much space, I guess, but... Like, I'd like to maybe be, like, a pretty little thin platform. But I have to also make sure the player can actually climb up to it without basically any issues. I mean, the spring inside can almost, like, accordion out. I say, like, part of it is, like, I need to have some space for if I have, like, machinery going on in here. It's a spring one, it's compact, and it can, as I said, it can accordion. Anything that needs to be tucked away in here can accordion out. So yeah, this, and then this kind of going like, blah. Are you centered? Yeah. As I said, I also don't know the size of this, like what that's going to end up being. Okay, good enough for a test run. Okay. Here, where's this that I just made? You're just cube. You're gonna go under this because, oh, well, not like that, you're not. I can't share something in case, or, can I share something in case you happen to publish a game? Yeah, sure, send anything you like. I have actually published a game on Steam before, so I am familiar with that process, and a lot of that. Oh, you're not a size you need to be, wait, why are you still massive? I made you all ones. You should have... Oh, because I didn't apply scale there. I want you to, yeah, have scales of ones. Just because I can. Okay, so you are actually... You just need to be an empty game object. Actually, so, yeah, I did it this way because I usually like to have game object with code and stuff different than game object with visuals. Why is a color palette... Missing things. Oh yeah, okay, so you're talking about to be like color related things? Yeah, color palettes, good, and all that. This test level, I'm doing random colors of like very common colors. The color scheme of this does not matter because it's not a real like level. It's just a testing ground for things. And why do we need to limit the color palette we choose for our products to design? We've found that when limiting the colors using your brand, subsequently your brand's illustrators, it helps to establish unity across everything that's created. I'm pretty sure that's unity in like the word and not the software. Yeah. A color palette is essentially the range of colors in a given piece of art or design. Yeah. Why is color it's so important? Color palette branding is important because it's a tangible component of your brand that people notice first and foremost. Color actually increases brand recognition up to 80%, and is the biggest reason why consumers choose to buy. Your colors also play a larger role in how your brand's personality is perceived. Yeah, I actually, when I was making logo stuff for my own company thingy, like the whole Cyber Chroma thing, yeah, I put a lot of thought into a lot of it and the color scheme of things and all that. My color scheme is, and this loads up in a minute, is cyan, magenta, and yellow, but not completely. It's a cyan, well, because it looked nicer. It's a cyan that's slightly towards green, a magenta that's slightly towards red, and a yellow that's slightly towards green also. So yeah, this be my logo colors. I like how it looks. This isn't a logo. This is what I use in this screen. I'm not actually cutting away, just for like a second to show it. Bam. For that screen and for like my YouTube banner and all that, that's what this is. My current logo is actually just a zoomed in version of this because it looked cool, and I haven't really made a proper. I don't currently have a proper logo-y logo. I kind of used to have one. I have one with this current like color scheme and the current branding that this is. I say like a zoomed in version of this is kind of like my logo. It's a profile picture, which isn't necessarily the same as a logo. I like my profile picture being picture of me, but animated me. I do plan to maybe, if I were to update this. Right now, my profile picture is mostly orange. I'm not particularly fond of orange as a color. This is fine, but I'd almost like if I attempted with this explosion specifically, having it be an explosion of cyan, magenta, and yellow, but I just, from a Blender standpoint, couldn't get that to look good. So I might, in the future, toy around with that if it was like a multicolored explosion somehow, but going with like normal fiery colors just worked better for this. This is also a freeze frame of like an animation. I made like a 5-second like intro to my YouTube videos where I like run up, slide, and do like jazz hands, and then something behind me explodes, and then I'm flying towards the camera and it freeze frames. So yeah, that's what this comes from. And then this was when I made tutorial videos, which I still will at some point eventually when I find time to. Each one of these things is a reference to one of my tutorial videos, and the idea is as I make more tutorials, I'd keep adding more to the jars, and then it would just keep going back, and I thought that would be cool to see it change over time, which did mean that I'd have to re-render the whole animation every time, but I was totally fine with doing that, and also I would use that as an excuse to like, oh, I might like clean up a thing here and there with the animation, like, so over time the animation would maybe get better, but yeah. I haven't done stuff with this in a while. I've just been busy, so I made this in around the time I started streaming, actually. It was late August was when I finished this. So, yeah, no, this image came into being about 2 weeks before I started streaming, I think. So, yeah, how's that for the timeline? Yeah, was that? I think that's roughly what it is. I started streaming, I think, on September 12th of last year. And it was late August when I made that, so... Actually, technically I spent 2 months making that. Mostly because of the character. That took a long time to make. And then making that environment and also the animation that I mentioned, all of that took about 2 months. So chroma branding, cyan, magenta, yellow, and acting crazy, I got it. Oh yeah. And also now I'm wearing the lab coat. Ha ha. I started wearing the lab coat after I had made... No, it was during. Never mind. I was about to say I wore the lab coat after that, but no, it was at the same time, basically. It's funny, because you want to talk about branding? I wear this because of branding. I don't wear this in my everyday life. No, and this has gotten me a raid of 60 people, so it has already paid itself back tenfold. Like, if you scouring just like a bunch of random Twitch people, and it's like, oh yeah, I saw this guy, oh yeah, there was the guy with the lab coat. That's the point of, that is the purpose of this, to be like, oh yeah, the guy with the lab coat. I guess it makes me ever so slightly more memorable. I suppose. Also, lab coats are cool, I guess. Also, this isn't like a costume store thing. This is an actual lab coat, so that makes it cooler. Yeah, that I've worn as a Halloween costume thing. I didn't buy this to Twitch stream with this. I got a real lab coat for a Halloween costume years ago. Still had this, and then was like, sure, I'll wear it on the streams because why not? Yeah. The thing is, Twitch does work like that. You're very right. Exactly. Ha ha. Yeah. So that. And who knows? Eventually, like, maybe I'll do more stuff with my background to actually like have things. I used to have. Actually, it's what at the place I used to live. I used to have that poster there. There's a thing I made in high school that is the inspiration of my logo. More in the background, but currently it's not, but it's fine. Eventually, maybe I'll do more to actually have things. I don't know what, but we'll see. Like, maybe if I get that, like, YouTuber, like, acoustic foam, except it's expensive, but, we'll see. I'm more, as far as, like, Twitch or whatever's concerned, as far as like where my priorities lie at the moment, I'm more concerned with this actual game. Like, I have a million projects that I've like been juggling, or things that have started and stopped or whatever. I don't have a ton of free time on my hand, so I'm mainly focusing on developing this game at the moment, and also streaming it because I enjoy doing that. And yeah, like today has been very active in terms of having quite a bit of viewers and back and forth with chat. So yeah, very cool. I also do think that as this game develops, I think that will make my stream inherently more interesting. Like, when we actually have implemented a lot of the stuff that we were just talking about, it just makes things more visually interesting than just these solid colors and stuff. So that's something to look forward to. Okay, end level trigger. Actually, well, hold on here. Oh yeah, so yeah, I'm starting to get back to actually doing what I was doing here. End level base. I don't usually like to name this the same as that, but level end. It's called more functionally what it is, I guess. Why you have a wait? Did I? No, you still have that collider. Fair enough. For the moment, I'm going to just check. Let this just have a mesh collider on it. I'm fine with that at the moment. It's just easy that way. So then this is going to be the trigger to win the level, which should be, I guess, like... I was about to make it a sphere collider, because usually I do that with triggers, but actually I think it should be a box collider that roughly matches, you know, this. Actually, no, it will be at the top of, like, the stand. Okay, maybe white was not a good move, because I can't really see the, this as much, but whatever. It's a temporary thing anyway. Okay, what size do you need to be to match this? 3s? Actually, 3s are good enough. That's close enough. And I don't know how much height you should have. I guess it doesn't matter that much. I don't want anything that could cause us to accidentally trigger the end thing from, like, below. If we, like, you know, hit our head on the roof. If we had level going on under there. I do not want that to happen. No chance. No way. Do 5 should be... And then like a 0.5 there. Sure. Let's say that's good enough. So your trigger thing, I guess... So my two ways of activating level end stuff is either I have code on the player that says, if we touch the end level thing, do stuff. Or code on the end level thing that says, when we touch the player, do stuff. I kind of like the second option because it just... I've been actually leaning more towards some of that because it just leads to less code on the player. Well, to be real, there's a point where people who don't know how to code will just get lost. That's true, fair enough. You start taking a different part of your audience in some ways. It happens to me when I see ODAT nerd. I can understand a bit. Fair enough. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I've tried to be very open with it, explaining exactly like what I'm doing, why I'm doing it. And I've re-explained things tons of times, and I'm happy to keep doing it to let people know what's going on. But that also does call interest of people who does know better, add possibility for you as streamer. That too. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, where all that goes, and I'm sure I'll also be jumping back and forth between like this and other projects. So I'm sure there'll be a mix of a lot of that. And Fallicle, hi, hello, welcome to the stream. We were just making a system of adding more objectives and ways to beat our level, and now we are redefining how we actually win levels in our level win screen, where I've been rambling for a while and not actually making things. So yeah, gotta get to doing that eventually. So what is this base in the floor? We're gonna get to that. Basically, our end level thing used to be a cannon. We're changing it to this thing where a giant spring is gonna come out and basically punch us out of the level, and that's how we're gonna exit levels, and that'll be cool. As well as when we're standing on this, it'll do our winning level thing, which as an example, I've been using, like, actually, I'm probably going to more or less copy, like, roughly what this is. Not, like, exactly, but the rough idea that this is of character standing to the side, doing some kind of victory animation, and then level winning related information on the side there. I mean, I could flip what side it's on if I really cared, but... It works as a good base, good thing to start with. Yeah, okay, so I just made this object that is the thing we're going to be going on to. I don't know if I necessarily like it being white, actually. I'm going to actually just take this and make it just not as blinding white to do better with our post-processing. Oh, you know what also part of the problem is? Let me mess with... there's a normals thing going on. Where is that mesh? Over here somewhere. Where are you? Level assets. This guy. You need to be less, but not like too small. Let me see, basically, how high can this number be, and I can get away with it. Because otherwise the cylinder underneath isn't going to smooth good. Okay, yeah, so I asked the question again. How high can this number be? Okay, so 30 is kind of the breaking point. I'll go 30. It's probably good enough. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, code. Let's do some coding. Level. Let me make a thing called level. Did I call it level end or level end trigger? I'll call it yeah, sure. Because it's going to initiate the level ending process, I guess. Whatever. I can change the name if I feel like it later on. Oh no! I also... How long have I... Oh. I turned off the background music when I was showing the other thing. And I never turned it back on. Oops. Here, let's go... I'm waiting for this to go anyways. Sure. Also, I mentioned at the beginning, but my playlist of random video game music is now, it's reached 1,000 in length, as I just as I remember games exist and then look up their OSTs and, add them. So, yeah. Not everyone is a banger. No. No, okay. Scratch that from the record. Not everyone is a 10 out of 10 music, but it's enough variety. I was more concerned about variety and less repeats, I guess. All the way up to 1,000. Yeah. Also, actually, you might ask, why do I have this rather than... It's a YouTube playlist, but I found a website that, like, playing a YouTube playlist on shuffle is a little broken for some reason. So I found a thing that's basically plays a YouTube playlist on shuffle, but properly. A normal YouTube playlist repeats a lot for some reason and isn't as random as it should be. Long story short, yeah, there's the explanation. Okay, so okay, what am I doing? So what am I doing? I need to so this isn't activated when the levels start. The thing is there, but the objectives manager, when it registers that the level's complete, that we've done all the objectives, then it needs to call this and say, hey, now we are allowed to beat the level. So then this should set up whatever stuff it does for that, which would be the main thing opening, whatever animation stuff happens. We'll worry about that later on. And then the player can touch that trigger, which will then trigger the level ending, right? Which then starts our level ending sequence with the fancy windscreen. So, that being said, the objective manager will need a reference to this. Where is that reference gonna be? It's gonna go here. Or the level manager. You know what? Actually, hold on. This level manager is now a little less important. So the code can be in either place, but I guess the objectives manager is the thing that manages the objectives. The level manager is the thing that manages general level things and initializing the level and all that. So I'll say that the level manager gets to... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. The level manager gets to set off... No, go here. Thank you. The level manager gets to set off the level end thing. That's how I'll do this, just to be organized with it. Private level. It'll also set up the actual... The level manager is going to do the whole level windscreen, probably. The level manager is the thing that does manage the levels. Exactly. But see, there was a second half to that sentence. It was more like, because it's the thing that manages the levels, it will manage the level end, as opposed to having the objective manager manage the level end thing. Right? Like, that's where I was going with that. Yeah, so this level end trigger. You don't have a start. No, you have your there. Okay. Lies in wizardry. Yeah. Okay. Find object of type. For reasons I've already said many times, I have reasons why I'm... With the way that I'm doing my hub world transitions, it is beneficial to me to use start and awake as little as possible in level-centric code. Player, fine. Hub world, fine. Anything in the hub world, fine. Even in levels, it's like okay, but it gets a certain thing to be way better on performance the less I'm using start. And I'm basically manually calling start stuff, but delayed. This code is effectively a start function, but like a delayed start function. I have reasons for that. By boosting performance, by having less code happen in one frame. I'm kind of distributing it just a little bit. To have loading into levels be faster. Anyways. Okay, so I set this up. I'm gonna have to probably call some code that like initializes it. I've set up objectives. I'm gonna go same system that we did with with a lot of other things at this point. Public void setup. Hold on here. I have to remember how I need to know how I need to go about this. Yeah, probably gonna do the same 3 function setup. Setup this. Setup name of thing. And then start. I might not need the start, but I'm just gonna make the function for now. And clear. If I do things in the right place, this is basically gonna get called on equivalent of loading into the level, actually time for player to move, start the level, and ending the level is how that is. Let me find. I can close some things. Let me just do that. This. Don't need you. Don't need you. We'll need the hub spawn stuff soon, maybe. Player interact I will get back to. Actually, so those functions only work that way if I actually call them. Okay, so you do this. Yeah, this dot setup. Blah. Start level, this is going to be... I don't know what starting the level end thing will need to do, but we're going to get to that. Start level and trigger. And then... clear. Which would be like unset it up. I'll have to see. I'm not sure about these two. But let's just... Yeah. Okay. So setup, level, and trigger is going to be... Getting... This is going to be entirely, like, models and mesh stuff that I don't have set up yet. So, models and mesh effects stuff that I don't have set up yet. Yeah. So, I'll probably come back to that. Start is going to be having, like, the Boolean and the trigger things. Hold on. Actually, wait. I'm just making sure. Is this correct? Yeah. So, because this is when we're staring at the level from afar in the hub world. This is, we've landed in the level. Time for a level to start. So I want to do any visual stuff where I'm like, quick, enable these meshes or disable these meshes. I'm doing that from afar, but then setting up game logic of collectibles can now be collected. I do here. That's what I've been kind of doing. For some of the things, it doesn't matter that much. I kind of have it be 50-50-ish a little. So I need a Boolean, I think, for whether the level can be beaten. And maybe something for whether we're in the... do I want to do a state thing? Or have different states of the level end thing? I don't know. I'll do it with Booleans until I have a lot of Booleans. Public bool. Actually, do I even need Booleans? I'm almost thinking that, like, I might not. Because, so whether we can beat the level or not is that trigger collider. Is it active or not? That's the 1-to-1 ratio there. So if I want to disable beating the level or enable it, I don't need a Boolean. I just need to enable and disable that trigger. And if we're in the middle of the having one screen, there's probably something else I can do to like just disable this code or something. Or even if the trigger's disabled, we wouldn't be able to trigger it twice. So effectively, all the important things that I need to turn on and off with not triggering the end level too early or triggering it twice is just that trigger collider being on and off. So let me set that up, because right now I have it on the parent game object, and I can go get box collider, or I can have it on a child object and just disable the mesh component. I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh, before I forget, let me just because that should be there. I'll get component, sure. So you were gonna have a private. I can just generically. I'm pretty sure colliders. I'm allowed to just generically, because let's say later on I change it to be a sphere collider for some reason, right? Just good to make sure that that works. Oh, also in setup is where I usually do all the get component stuff. Get component collider. Oh, you're some generic name that. I guess I should be more specific. And trigger, I guess. Sure. So get that reference. Is start gonna do anything? I don't know. I think it's like we'll come back to that. I do know that for clearing the level, we're going to set active. Okay. Both in setup and clear, I want to set active false. Enabled equals false. Because, yeah. So we can't touch it too early. And in case the spawn point is the end level thing, I want to do it way before we actually give the player control. So they don't, like, spawn on the level end and then immediately beat the level before this takes place. And then if we back out of the level, just make sure to disable it. Like, you know, when we go back into the level, this will happen, but this is just, like, safety insurance to have code be less breakable. Okay, so this, I don't know, this might set up, like, this might, like, play an animation if needed. Or set up, like, initiate some particle effects, you know, that kind of thing. So I won't delete that yet, but it might, at the moment, it doesn't seem that necessary. So next, we have actually triggering void on trigger enter. If we have touched the player, other dot get what am I doing? It's compare tag, yeah. Of the player, do stuff. For now, I'm just gonna do print level end. However, I need to actually enable the trigger. So the thing that's going to have that job is either the objective manager saying, hey, we completed all the objectives, activate the level end. Do I redirect it? You know, I'm thinking that maybe So either, like, the two things are either, when we're done the objectives, the objective manager says, hey, level manager, we're done the level. And then the level manager goes, hey, end trigger, we're done, get ready to end the level. Or the objective manager just directly says, hey, end trigger, do. And then when we touch the end trigger, then that contacts the level manager to say, hey, level manager, now the level is done. The only reason that would break apart would be if there's, actually there probably would be, other visual stuff that might happen. When in between the time of we've done the last objective and now we can beat the level, I might have some stuff happen. Dialogue, sound effect, other text that happens on screen. If I'm going to have all that stuff happen, I guess I would rather the level manager do that, not the objective manager. So with that logic, we're going to do option number A. Number A. Yeah. Which is the objective manager. Actually, I already have this set up. When the objective manager determines that we've won, get the level manager. This is a find object because we did not have a... Wait. Why do I have a private reference to that and then I don't use it? Excuse me? Oh, because... Okay, so I don't use the level manager beforehand, and I'm only calling that once. This is once per level, but when we're changing levels, we need to get a new level manager. Actually, the objective manager and level manager are one per level. So I'm not bothering saving this because I'm accessing it immediately, calling something, and then it's done. So, yeah. So I have no reason to get a reference beforehand. Okay. And again, not getting a reference beforehand means slightly less stuff happening on setting up the level. So it's actually, again, it kind of offsets when things happen. It's distributing the performance, I guess. So, Objective Manager calls this uWin code. We haven't done anything until now. We got an end level trigger. Yeah, so now here we're gonna go this dot, set up the fact that we can win now, which I'm calling can win, I guess. No, that sounds like that would be the name of a Boolean. And I'm not just setting a Boolean to true, because when I set the level to be able to be winnable, there's gonna be animation stuff, so it's not as easy as just setting a Boolean, so... set can win, I'm just trying to think of a name for this function, that's all. What do I call it? Tell the level manager that we can, or tell the level end trigger to activate. Activate, there we go. Over function I'm about to make, yeah. Public void activate, and this will set this to true, and will yeah, so now that it's true, this will be able to happen. I'm gonna have to test what happens if we complete an objective while we're standing on top of the level end trigger. Does this still go through? If the player's basically inside the trigger area and we turn on the trigger, does that still trigger an on-trigger enter event? If it doesn't, I'd be fine to turn this into an on-trigger stay, and then as soon as it happens, then, I mean, regardless, I'm going to want to set the trigger to false anyway, but, yeah. So, we'll see. Yeah, okay. So with that, I need to put in some, like, hacky custom code to make sure that I can, like, I don't have to, every time I test this, beat the level. But for now, I'm gonna just do that. Okay, so, right, we still have all the objectives. That, for new people here, there won't usually be that much text on screen, cluttering that much text on the screen. This is just, for the sake of my test level, I have... like, everything there could be, if that makes sense. There usually be, like, 1 or 2 lines, and the actual text on those lines does not necessarily need to be that long. So, and even I could, like, make the text size smaller, but, yeah. Anyway, woo, did that. So, okay, okay. The text said you would, but that was objectives complete. We can now go to the end of the level. So, in theory, when I get on top of this thing, I should see one that says level end. Perfect. And I only see 1, I don't see 2. I don't see, like... spamming level end. That would be bad. So, now, we want to, trying to think of how I want to do this. So, I want to bring up the level end thing, the level end screen. So, either the level manager can do that, or the level end, or the level end trigger could. If the level end trigger is doing that, then the level end trigger is going to have the references to, like, the win screen and, like, all this player stuff. I feel like that's a bit messy. I think I'd rather the level manager have all the references to and stuff. So I think I would rather that when we beaten the level, yeah, now get a reference to, no, not that, level manager, and, get that reference over here. You're going to be a find object of type level manager. Although, I guess this follows the same logic I just said with the other thing, where I'm getting this to then call it a single time and then never again. So in theory, I actually might be fine just going... Like, I don't need the reference to call it once, use it once, and then be done with it. So, sure. Dot end level. Yeah. I have to make that function, of course. Okay. So that's different than win. Like, before when we won, we just won immediately. This is effectively win. Actually, you know, actually, I'm going to call this, I'm going to have it just call win. But change the name of the other one because, yeah. Because I do need, there's a difference between winning and failing in this. I need fail stuff to happen. But we'll worry about that eventually. Okay. Yeah, so, I'm just going to change the name of things. So, win is the function that, like, is the you win part. This is just activate the level end thing. And also other stuff. Like, this is only one line, but this one will be more lines as more polish happens. Like, again, playing a sound effect. So, this is going to be objectives complete. This is all of them. Actually, hold on. That's, I don't like how close it is in name to that one. All objectives complete. That's, I guess, more different. Yeah, so then it's gonna do that. And then now when we win, I'll still print you win for now. So, now we have the code for what happens when we actually win a level. Funny thing as well, a lot of this doesn't need to be here anymore. Yeah. This is code from our demo. I might actually be able to get rid of all of this. Let's see. I'm just looking at, I'm trying to see, like, trying to make sure I understand, like, certain code things are happening. Yeah, oh yeah, because this clock thing needed to be tested every frame. That's why that's happening. Every frame I test if we've lost. That seems not a good way to do this. I should be like... Yeah, this was a symptom of some of, like, this code design. It'd be better to, instead of every frame testing a Boolean, or actually calling a function, just only when we receive a strike, call, like, do something that tests for losing. That would be better than doing it every frame. Anyways, not concerned with this right now, but this entire thing might go away very shortly. So, when we win, I need to... Okay, so let me type, like, in comment version, type out my sequence of steps. I need to stop player and stop player movement. I'll put it in 2 lines because there'll be 2, like, chunks of things. Stop camera movement. See, also, I think before when I had winning the level, I did time scale equals 0. Now that's not necessarily the case. Actually, did I? Oh no, I did this. I froze the. Okay, so I can do some of that. But there's gonna need to be more than just this. So yeah, we'll see. Okay, so stop the player movement. Stop camera movement. Like, player... I need the player to go in the center of the circle, right? So I, move player to center of circle. I can just snap them there for right now, make it smooth later on somehow. Or that could be part of some animation. You know, that's thing to figure out later. Move player to center of circle. I think I have a thing that manually does movement stuff. Or, like, I can override the player to move in a direction with not player input. I have to look into that again, but, okay, so, what else? So, move the player to the center of the circle, then, start... So, I'm gonna have a camera animation. I actually think I'm, like, legitimately gonna do it in, like, the same way as... The camera moves in this, right? It does, like, a swirl around kind of deal, right? Let me double check. It doesn't. Why did I think it did? It's going to... Okay, so the camera's going to move into, effectively, this, this camera angle, right? But not... I don't want it to snap like that one. I want it to smoothly whoosh around. So smoothly move or turn. I'll say turn because that's more what it is. Camera to windscreen angle. Right? You figure that out. That like head-on kind of angle. Start player victory animation, like animation stuff. Won't worry about, like, there'll be victory audio, I guess, as well, but we'll worry about that later. So what's next on our sequence of steps? So this is kind of like the setup, I guess. So have the camera move to that angle, have the player do some victory animation. So now we have actually bringing up the windscreen. So because of other level decisions I haven't made yet, like, I don't know if we're going to have, like, scores or, like, what's going to be important to show when we've beaten a level. I'm going to kind of not worry about it for right now. Yeah. So, but we'll kind of have the placeholder for where stuff will be. For now, I think the important things to show would be the strikes. I think I would show the strikes, but it's not my top priority right now for the actual what's on there. I might for now just have like you win. So turn on you win. Actually, I mean, it'd be nice if it slid into screen, but for now, it's turn on like you win text. Oh, and there's a spam message. How about no? How do I? Un segundo. Buttons. Looking for buttons of how I do things. With this and nope. I've done this before, but not in a long time. It is. There we go. Dealt with. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, so turn on you win text. You know, we'll change what it actually says specifically. Let's see here. Okay, maybe for now I'll just go. So I'm trying to think of. So it's gonna be turn on like windscreen UI. Turn on. So the button prompts for continuing out of this are going to be restart and continue as like a back to hub. What they actually say could be different. That's not important. Right? Like for now, it's just what they actually say. Buttons. I'll have to set up like for them to actually work, of course. And I want them to work in a controller way of if you press like up and down the controller, or in this case like W and S, they'll go up and down just like the pause menu buttons. Is that all? Am I missing a step? You win animation might be followed by like subtle idle things. We'll see. Okay, so then I guess this is where things branch. Is that I guess public. I guess the buttons will call functions that'll be in the level manager. I guess continue and public void restart. Restart's gonna be the trick. I mean, they're both gonna be tricky, but this will be quite tricky because before it was as easy as reloading the scene. Now is harder than that because I've made it harder, but that's okay. We'll get there. So placeholder for right now. Continue. So what does continue need to do? Continue will like do spring animation. Let the spring, or see, it's not just an animation. It needs to start. I'll need to like dissect the canon code and do stuff with that. I'm wondering if I might be able to like. Well, no, I don't know if I'll be able to like call an invisible cannon because the player otherwise would turn and lean. So I'll see. I might basically make it its own custom canon code. So, but yeah, we'll see how that actually goes. So, use. I'm gonna say for now. I'll just say use custom canon code to launch launch player give back camera controls, both for following and for what they can turn the camera. So this part's gonna be interesting. Oh, I have to also turn off windscreen UI, and then I guess like disable important level thingies, like clear important level info. I don't know. That's generic. We'll get back to that. Whatever I need to like undo when we leave a level, do that stuff. Which should be like in the objectives manager, I have a clear level thing. I think I actually might just call stop level. Yeah. So actually, literally, yeah, that would be it. Call stop level. Okay, and then restart. Actually, if I'm just gonna block this out real quick, it's gonna be start curtain curtain transition. While the curtain is closed, do a like. This is gonna be like I think I might basically call in order. I think the ideal thing would be I get to call stop level, then call setup level, and then call start level all at the same time. Start level. Well, call. Probably with how it'll actually be implemented, probably be call stop level and setup level, and then call do like start opening curtain, because there's like a slight delay of like it actually opening, and then I probably want to do starting level stuff. Slight. Like very slight delay. Then call start level. Give player control. I just realized another thing I want to do is disable pausing over here. Disable pausing. We don't want them to pause mid windscreen. Yeah. So somewhere in both of these, I need to re-enable pausing. Probably at this point, sure. This is why it's good to plan things. I would have maybe forgotten about that until, things broke. Re-enable pausing. Do I already kind of do that? I think level started, or like level started being false. I don't, actually, maybe not. I thought I had a Boolean somewhere. An easy to change and access Boolean that would do stuff with pausing. So call curtain transition, call stop level, setup level, start opening curtain, very slight delay, then call start level, give player control, re-enable pausing. Probably, yeah, after the curtain thing. I don't know if I want to be able to pause mid-curtain thing. Probably not. It's meant to be like a loading screen thing, and I don't want to pause during that. Okay, so... Oh, I stopped the music again and didn't start it. Okay. Anything else that I'm forgetting here? Anything? So, okay, cutscene stuff. If, when you beat a level, I want to initiate a cutscene, like, I'll get to that. I'll worry about that later, but it'll be somewhere in here I'll inject, things to start cutscenes. I think most of a cutscene will start by touching a trigger, and if I want to start a level or start a cutscene immediately after being a level, then I'll like spawn in or like enable the trigger so it immediately gets hit and then immediately starts a cutscene. We'll get there, but I do have it in mind, and I should be able to hijack some of this to do that, hopefully. Okay. So these are a lot of comments, and I actually like make the things happen. So first, I guess first step is I need to get a reference to a lot of things. What? Does the level manager not have a... What? No, okay, you're there. Sorry. I didn't see that. And I'm like, what? It doesn't have a reference to the player? It does. Yeah. So to disable the player completely, I might need to disable a lot more than player lean move. I'll do that as a starting point. So, I mean, yeah, I have this freeze function. I don't know if I might get rid of it because I might not need it in that way. You know, you have a function for things you call multiple times. I think I'm just going to kind of engrave this into the you win thing. Yeah, we'll see. So have that be false. Can't turn the camera. The camera needs to stop following as well. So I actually need that too. And you know what? Actually, preemptively, I'm going to get... the three main scripts I think are necessary are going to be player stun, in order, I think. It's like player interact, that's the repair code. I think I want to disable that so they can't somehow interact with anything. If they're on the platform, like, assuming I do good at level designing, like, the platform should not be close to anything, but in case it accidentally is, I don't want a level to be broken. So just better safe than sorry. And then there's player stun. This will make them invincible during the win thing, which seems like, again, another better safe than sorry. There shouldn't be enemies or hazards near the win thing, but, like, if there is, you know, make sure that nothing funky happens. I guess I have to get those references. Oh, while I'm up here, actually. Oops. Oh. Also get the, camera follow... Camera zoom. I'm going to let the camera zoom stay enabled because the camera zoom should not be having to do anything. The camera zoom is when there's a wall in the way of the camera, it'll zoom in and all that. So if the zoom code is off and there's a wall in the way, you're just going to see nothing. You're just going to see wall. So it shouldn't have to zoom in. If it does, I would rather it zoom in that case. So it gets to stay on. So then this... camera follow. Okay, so now... Again, I can delete all this code, but I'm not going to yet, just in case I might need to reference some of it later. So let's get these references. And then there might be more things I need to get reference to later, but we'll see. We'll get there when we get there. Okay. And then player stun. There has been a few bits of code that have had to, like, reference these three objects of the player and turn them off in order to stop the player from doing things. Eventually, it might be better to, like, route that through one central thing. Like, have something on the player that I call one function and it disables all player stuff. But... that could be useful, but, like, there's different things that, to different degrees, will disable some things, but not others. Like, there's some things that I just want to disable player, like, the moving, and so some things where, like, there's some things where I want to just disable, like, inputs that still kind of moves, and some, like, still moves good, and some things where I want to, like, lock it out entirely, completely disable the scripts, so I can, like, completely overwrite movement. To a degree, I want to do that here. Actually, I don't know to what degree I want to do that here. The moving to the center thing. I'm going to have to, like, see how I'm going to go about that. So, yeah. I do need a reference to the pause screen as well. So, let's see. What did I call? Did I call you pause? Pause UI. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, you're good? Okay. Yeah, a lot of things to set up, but it is what it is. And it's necessary to do this, you know, at the beginning of every loading level, because this level manager would be, it starts existing as soon as the level starts existing and needs to be set up. Yeah. I might, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, I'll leave it as is for now. But might have ways of improving it later. But it's okay and good enough for right now. So, back down to here, disable the other things. So, player interact dot... Did I call it get input? Yeah. Okay, player stun... You're not get input. Can... is... I need to see... There's a Boolean. I'm pretty sure there's a single Boolean that I can mess with to basically make the player invincible. What is it? Invincible. Wait, you're private. Why are you... What? Wait, don't I have a... Oh, invincible. Sorry, invincible is specifically for the power-up, I think. Yeah, I should mess with that here. What? But I thought I had something else. Can be stunned. What? Or did I have something else here that I disabled? What was... It was the cannon. Let me quickly see what the cannon does. Because when we're in a cannon, I make the player invincible, I thought. I want to do whatever I did there, so let me just double check what that was. I could just disable the script, but I thought I did something different. Oh, right, no, because in this I'm just hijacking everything. So I do just disable it there. Making the player invincible. You know what, yeah, I'm fine doing that here, I guess. In fact, I can technically disable the get input thing there, but nah, it's fine. Okay. Okay. Sure, should be good. Okay, so player follow, also disable. So these ones I just stopped. These ones might turn into disabling. I'm gonna have to see. The main pivoting thing of that is the move the player to the center smoothly, have it look good. That's what's gonna kind of control this, or specifically the move. The interact, it doesn't matter. But if I completely disable the move, I'll probably disable the interact as well, just because. Yeah. Disable pausing. This level over Boolean. I don't know if I need this at the moment. Like, I'll get rid of it until I have something that actually uses it again. Okay, so then pause UI dot, I think I have... I don't think anything else to this point has disabled pausing, has it? Let me double check. This win UI and fail UI, that was other code that used to exist that back in the demo might use some of this. I don't know. But I thought that... Do I not disable pausing? Let me double check this. I'm curious. Oh wait, no, you know what it is. That I think that level over... Let me double check this here real quick. Yeah, this level over, I think the pause UI checks that. So I might actually need level over for that. In a second. UI... Pause UI. Okay, yeah, you have reference to the level manager, and you use... Yeah, the level manager isn't over. Also, I think this is hub world leaving the scene things. No. This is something... Never mind, this is something different, I think. But I'm not going to touch it right now. That was from the old level transition thing with the curtains, I think. I think that was meant to be if we're mid-curtain closed. But yeah, it also uses the level over thing. So yes, I will set that to true, I guess. And that's how I disable the pause UI, which means I don't actually need a reference to the pause UI. Because I have that. So I can get rid of you, and I can get rid of you. Might also, you know, not have references to those things. We're gonna see. Okay, disable pausing. Did that. Stop player movement. Like, did all this stuff. This all happening in one frame. Doesn't matter what kind of happens when. Actually, level over. Let me put that higher. Move player to center of circle. Okay. Yes, it's a square. There's a circle on the inside that's gonna spring up. Center of this thing. So right now I can snap move them by going. If I want to get the player object, it's gonna be player lean move dot game object. All right, yeah, I want to move them, so dot transforms up better bet. No. Dot position. They are. Hold on. So they do have a rigid body that has some velocity and all that. I'm just trying to think of like how. Right now I can just snap move them to the center, right? That would be fine. But if I want to, I kind of want to have it be smooth, have them somehow, like whatever direction they were heading, have it smoothly move them to the center, kind of freeze them, probably turn them, let's say, forward for the level end thing. And then at that point it would cut off like player rigid body stuff and would become solely animation things until I turn the rigid body back on. So I'm trying to think of the best way to move them to the center. I guess for now, first thing I need is like the position of the center. The Y height might matter a bit. So let me just start though by just going transform opposition equals. Like I'll just, as I said, snap move them to the center for right now. And then I could start by like second thing I could just turn that into a quick lerp, and that like might be good enough. We'll see. The main thing that would be a problem is the animation stuff of like the leaning and the wheels turning, and like if that stuff's gonna look all right, which I don't know at the moment. Okay, player position is going to be, so you know what I could do actually, have it just be the position of this object and make sure that the position of this object is at the top, which sure, that's fine to do that. And then move this up. Simplifies that, I guess. And also the player's position is based on the bottom of the wheel that's like touching the ground, so that's this should work out nicely. Transformed up position. Rotation wise, because I'm gonna want to rotate them forward also smoothly, but for right now we're gonna just do this. Transformed rotation might actually work in this case as well. Yeah, because it's just like the forward direction. Oh wait, that means they're always going to face forward. No, if I rotate this, it'll be towards the forward direction of the thing. Which I'm fine with that. That'll work for now. Did these things? I guess I should be I'll kind of put the comments back with where I'm doing things. Okay. This one is rotate player to face forward. Player to face forward. And these steps might kind of happen at the same time when it's smooth, in a way that hopefully we're going to try to have it look good. It should be really fast. The faster it is, the less it needs to look smooth, I guess. If it's just kind of like, whoop, I don't need like... Yeah, the more I can fake it, it could be good. Okay. Center of platform. If I can spell. Oh, yeah. Okay. So now I need to move the camera, and again, right now I could snap move the camera, but I'd like it to smoothly move. So I might actually, it might make sense to have some of this stuff happening in coroutines to allow that smoothness to happen, but we'll get there. So first, let's, I guess, just say get where the camera needs to, like, get the end points of where the things need to go, and then smoothly move. I also might mess with the with the position of the camera. With this thing, it's not centered. I might also have it not be centered, or it could be centered. I don't know. I'll have to see in my design how it'll be, because I could have it be in the guys in the center, but then have different bits of information on the left and the right. Could be a way of doing it that's different. I think that's gonna depend on what information I'm showing, which is why I guess I'm not too concerned about it right now. I think I'm also fine closing the blender thing there. Oh, sorry, back to this. I meant to look at the player stuff. Actually, no, I don't need to. It's camera follow is the camera pivot. Camera turn. Wait. No, these are both on the camera pivot, right? And then on the child object that is the camera, that only that one has the zoom. Do I have this information correct? Yeah. Yeah, you have so camera follow and camera turner on the same object. On the child is the zooming and the drone fly camera, which is a whole other thing that we'll get back to eventually. Okay, so I need the. I'll use the camera turn, but camera turn dot. Actually, I wonder if I might leverage code in this. Like if the camera turn I have like stuff in that rather than disabling that script, force it to maybe not. Nah, okay. We'll see. But because I do need to take it like from wherever it was and become where it needs to be to some degree. So I probably will just smoothly turn things. Well, we'll see. So for now, just get the rotation that it needs to be. So what rotation is going to be head on from like this? If the player is facing forward, that's like rotation of the platform. I need to be 180 degrees from that, and then also like it would be level with it'll be the in parallel with the platform. So this dot transform dot rotation is gonna need to be this, but rotated 180 degrees on the y-axis. But also probably like as a quaternion when I actually go to lerp the thing. So, trying to think of how to the best quaternion math stuff to say. Take this rotation, turn it. Let me just Google it. Like I'll get something more efficient probably if I Google it real quick. Unity, like take rotation. I know there's like an angle function and stuff like that, but let me just see kind of what my options are. And rotate. Let's go. I'll type in exactly 180 degrees. Because specifically for flipping it around, there might be something special. Rotating object 180 degrees. Quaternion.look rotation in the negative of the forward. Okay, yeah. Yeah. It's also transform.rotate around, transform.position, transform.up 180. So both should work, I guess. Oh, well, no, one is transform.rotate around would directly modify the transform, which is not going to work good eventually with trying to smooth it. So something that just gets me a quaternion is something I can smoothly go towards eventually. So yeah, so this should be good. So transform.forward actually is perfect because it's the platform opposite the way that it's facing. So that's actually perfect. I will have to see if like I need the camera to be like at a different like zoom or focal length and all that stuff. We'll get back to that. That's more fancy things, I guess. Just get this to work first. Okay, then player victory animation. Not doing that yet. We don't have an animation yet. He's just gonna stand there silently for now. Then turn on UI stuff. So let's just test where we are right now. See that this is working. Oh, let me also now's a perfect time to also implement auto win code. Let's see here. So the function that I call is all objectives complete. So all I need to do is bring back, and it looks like I am bringing this back. This was my code for auto win. Auto win is not going to trigger the win screen. It's going to trigger platform is now available, but I still have to get on the platform because yeah. So don't do any of that. Blah blah blah. I don't even know if I'm using this variable at the moment, but I guess I will. Yeah, it's there. Okay. Means I can't press this twice. That's good, I guess. Sure. Let's see what happens. I can also use that to test if I'm on the platform when I press that button, does it work? Wait, that was on the one that's tied to plus, right? Or equals, but then shift that would be plus. I have it as like plus for good, minus for bad, basically. Okay, let me do it off the platform first. Right now, nothing visually changes. Eventually, stuff should change. Oh, nothing happened. Whoa. No, that's not, that's fine. Okay, let me just make this easier. Have another print statement. Just make sure for now, while I don't have anything visually happening with the thing, let me just, do something so I can visually, it has something in the console. So, actually I'm just gonna literally just, but as a, this. Okay. Yeah. Oh, the level end isn't inside this. I think it should be. I'm pretty sure I have stuff where I with my procedural with my level spawning from hub things that will be necessary. Okay, so I press plus. Okay, so that didn't do anything. Okay, so that's okay. So okay, good. That my debug button is what's not working. That's hopefully on the easier side to sort out. Why not? I'm guessing it's because of this stuff. I don't care if because this is about to only be used for debug buttons, so I think I'm fine to. I'll just rip out this for now. I'll rip out both. Well, no, but these should be only if we're not in the hub world effectively, and the level is not considered to be over. Oh, you know what? It's because it is set as false to start. So level over equals false. And then level over at stop level is true. Now, that means that right now... So, right now these are exact, like, opposites of each other. So what's the point of the two booleans? I had some reason for them being different. Because I think level started is like, yeah, when we... Has the level begun, as in, like, the player, like, it's like, has beginning stuff happened yet? Level started. And then, I think it's like when we're in the win screen is like when they're both, like, the level started was true and the level is over. I don't know, whatever. Maybe not necessary at the moment, but with other code that I had before, I'm pretty sure it was necessary. Anyways. Yeah. But yeah, no, definitely not. I don't think it's necessary at the moment. But I'll do what I quickly need to do just to get this to work. And then make it better. Okay, so, again, not staying on it. Bam. What? What? Oh, wait, alright, hold on. I was talking and I didn't actually change. Well, no, I did do that. Whatever, let's just... Oh, wait, no, update isn't running. I turned off, update. I remember, the code was disabled. That would do it. Okay. So now... Oh, I clicked out of the... Oh, wait, I can't move. Well, I did something. Wasn't supposed to. Start up level. Level over is false. Stop level, it's true. Okay, these are the things I just changed, so I'm going to try not having those. Oh, you know what? No, actually, I think this is fine. The problem is that this code that was previously disabled, I think, is now actually running. So, hold on. Let me, bring back and then comment out better a lot of this code. Except that code. Yeah, I'll get rid of that freeze. But do this, and then have it format better. And then just go this. Actually do it like that. Eventually, well, I'll bring back my fail cheat. Okay. No, I saw something not good. Nope, or it's fine. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay, so now... Now this should work. Hopefully. Perhaps. We shall see. Okay, all objectives complete. Cool. I shouldn't be able to press the button twice because it's a debug thing. I don't care as much. Let's see if... So, oh, the forward direction is actually this. So I'm probably actually going to have my head in the cannon. Let's see what happens. Oh, that's not right. Oh. Ooh, right. I forgot that I have done that. The default rotation of the camera isn't... let me do one other thing while I'm at this. I do need to, I think, get a reference to the rigid body of the player and turn that off because I noticed they slid a little bit. I think that has a direct reference to RB. No? Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll do this first, but rigid body, I'm going to call it player RB. But yeah, the camera offset, okay, that's actually, it's going to be trickier. What's your problem? Okay. This is... actually, I'm going to put this after this stuff for right now. Because how I'm going to get it is going to be by doing this. Do the player stuff, and then go player RB equals player lean move. I know the RB... The rigid body's on the same game object as the player lean move, so... Okay. Is kinematic equals true for right now, but again, we've had to find a fancy resolution later to have it be smooth. Dot velocity equals vector 3.0. Okay. Yeah. Yep. And a minute now. Okay, so that's problem. That's just one of the problems. The other problem is the. I guess actually I'll go over to this. The player camera isn't. When the camera is at all zeros, the camera is at this default rotation, as opposed to. You know, being in the ground, and yeah, there's even a default, like there's an offset rotation where, so even if I counteract this, actually, I guess, no, yeah, if it's, I guess, yeah, here at negative 30, that's like close enough, perhaps. I mean, okay, so actually, I mean, for right now, I can hard code that's the opposite of, like, it has that negative 30, I guess. Or I could try, let me just see if this works. Hold on. Or no, that's not gonna, I have to reposition that. Oh, that'd be, hold on. Maybe I can do this. Why is that different? Okay, I'm gonna not try to correct it that way. But that is a potential solution, to have the camera pivot have some rotation where when it's zero, then it's facing head on. I prefer to not do that. Let's try it the other way first. So, this rotation needs to be, okay, so, what am I, okay, I'm looking back at my, the thing that I Googled here of, there's a rotating thing 180 degrees. Oh, you can't go Euler angles plus 180. Oh, sorry. Look, I know order of operations. Yeah, this is a weird thing. I don't know. I don't fully understand the math, the conceptual math behind taking a quaternion. Oh wait, sorry. No, this is Euler angles. Never mind. But I've seen some math where you take a quaternion and multiply it via which is 4 things, and multiply it by a vector which is 3 things, and somehow do stuff out of that still just works. But yeah, anyways, okay, so where am I looking? This was the thing I did for the A180. Yeah, so I take this and turn it down by necessary angle. So I'm actually gonna go quaternion, because I'll need this anyway. So I'm gonna calculate it, may as well. Like, when I do it smoothly, I'll need this anyway. Camera, facing, forward rotation or something. rot equals actually other way around. So start with this, and then I guess it would actually. I want to put this in one line. I guess I can. Instead of dot up, this would be. Oh wait, what's your problem with this? Oh dot. Oh, I guess I'm gonna go. I'll do it in 2 lines. Hold on, just to make it a bit fancier. So start. Actually, well. Yeah. Okay, so then camera forward rotation equals quaternion dot Euler out of camera forward rot. Okay, maybe okay. Putting this in 2 lines may not have been as worth it as I thought to make it less complicated. So do that dot Euler angles plus that. Guess it's better than 1 long line, but so now degrees I know was 30. Actually, it was negative 30, but plus negative 30 times. It'd be vector 3 dot right along the right axis, which means this could be positive 30 along left, but sure. Slightly, ever so slightly shorter. So let's see if that works. Wait, hold on, I have to actually use it. Otherwise, it's not going to do anything. Okay. So, yeah. I did also, so I did have other code that was like WinUI and FailUI as those they're different scripts. I'll have to readdress how necessary those are. If I have things like score or whatever, then maybe I will, like, they would do that? I don't know. Okay, test level A, Let's see if this works. Also might call the stream soonish because it's getting quite late for me, but I wanted to try and get this done. We spent a while just doing the collectibles thing, but it still turned out good, so I'm happy with that. Okay, flip camera around the front. Hey, okay, that's something. Why is the player in the ground? They shouldn't be? They've stopped. They're also not facing forward. Lots of things not as they necessarily should be. Okay, so why is that? What do I need to look at? First of all, I kind of actually want the, I want the forward direction to be this way, so I'm actually gonna spin this 180 degrees. Oh, I turned the wrong thing. Hold on. This thing to be... Wait, yeah, your position is there, and that's... The player's position is that, so I don't know why you just went in the ground like that, but okay. So do that, so that's the forward direction. I mean, I can... So, if I have the player slightly above the ground, then... Like, if I have it so that this is slightly above the ground, then the player's going to be hovering off the ground, in theory. Oops. Okay, here. I'm going to go 0.3. And then you should be able to be 5, I think. That puts you on the ground, but then now that the part where the player is going is slightly off the ground now, I guess. Okay, let's try this again. I don't know if the camera might also be too far back. Oh wait, you still didn't go to the right place. Wait, and you're offset. Wait, there's a ton of problems with this. Why, oh. Why are things wrong? Like, there's a bunch of things that just seem to, like, not happen. So let me find level end is there. The thing got disabled. Cool. You have a position of that in the world. Player, oh yeah, you have your funky offset, but I didn't do local positions. I did everything global, which is what I do want to be doing in this case. So you are all that stuff. So why are you in the ground? I mean, yeah, you're disabled to, wait, like, you didn't fall because of gravity, because I disabled I made you is kinematic thing. What's the problem? Part is like, okay, so a few things going wrong, and I kind of want to like fix them all at once, but I should be doing this like one at a time, I guess. So, most of the camera seems to be. Yeah, see that? No. It did seem like the camera was a bit like closer than it should have been. It should be here, and facing the other way. It did get the -30. I see that, so that's cool and all. So the angle actually might... So the angle of the camera seems to be correct. It's just the positions are not. So... Oh, wait. Oh, right. Sorry, this isn't... I thought the level N trigger was doing this stuff. This is the level manager. That would explain it. That would... Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, not entirely. It's still, like, basically there, but... I don't know why the camera is like off to the side a bit, but that is definitely a problem. So I have that reference to the level manager, so I will just get that. So level manager dot transform dot position, sorry, level N trigger dot that stuff. That's why the 180 degrees thing wasn't happening anyway. Okay. Oh, and that happened, but it's okay. It'll be fine once I go back into play mode. Actually, I think it fixes itself when it recompiles the code anyway. Okay. Let's see if this works. Yeah. In a minute now. Okay, so, yeah, I don't know why the camera seemed to be slightly offset. I'll see if I can have it not be that way. Wait, doesn't the camera... I forget if it also... It also has some collision-y stuff, so I might have to do with it. Oh, right, okay. It's activated. Close. Close-ish, but not close enough. So, the player's where they should be, but the player's not facing the right direction. Let's see here. The player has a rotation of 180. Wait. Oh. This has got to be turning the player. I forget why it's not. There's something disabled that... Oh, is it because of this? If I... Haha. So I might actually want to... Ooh, how do I... Or how... Hold on. I need to either forcefully turn the player or... It's this... It's the unicycle pivot here, right? That's being set by code, where if that code wasn't running, it would do that. But how do I forget how you decide what way to go. Well, it's based on, like, velocity and how you're moving a bit. Could turn speed to 0 and... Okay, so... I might have to basically do a temporary solution for now that I'm going to redo when I get it to move smoothly, but... Oh, bit to bit. Oh, hello, yeah. Wait, I don't know what you're referring to, other than if you're getting bit or channel. Or no, channel points aren't bits. But yeah. But by bit, we are getting this to be working. Yeah, that's what you mean. So. You know, yeah. For now, I'm just going to, rather than just disabling input, I'm just going to go full on enabled as false. That'll fix. That should fix the player turning around. The advances in the game, yep. Yeah, it is coming along very nicely. Okay, so that'll fix that problem temporarily. I do have to also re-enable control when this is all done, but we'll get there. The last thing, though, is that the camera's position doesn't seem right. Wait, where do I set the player... Where do I set the camera's position? Wait, am I not setting the camera's position? Ha! That would do it. Okay. Like, yeah, gotta move the camera to have it go where I want. It was just not moving and staying wherever the player was. That makes sense. Position equals same as player for right now. Maybe slightly higher off the ground. For now, I'll just do it 1-to-1. Yeah. Actually, I guess I could... I imagine I'm going to want to sort of up it a little bit. No, not there. So, take this, take the The new vector 3. Surely there's a better way of doing this, but whatever. It's fine. Just do this. And then blah, except that's a Z. And then that'll be Y plus number. So let's try like half a unit for right now. I'm just gonna do this first because I'm gonna predict that it will be in the ground, so I'm going to move it up. Also, on this attempt, I'm gonna test if standing on the level trigger when I activate the thing that says I've beaten all the objectives, if that will immediately do it, or is that gonna break? If it does, I can just change the on-trigger enter to an on-trigger stay, and that should be fine. But let's just see if that's even necessary. Okay. So, ready? 3, 2, 1, and... Actually, let me move something that's not basically what it should be. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Cool. Oh. Huh. Ha. Wait. Did I change the player move code? Oh, my... mouse is gone. Yeah. Ha, I totally did. Actually, the camera might be fine. I might want to change the focal length because I think like I noticed that like in this I think the focal length of the camera is different in the screen, so I could do that. That would look cool and like more cinematic. We'll see. And then I might also have to change the zoom because of that. And yes, I'm changing all the stuff on this camera instead of just making a new camera or having a new camera that activates for that win thing, because I want the camera to smoothly become this rather than snapping to being this. So, yeah. Let's see here. I didn't mean to do this. It should be here, but camera. Camera turn. Oops, not that. Blah, 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 blah. And then this was just meant to be all of this exactly. Yep, you just changed the wrong thing. Blah, blah. This, I guess I'm actually, I'll just make this 2 steps of, move camera, and then, oops. To windscreen angle, which is, I could also play around with if different, angles would be better. Right now, I'm kind of using this as an example and copying it like that angle. I could mess around with, do I want it to be like angled down? I can mess with things, but right now I like the idea of it just facing the player in some fashion. Player does a victory animation, and yeah. I know, as an example, like Sonic Adventure 2 has it does a different kind of camera thing. Okay, so the player isn't facing, but they're like almost there. So I thought that would work. Because I've disabled that code. And yeah, now you rotate. So I think, okay, I think the, I think the, I disable this, and then I rotate it, but I think, I don't know, maybe like the last frame of this running is like undoing this rotating. So I almost need to like undo this, wait a frame, and then do this. And I'm expecting that might work. Or... No, wait, sorry, no, never mind. That's not true at all. What I need to do is, I'm not messing with the unicycle pivot. I need to turn both objects. So I will do that. So I need, what do I need? It would be like, I guess, okay, I need a reference to the transform that is the unicycle pivot. I believe that doesn't have any code on it, so... I don't know, whatever there, sure. You're going to be a transform that's going to be player unicycle pivot. A lot that I'm having to set up for this, but fair enough. It's a lot to completely disable the player and hijack the camera and do stuff with it. And figuring out exactly what I need to disable and like what I need to all move, and that dot rotation should be, I should be fine putting this to quaternion dot identity. Again, for later on, this needs to be smooth, and I don't know how I'm gonna make that smooth, but yeah, we'll get there. Just trying to get this to work in any fashion. Yeah. I get this to like be smooth and work nicely, accompanied by some fancy animation stuff, where he might get off the unicycle and be all like, yeah, while holding it up in triumph or something like that. I don't know. Or, yeah, could you also do it the Sonic way, where depending on how good you do, you, different animations for be like, yeah, or like, oh, no, I barely did it. Alright, let's just try this again. Aha, I didn't actually set up the reference. That would do it. That would cause problems. So here, actually I put this up beforehand, but whatever, that order does not matter. The actual thing I called it was this guy. And this is gonna be player move.get component, or I was gonna say get component. Wait, let me double check. Does the Unicycle pivot have anything on it? Anything unique on it to instantly grab? Let me just double check. No. Find. So I guess I'll do a find. Find transform. Find unicycle pivot. Are you spelt with a space or no? Yes, for now, because as I kind of said before, I'm kind of navigating away from. Wait, no, you should be fine without that because you're transform. Kind of naming things without spaces just because. Yeah. So that should work. But for now, I'll stick with what's there. I'm not going to change it at the moment. So that should do that, and then you do the turning thing. Yeah, we'll see if that works. And then I could, maybe also right now, I'll just quickly mess with the camera's focal length just to see if there's any particular value that looks even cooler. Yeah. Oh, right. Beat level. Why are you still... You're exactly the wrong way now. Oh, you know why? Because, I need to invert these. Because this isn't local stuff. In fact, this should be local rotation, but it kind of should be before... Actually, either... I basically did two things where either of those changes would have, I think, worked. Either having that code run beforehand, or having it just be the local rotation there, but I did both. Whatever. Yeah. Okay, so we'll see if this works, please. And that'll change focal like stuff. Okay. Cool. Yeah. He's staring at you menacingly. Oh, he's not doing the bouncing. See, if the player move script was still on, he would be slowly bouncing up and down, which, you know, eventually I'm going to have animation stuff, but it'd be nice to having him do that, but facing forward. I would like to get that to be what's happening. Oh, what? Wait. Excuse me? Whatever, you were like a 90. I'm just gonna... It was the right direction. I don't know why it's, now it's being weird, but whatever. It was working. I'll say that it was fine. I just had to know how to correct it. Because I was messing with editor values. Okay, so, camera. Let's just see if there's anything that's particularly, like... It could just be a close-up of his face, but no, I think I want it to be, like... You have the whole unicycle things. Okay, so if I could zoom in a lot, and then, like... Because in theory as well, if we position this thing in a good spot, you'd see other cool level stuff going on in the background. I think camera zoom is trying to prevent this. Hold on, let me mess with all of this. Get the whole thing in frame. Although, if he, like, jumps or anything mid-animation, like, I guess I want it to be able to see that. Whoop. We also... Oh, yeah, the whole, the fact that that's... I did... do it this way. It'll be easier. I need probably enough in frame. I'd like for you to see a bit of the base because of the spring thing that we're gonna do. Oh, that's interesting that's doing that. Oh, right. Changing the focal length messes with those. Interesting. You know, technically that's not a problem, only because at a point where the level is beaten, there won't be any circle of these circles on screen. So I still might want to deal with it anyways, but just that's something I'm pointing out. Could also be like, whoa, absolutely insane. But I think this kind of thing, I don't know, kind of flattening it just a little bit seems to look good. Pretend also the objective stuff isn't there. I don't know if there's also the whole thing of maybe apping it off to the side to have all the text for having won the level be here, as he does an animation here, and then whatever. Or he can be perfectly centered, as there's like some stuff here, some stuff here. I think that's going to come down to, I mean, well, what looks good, and also like what text do I actually show on this screen. And, you know, is it any long text or any short text? Like, this seems like it would look better for, like, short, but, like, this would be better for, like, more longer things. So it depends on what I'm showing. Also, this, I would kind of have to be symmetrical. Oh, yeah, I'm failing the level. It's fine. I have to be symmetrical with what I'm showing. Oh, is the level going to fail? I don't know. Okay, the level just failed, but, okay, I guess it's fine because I haven't implemented that code yet. I'd have to be symmetrical with, like, thing here. Also, can't really do much above and below. It's like, you win is kind of, like, crowded, I guess. Or having this off to the side, I get to have more space to be like, you did it! Thing, other thing, continue or go back. Yeah, and, you know, of course, having it on this side as well. If I wanted to be different, I don't know. You know what? I think just to be different than what we're copying, we're going to put it on the right and then have the stuff be here, I guess. Just because. Or maybe it'll be like, it's like a random choice where it'll like sometimes be on the left, sometimes be on the right. But no, not actually doing that. Oh, I do. This is important. I need to make sure that there's like nothing in the way. Although I think that'll come down to in a level, like placing where this is, just positioning it in a good spot. So yeah, I'll do that in theory. But also maybe just I could turn these off if I really needed to. Also, just this one is perfectly kind of placed to be in a bad spot at the moment. Yeah. Also, if I do this, I probably also from animation stuff wouldn't turn the player exactly forward. I might turn them a bit like this so that they're, you know, slightly facing the camera. I don't know how I'm going to necessarily calculate that other than like maybe hard coding it, but because what is this? Like, it's 9 degrees. Right. At like what camera position of? Oh, I moved this a bunch. I don't know exactly how. It's like -1 from like an exposition of -1 leading to a turning this by. I'd rather be slightly more forward than like too much to the side. Actually, unless they're like looking, you know, the kind of fourth wall breaking, looking at the results. But I kind of want to be like looking into the camera for now anyway. Okay, so 8 degrees, -1. I'm going to type it, but not save. Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. So position stays the same. I could also have them not be centered on the platform. However, I think because of the spring thing, I want them to be centered on the platform. So that's worth mentioning, I guess. So turn them like this. And then I'm going to, I guess, rotate them for, let's see here. Take this. This will be player forward rotation. Look at just the forward, but then do the same thing here where I rotate it in some degrees. Yeah, do that. Plus, we established it was 8 degrees on the. I think it would actually be on the down because it's turning the other direction. I also just saved, which means it's gonna mess things up here.
you're supposed to kind of save code, recompile code when you're not in, and not save it, you say? Yeah, that is what I said, and then immediately did not do that. Also, hello, Banyar. Yeah. I was not saving because I want, like, saving breaks things in editor, or, sorry, when you're, like, in play mode, and I wanted to quickly make some changes, and then go to play mode and then save it. As I have the numbers here to reference. But yeah. Hello there, hello. We're making a level win screen. Yeah, very cool. So, now, quick little thing that I'm doing is, what was it? I need the camera here to be, oh, that's nice that I have this. I can move this. Plus, 0.1 in the other direction. Minus, it would be. Ooh, wait, this needs to be relative to the platform. I'm just realizing that, like, I have the ideal scenario of what way the platform is. I need a lot of this stuff to be relative to the platform. Or, specifically this is the only thing that isn't at the moment. Math. I need to, okay, wait, hold on. If I do this, and then go... I think because I've rotated this, I might be able to just go... Isn't it like, if I go... Not local... No, yeah, I know what I can do. I know what I can do to do this. Hold on. Yeah, no, I think I know what I want to do. I want to get a reference to the player zoom code because I'm going to be disabling it as we just established, because it, or at least messing with stuff on it. The player zoom code has the actual camera on it, so then I will mess with that. Actually, you know what? Because I'm messing with the focal length and all that, I'm actually just going to get a reference to the camera as well. I'm going to call it player camera in case we end up having other cameras, and I don't know. Why was your problem? No, yeah, okay. Let's get those references. Over here. Yeah. Also, yeah, Binary, if you're just dropping in, yeah, we're doing, yeah, complicated things. I can show off what we're doing in a moment. Also, what we've actually been working on. Yeah, making a lot of very cool things. So, camera, zoom, blah, and then this is going to be camera zoom dot get component player, or camera. Yeah. Okay. No red lines? Good. Okay. So, now what I'm doing is, okay, do that, go, hold on, go camera zoom enabled equals false, and then go, camera, or player camera dot focal length equals, I hard coded that to 20. I'll mess with more values. Right now I'm just kind of making it match what we have now, which I think it was a 20. And we'll mess with it, and I can make it public variables if I need to, but right now I'm just getting something that, like, is good enough for now. So now, player camera dot transform dot local position. Take the local position, shift the X by, it was, I think, literally just 1, because the 20 does a lot. Just minus 1. The rest stays the same for now. No, the Z, I think I pulled back the Z. Let's see, can I even remember how, wait. Oh, that's just a cannonball flying forever from, like, way to the right. It was supposed to get deleted, but something happened where it's no longer where it's going but not getting deleted. That's mildly funny. Let's see here. Just now, a second ago, I was messing with the zoom amount. Oh, I think I just messed with this. This was a -3. So I'm going to actually do that to the hold on, here. Yeah, okay. Take the local position, blah. Turning the local Z back would be tricky. But hold on. Do this. I think I'm actually gonna move it twice. No, wait. No, because I can't, hold on.
Oh, whatever. I won't worry about that one just yet. No, I kind of have to. This makes this trickier. I need to take this and move it back. For now, I'll just do it hard-coded it, but the second I turn the platform, it's going to break. Was it 0.3? Wait, no, or just 3. No, it wasn't 0.3. It was just 3, I think. Okay, hopefully I'm lining all this up good. Yeah. Don't need you anymore. What else do I need? The 30. I got the 30, the -1, the 0.5, and the 8. I think those are all the numbers that I needed to hard code for a minute. Okay, now I'm going to go out of play mode and go back into play mode and see if I can basically get back to this-ish. If those numbers that I did are going to put me back there. Let's find out. In a minute. Any second now. Possibly. Okay. So, pressing my debug auto win the level button. Okay. Did I need to go negative? Where's my mouse? Oh, yeah. Why does that keep disabling my mouse? I have something that's doing that. That's fine. Okay. Camera. So you are there. I think you just went in the wrong direction. So, the 3. Where was the 3? I need to make it a -3. Yeah. Okay. You will fix yourself eventually. While I'm waiting for that to compile, how do I make it like? I need it to like. I'm trying to. I need to. I'm trying to formulate my words of what I'm trying to do. Pull the camera back, but like relative to the forward direction of the thing of the platform. But okay, I'll do that vector math in a sec. Let's just get into play mode and test this so far. Yeah. Hard-coded for now, but that's okay. And I can't just mess with, I can't do this local Z position because it's, like, wonky. Actually, I could if I then counter-corrected the Y. Okay, maybe I could do that, as at least a temporary for now thing. Because that local Z is, like, on an angle, in a way. But maybe I can find better values for it. Actually, that is exactly what I'm going to do in a minute. Once this gets back into play mode. So starting for that, I'm not going to save, but it'll be like this, and it'll probably be like this, like, -2, and this minus... Like, -2, but, like, +1 or something. It's probably going to be something like that. But I will get actual values in a second. Okay. This, and shabam. It'd be so nice when this is actually smooth, but we'll get there. Oh, also, this isn't falling through, so I don't think... I can undo it being slightly off the ground now. I don't remember if I actually fixed whatever was doing that. Oh, no, I did. It was because it was using the level manager position stuff. Okay, so... Yeah, besides that, player... Camera. It did, It didn't do everything it was supposed to. It didn't rotate the player... Wait, did I put in the right numbers anywhere? I didn't. I calculated this thing and then didn't use it. Okay. So the player not rotating 8, that was that. Not saving just yet. In a second. So let's fix that issue. Now the camera. Camera. Let's find better values for this. So, you're at -6. -6. Wait. Shouldn't you have been at a 3? Oh, wait, yeah, hold on. Wait, what put you at a negative? Hold on here. I'm just trying to get, why this is happening the way that it is. Just, wait, why is that all zeros? Oh, no, because you're... Okay, no, I think I know why. Okay, if that's -3 going off of that, sure. So, if that's -3, keep the camera pivot there. I want to get the main camera... to now match what we were just looking at. Wait. Why are you so off?
I'm gonna hope that's fine. Yeah, see, this is like moving down. So if I go like -2 and then like add 1 to this, that's actually perfect. It's perfect depending on like how much space this guy needs to move and do animations. So let's maybe pull it back a little bit farther. Let's go with that, I guess. Because I also might want to, I don't know, have background things going on. We'll see, right? We can always change it later. So I put this up. This was 1.5, and this was -2.5, and that worked, I guess. So 1.5 and 2.5 F. Okay. Play mode. You're gonna do that thing. Okay. Okay. And then I'm gonna undo the offset of the players like slightly hovering off the ground. I did that earlier because I thought it would fix a thing, and then found a different thing of what was actually causing that problem, so I can undo that now. Yeah. Okay. Not like that, but okay. We find the code. Any minute now. Possibly. I just need to undo like a 0.3, I think it was. That's over here. Oh no, I think it's like a 0.25 that I changed to a 0.3 or something along those lines. If you could do things eventually. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Not 0.2, 0.25, and then this was I had a 5 on the end of that. Okay. Ha! That also will coincidentally move the camera ever so slightly closer to the ground, I suppose. Okay. So, in a minute, this will be done. Okay. Again, my cheat button that makes us auto win the level. This objectives thing will maybe go off screen, and the stripes thing, or the strikes here will go off screen, so we're ignoring that. Player still didn't turn. I thought I did the thing that would make them turn. Let's see here. Did they turn 8 degrees in the other direction? Oh, I think they did. Let me double check. Yeah, they totally did. Okay. Yeah, so that was just turn that 2 and up. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So this is just turning them slightly so they're like they're like facing the camera. I can mess more with making stuff variables or whatever later. Right now we're just getting it to as like a trial run, getting it to be close enough for now to kind of test the idea and all that. To make it, work better later on. Okay. Soon. Okay. So, shabam. Hey, yes, I think you've turned, but I don't know why oh, because I moved the camera a bit, so the number of degrees is off. I want to be like that. Oh, actually, I have to turn them more. Okay, so if I went like from this, it was like 88, 89, 90, 91, 92. I'll do it. I'm looking at like the wheels when the wheel looks symmetrical. Actually, slightly turn more than symmetrical. I'm trying like just how close to be. Oh, oops. 90. For, again, a temporary measure. Okay, so 97, that translates to 17 here. Oh, come on, not again. It's happening more frequently, a bit annoying, but oh well. Not much I can do. So now... What? Yeah. Okay, I think
yeah, we made a lot of good progress. Very cool. But it is very late, so I should probably get going soon, unfortunately. Yeah, it's probably gonna be very soon after like some of this testing. But yeah, we got more of the objectives working, and then we have some of the infrastructure for having our win thing. And also, we just had a revelation about how we are doing our level winning, which is very great. We've come up with some good ideas in this stream that I'm very much looking forward to seeing how they develop and all that. So, yeah, very, very cool. Test this out. If there's anything else I want to test, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, we have some cool ideas. I'm looking forward to seeing where they go. We're going to continue to develop this platform that's going to replace the cannon that's behind it for our level winning and our getting back to the hub world. But yeah, so again, cheat button, cool. That we got the camera angle set up and the player not moving and the player being centered on the platform. As I've said, we're going to get this to be smooth. Like, it'll smoothly go from point A to point B kind of a deal. But yeah, we'll get to that eventually. Other things in the background, I guess we'll let them keep going. It'd be cool to have environmental things going on as long as they're not destructive to the player. Like, I think it's just on me as a level designer. I just need to not put a projectile thing that's like in the path of the level end. And like that kind of stuff, and then we should be fine. If there's any enemies that are like chasing you or something, I could probably just like, I'll do something to get them out of the picture, right? Yeah. Okay, so, and then eventually also art-wise, will make this look a lot better. But like the whole opening, that will be all stuff to be done. Maybe you could even like. It could be like glass here, so you can still already see what's inside it, and then we could like open up or something. You can still see it beforehand. I don't know. We mess around with it, or at least maybe have like parts of better glass or something. At the end, you got committed to it. Yeah, very committed to getting a lot of this working. I like where this idea is going with this level ending stuff. Yeah, it's coming along very good. But I guess as I'm ending things off, as I'm wrapping things up, I wanted to show off again what we were doing at the beginning of the stream. Not this stuff. We'll continue this stuff later on. Oh, tearing apart the cannon code and repurposing that will be a bit tricky, but yeah, we'll get there. So we have all of our objectives, possible objectives to have to do to be able to beat the level. Yeah, the first 3 we already had made since like the last stream. The new ones that we made, I go over here, simple collectibles that you touch them, you pick them up, very, standard game things. And we have like a total that is there, 5 out of 5, cool. And then these types of rides, as I said, we have 3 brands of rides here, I guess. This was the one we just made today, where they just start being empty. You can repair them. If you let go, they're just there. It's basically a single-time repair kind of ride. As opposed to the others that are on a timer. Yeah, so then those are objectives complete. So now, actually, without even pressing my button, this should now work. It did. Cool. Tested that, I guess. So when it's more polished and there's more visual and audio cues and whatever, when you're done the last objective, this thing will open up, like it'll like, and then have like the end platform. You stand on it. Level win screen that'll look all cool and fancy, and animations and victory music and all that fun stuff. I still have to kind of figure out exactly what I want to be like over here text wise. I don't know if I'll have the objectives on screen, like even though it's like, yeah, you beat them, but I don't know. For the level win screen, it might be more like you win, or like level complete, whatever, that kind of initial text, followed by like whatever information I deem is necessary to be on the screen. Like, if I put in a score, have a score. I think the number of strikes will be important. So I might have stuff like that shows the number of strikes you have left instead of being in the top corner, having it be part of, wrapped together with the other level ending stuff. And then having, like, have the two buttons of, like, retry or continue. And then if you hit continue, you will suddenly, from this screen, get rocketed up. Like, this is a spring that's just gonna go whoosh. The player will go flying off screen, and then immediately you'll get camera controls back, so the camera will follow the player, just like our cannon. And then, like, everything will go back to normal as far as, like, the camera's position. And then after you land out of the spring, then you'll get player controls back, all that stuff. Once you launch, then it becomes like the cannon that we already have. So I can, just for other people who haven't seen this, it looks like this. Woo! So getting launched, following an arc, and then boom, we're back in our hub world, ready to take on new levels and all that stuff. And then as well going into this to set up the levels, which again, those objectives won't be on screen right away. It's as soon as we land, then they swoop on screen, and then we have the objectives. As well, they're not gonna take up that much space on screen. That is a temporary for now, like, as we have just been building like it existing, where we were making it functionally work. Soon we'll make it prettier, and as well, most levels will not have that many objectives. The idea is there'll be like 1 or 2 for like a lot of the game. This is just like all the possible objectives I've made in my test level at the moment. You see the size of the text that's like fix the cyan rides, that will be, I think, probably how long the text usually is. Yeah. I guess. I just have to, because I have these 3 brands of rides right now, I have to distinguish them, I guess. Because so this is like repair rides for a timer, repair rides before they break, and this is repair rides that don't break completely. Like these ones, they have health bars that are going down. Oh. Did I? Wait, are they going down? I have their decrease time set to being really low. I can't tell. I think pausing the game may have just froze them. Let me test this out real quick. May have just discovered a new bug because I haven't messed with my like pause screen code in a while. Pausing the game may have paused them, but then unpausing the game may not have made them continue. Let me test this right now because it's a test level. I have them going down super slow. Pause the game. No, they're still decreasing. What broke them then? I don't know. Or maybe they were going down the whole time. Maybe I'm just crazy. It looked like they had frozen, but I don't know. Maybe they're fine. But anyways, so yeah, these ones decrease. These ones don't, and that's the difference between those two. I just wanted this variation as well because this gets to be simpler. It's as far as difficulty goes. Like that is just do it. This is do it with a timer. So this would be in more challenging levels. That would be in more simple levels. It's just variety for variety's sake. Yeah. Anyways, woo. We still have our that. Oh, that reminds me that eventually we'll also get this restart code working as well. That's going to be leveraging off of a lot of code we already have written, just calling the right functions in the right order. Do transition curtain, do our start level, setup, no, clear level, setup level, start level, in that order, and then open the curtains. And then give player controls back, because we'll take away player controls when we're doing the curtain. Yeah, anyways, something around those lines should be the order. We have it written down. Yeah. Anyways, so with that, I think we're done for today. Again, I think we made cool progress. Yeah, we didn't get to everything on my Trello board here, but that's okay. We made some progress on the level 1 screen, and next time I stream, we'll continue on this. Once the level, we've revamped how the level screen was going to work, so this task became way more than it was when I wrote it down here today. So that's fair. That's fine. Yeah, so then beyond this, then we're gonna start making the cutscene system, or we're gonna make the code that's kind of necessary to make cutscenes possible, but we're not making cutscenes yet. We're still just in our test level territory. I just want to earlier than later get some of the code in there that's gonna allow cutscenes to happen, because I think it'll be easier to do now and harder to do later, as the whole level stuff gets more complicated. Especially like the types of cutscenes. Like I broke this up into different, what I imagine are going to be different scenarios that might trigger cutscenes. Over here, like having a cutscene begin like right as a level start, that's going to have to mess around with the level starting system. So like things like that. Having a cutscene happen right when you beat a level. Oh, actually, some of these scenarios are going to change. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know if the scenarios would need to be this vast. We'll see. It's stuff I'm going to mess around with. Like, actually, let's see here. This and this are now the same scenario when they weren't before. With how the plans were before, these were slightly different scenarios, but now they are actually I think the same scenario. And yeah, anyways, so with that being said, I think we're done here for today, and yeah, we'll continue to work on this next time. So I think that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Gotta get to... Where's my mouse? Gotta get to the stop stream button. Alright. Bye! Francesco, peace. Yep. Bye!